A very good morning to you all from NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, just outside the Big Easy. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live, the 2022 season opener, brought to you with a full house here at DriversEye. A roughly full field of 49 cars have left the grid already on their first of two pace laps. To screen left, you see the GTO and GTU field, new for this season, and just to the right, you saw the general production field setting out just a couple of seconds behind the overall pace leaders. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning, like I said, by a full house. Joseph Mudrak on production. Good morning, Joseph.
Hi, Brendan. Things are going very well.
I bet they are. Ryan West is our boy on site this weekend. Good morning, Ryan.
Morning.
Scott Michaels joins us from afar as well. Scott.
Morning.
JT Tammy.
Even further.
Yep. And guest commentator for this weekend, because he is not on top of a war wagon somewhere on the pit lane at NOLA Motorsports Park. It's owner of Hammer Motorsports, Tim Myers.
Good morning, guys.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Tim. We are set up for 16 hours of racing this weekend, as we normally are. 8 and 8. 8 today, 8 tomorrow. And as it was last year, this will be the first race of the 2022 season on what has to be said has been a pretty awesome weekend weather-wise down here at NOLA. After a bunch of rain earlier in the week, things have dried out really nicely. And what has turned into actually a pretty nice venue to race. I don't know that there's much in the way of facilities here, but the track itself has turned out to be a pretty decent racing track at the very least. As the field sets off on their second of two pace laps here. Changes for 2022. GTO still sets the pace, and where normally we might have seen the odd sports racer or prototype with the NP01s that Joseph has very nicely cut to here, to the right side of your screen. This is the new for 2022 GTU category. Set up for cars under 2,400 pounds. And they fall in, well, the pole sitter in this class would have been third on the overall grid. So with a power to weight ratio just back from where the GTO cars are, 9-1 versus, I think it's 10-1 this year, 10.5-1. They've slotted in actually pretty nicely and are going to make a nice little race for themselves. 5 cars on the entry for GTU this first race of the season. So a nice increase in the prototype car count for this weekend as well. And then the general production field sets off behind them. Your overall pole sitter is Team GTR 99, and that's not a surprise necessarily to see them at the top of any running order, but I think collectively we would say it's a surprise to see them fastest over a single lap. That's not the way they usually go about their racing.
No, that is a surprise. It's a car that we kind of expect to be, maybe a top 10 qualifier that kind of we kind of lose track of in the early parts of the races, and they'll sort of claw their way back in through consistency. But you're right, to have them starting a race from the point is different from what we're used to, but it's also a slightly different car than we've been used to for the past few years.
Yes, the GTU category, as we mentioned, it's 5 cars this weekend. Stratos has got 2 cars here and a couple of new entrants in that category as well. Moorhead Speedworks and PC Racing, not in that order, on the front row because I'm reading the grid backwards. Tale as old as time as far as that battle goes, but it's one of our favorites across the grid. Ginger Racing, the new it's the old number 47. Just in behind Moorhead Speedworks on the grid. 0.03 of a second was the gap there, which is fantastic. And then round 3 racing is going to start in 4th in GP1. I go back to GP2 and I find, is that the number 888, KCT Racing? Is on the class pole there as I try and sort through the
I think we're about to go green here, Brendan.
We are. Stands Racing 2 and GP3 will start on the pole. And as the field exits turn number 16 onto the long front straightaway at NOLA Motorsports Park, it's Team GTR 99 to driver's right. The Chill Out Systems number 404 MX5, the V8 to driver's left. And they'll come under the start-finish gantry. The green flag waves at NOLA Motorsports Park, and the 2022 World Racing League season is underway. It's the big V8 from Chill Out Systems to driver's left that gets a good jump off the line, and they're more or less 3 wide, a couple of rows deep, onto the brakes into turn 1, where it is very dirty and very dusty.
and he gets hung out to dry, so that chill out systems car is going to drop down into 3rd place going into turn 3.
Yeah, we had mentioned offline that car looked to be a real handful yesterday. It's the Pro Sport Aston that jumps up into the lead as they make their way into the second big braking zone here at turn number 3. We got the second the second group of starts here. The GTU NP01s. It is an open category, but this is all we've got this weekend. These 5 Sebico NP01s come onto the front straightaway, and they'll take their green flag as a group, and just behind them, the BMW Benefit at the front of the general production classes with the first of the only production round 3 car this weekend. That's the Porsche
Stratos
Cayman.
Hell of a jump, Brendan. They're out into the lead, the number 59 going into turn 1. Well,
There was an even bigger jump, Ryan, I think from one of the MX-5s at the back of the GP3 grid that immediately jumped out of line on the throttle to driver's right and picked up about 4 or 5 spots before
Looks like
they really had even exited
on the front
16.
straight there.
Yeah, I see that. I wonder if there's some contact there. They were 4 wide underneath start-finish.
And I think we're going to see the number 143 Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin come through in the lead here. They are certainly leading through the S's down into the 3rd part of the lap here, followed by the GTR number 99.
Yep.
And then the aforementioned Chill Out Systems car, number 404, will score through here in 3rd.
Yeah, you'll see them exit turn number 16 here and run out way over the multi-layer painted curb, about 5 layers deep there. So we go at the completion of the first lap. Completion of the first lap. Pro Sport GTR Chill Out is your top 3 at the moment. Round 3 racing, the number 609 and 4th. JTR Motorsports Engineering, which is the new name for New Light. I think you had mentioned to me, Tim. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yep. Okay. Oh, car off driver's left at the exit of turn number 5 with confirmation.
I think someone might be putting oil down.
Right. You know what? I saw that at the exit of 4, Joseph, and I wondered if that was
definitely. Definitely oil going down.
Do we know what car that's coming from?
Cannot see.
It looked like maybe a white Miata.
Yeah.
Interesting. It looks okay down here into turn 8, but I agree with you. There were big plumes of white smoke.
Oh, we've got a Boxster off as well. We've got 2 Boxsters off. Going into what would be turn 9 and 10. One of them on driver's left, trying to get moving. The one on driver's right, still stationary. I think there might have been contact.
You can see it.
I think that Boxster on driver's left is missing a rear tire.
Yeah, there you can see the 2 cars there as our leaders are coming up to them.
Oh, okay, they're on the
There it
opposite
is.
side of the track. There's a cut through there. That's fine.
Yeah, I noticed that the Sentinel GT4 is taking over 3rd place as well.
Yeah, they
on the
jumped that Chill Out Systems car into turn 1. I was surprised.
Now going down the front straightaway, there's the Miata with a awful lot of smoke coming out of its exhaust. We'll see it come through shot here soon.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
See?
The race control log will probably have some updates on smoking cars, etc.
So it seems like it might be a tire rub thing because it had gone by the time it went through start finish.
By the way, that Boxster that stopped is literally parked on the apex curb of one of the S's.
And there's still local yellow for that.
Yeah, I was on board with the chill out car. He had to actively kind of avoid it. So
there it is.
Also of note,
sure
the
we'll be
number
in the green
59 Stratos car has completely checked out from the 2nd place car in class. Completely checked out.
5.5 seconds after 2 laps.
Yeah, impressive.
Yeah, that Stratus car. I mean, Tim, you were head-to-head with them a couple of times over the course of 2021. That Stratus car is no joke. It was no joke at 9-1. It's still no joke at 10-1. I mean, that car has got pace. A 149.679 is the fastest lap overall by some margin, even with that reduced power to weight.
Yeah, I suspect that won't be the fastest lap you see in that car either. Really strong drivers in that car, really well prepared, obviously.
There's a 46.9, so
yeah,
it's
there you go.
a good 7 seconds faster than anyone else in the field.
And it looks like the second Stratus car has come through as well. So now it's a Stratus 1-2 at the front of GTU.
Well, and to be expected, I think. They've got more experience running those cars than anybody in the field, right? So
Absolutely.
Yeah, but it is interesting though, right? 4.5 minutes into the race, and they're running times that are 3 seconds faster ting the overall pole.
yeah,
Like one of the Boxsters has gotten going.
This racetrack, though, right, really should benefit those Stratus cars for sure. I think that car has a really good shot of winning overall here and winning overall by a good bit. It's just well suited to that kind of car.
And not to be too meta, but it's it's nice to have this new class structure because now you don't have this kind of this kind of messing around with somebody trying to play nice, so they don't get their car kicked out of the series basically. So having GT, they can just kind of run.
I agree.
Is that a
I believe
slow?
they're in traffic for the first time, by the way.
Yeah, is this the slow Porsche that was recovering from turn 8?
Yep, they got going again. It was not missing a tire. It just looked like it because the back wheel is a different color.
Yeah, I just saw on an in car there from the 609 car, there's another car that's got a lot of white smoke coming out of it.
It's a 609 car in third place.
There's also a car on the front straight that's got a diff that's going bad. They probably don't know it yet.
Oof. Oh, it's a locked left front, I think, on the Boxster.
I agree.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he just came on pit and you can see it.
Okay. Well, good on them for getting it back going.
Yeah,
Probably a tie rod end that broke.
So there are two overnight cars, the 196 and the 195, that have only completed a single lap, and it took them 4 minutes to do. Is there a chance that those are teammates that came together, or cars out of the same stable that came together down there at the S's on the first lap?
That's a pretty good.
Oh, no, you know what? That white car will be the round... Is that the round 3701?
They look like a round 3 car to me.
Round 3's car should be a black and white car.
That's the Cayman, right?
Right,
There's an awful lot
okay,
of dust down on the circuit already.
That is an extremely dusty part of the track as well.
Okay. So maybe it'll actually get better over the course of the run.
Yes, in the way that you often have track sweepers.
Yeah, definitely
like
a black. Definitely a black BMW here that's got a diff that's going bad.
And you can just hear that from trackside?
Yeah, I can just see it.
They still haven't cleared the white car to the inside of that corner.
Yeah, I don't like where that car is.
They did say yesterday that they would do hot pulls where it was deemed to be safe, but if they couldn't, then they would not really hesitate in throwing the full course yellow to go recover the car. But this is now, getting on for 6 or 7 minutes with that car sitting there without any real progress.
The trouble is, Brendan, it's on the infield side of the track, and there's no emergency vehicles stationed in the infield. They're all on the outside.
Well, that's okay.
Trying to get an emergency vehicle across the track with a track this busy, there's a couple gaps where you could do it, but I haven't seen them do that yet.
Yeah, at some point you've got to make the call, though. If you can't comfortably go get that car without going full course yellow, then you've got to go get that car. That's 100-mile-an-hour section of track, So I think they're waiting for a decision to be made there to go recover that car. 609 is noted for a pass under yellow, by the way. Side beside. Oh, it was before the green. If that's the case, then there were passes everywhere before the cars picked up their green flag.
I wonder if it's something like a Grand Am style lane change. Well, now
Which is
IMSA
still an
style lane
IMSA
change.
style lane.
We do have an emergency vehicle leaving the pit lane. Now we have two. There's a flatbed coming.
So your missing cars at the moment are the two overnight cars plus the 701 and now the number 85 AOA MX-5. So I am actually starting to wonder if the cars that we're missing are the two overnight motorsports, the cars that came together anyway at the S's were the two overnight motorsports Porsches.
I think the one that's beached definitely is an overnight motorsports car, because I believe I remember seeing that in their paddock. It's a bummer too for overnight motorsports. I think this is their home race. They had, I think, a picture that they had 5 cars here. So to have 2 have issues so early, you still got 3 bullets in the gun, but you really would prefer to not see that, I reckon.
No sound on the Thunder Bunny on board, Joseph?
Doesn't sound like it.
No, that's a shame. This is a nice view.
Yeah, we've had that a couple times.
So that car is pretty firmly out in the IndyCar straight, as it were.
Yeah.
Well into traffic here for the GTO leaders. This is 11th place, and they're already up to that number 09, right up over the curb on the brakes at turn number 13.
Also, GCU has caught the back of the GTO field now, so that could start to get interesting.
Yeah, I was just going to mention the 2 Stratos cars are actually turning lap times every lap here that are below the pole time, the overall pole time. So those cars are definitely hooked up here early in the race.
Yeah, and now actively picking off cars. It's up in the 19th overall, that number 59 car from Stratos. And it's interesting, too. They left a massive margin from the back of the GTO field, which I guess in some ways makes sense, right? You want to set yourself up so that, your field or your class strings itself out and you're not catching the back of a large bunch of GTO cars. There's that right-hand rear smoke off the MX-5 again.
But to be fair, Brandon, it wasn't them on pole, so it wasn't necessarily their choice. But also, I imagine that's something that was.
Well, no, but they managed their own gap to the back of GTU. That was the word in the drivers' meeting yesterday. Is that the GTU cars won't have their own pace car? They'll set the margin to the back of GTO.
Well, presumably, the pole car in GTU set that.
Yes, it was.
They
the front
weren't.
row.
Well, my point is they weren't the pole car.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, understood.
My understanding of how they presented that at the meeting, Brendan, was that the pole car would set the pace, but there was an expectation as to how quickly that pace would or wouldn't be, and they had a target distance behind the last GTO car that they were shooting for.
It was a much bigger margin than I would have expected.
I
think is my only point there. Yeah. They were much closer to the front of the general production class than they were to the back of the GTO class.
Yeah.
Camera shake there.
Yeah,
there's that V8 noise off the MX-5, by the way. We'll talk about that car plenty over the course of the day, and I'm sure over the course of the season as well. But it's the debut race for that car. We did see it in the garage at COTA the end of the season last year. It's an LS3 engined NC MX-5, and the thing is a rocket ship in a straight line at least. But as you and I noted yesterday, Ryan, it's not just kind of a handful; it's a real handful.
Yeah, absolutely. We were actually, I had spoken with Charles Klein a little bit earlier, and he was saying the car was a pretty big handful to work with, and that you're still getting spin at the rear through third gear. So, you got to be really, really careful on the throttle on that. Now, once you get to the straight, and you're halfway through third gear, you probably put your foot down and it's fine. But such a small car, you got small wheelbase with the big power out of that motor. That doesn't sound super fun over the course of 2 or 3 hour stint. That sounds like it would be a mess.
Yeah, it's fun for about 20 minutes.
Exactly.
But if you're settled in there for a double stint or something like that for 2 hours, man, that gets exhausting. And you have, professional drivers that are meant to be able to adapt to different, car setup and attitudes of cars as we go 3 wide into turn 8 there with the Thunder Bunny 111.
Where's the flag stand there, Brendan?
I wasn't going to say anything, but it's near the camera. So, but when you have amateur drivers, as you do in the World Racing League, it's not a slight, it's just the nature of the World Racing League. It is much harder to adapt to more extreme car attitudes, and that car has a pretty extreme attitude at the moment. So I think it's Porter Aiken is more or less the pro in that car, right?
I don't know if you'd say he's a pro, but he
is the closest to pro in that car.
Yeah,
right?
he's the best driver.
Yeah.
Sequential gearbox in that car too. That's Mike Phillips. That's who built. Yeah, it's sequential paddle, and that's Mike Phillips' work of art. Mike Phillips put that car together. He's quite talented actually.
I assume he did their GP2 car as well. The old.
He took that car over, and that's what made that car really strong. Once he started looking after that car, he's based out of Florida. He's a really good kept secret, and he's behind the sequential gearbox company. So that's kind of his business that he's working on. That car was on display at PRI along with the gearboxes as well.
Sure.
What I saw on the website,
that's
the cheapest sequential gearbox I think I've ever seen.
By far, and it's actually a serviceable gearbox. And so the individual pieces can be serviced, which is quite different than a lot of other sequential boxes that are out there.
Is this a commercially available box? Or
yeah,
is
it is. Yeah, they've got a website, and you can. They've got multiple cars. Yeah.
Yeah, they're and Chill Out is they're partners together on that, and Chill Out, you can buy you can contact Chill Out even to get one of those gearboxes. But
I think the thing that excites me about that car is, as we see, Tim, not a slight, but you've chosen to go the GT4 route, right? You've gone down, picked up a pair, or a trio, I guess, of BMW M4 GT4s.
Right.
You have a pair, right?
Pair,
yeah, pair, and then you still have the Audi.
Yep.
But as if you go away from TCR more towards GT4, those seem to be the primary additions to the GTO class. And then you have somebody who's just gone out and built a monster, right? As much as you can to the GTO regulations, maximize the rules, maximize the car, and the resources you have available. And they've just thrown everything at it and tried to build the best GTO car. So there's still room for that. You don't have to go pay, mid six figures to go pick up a GTO race car. You can still do this yourself.
Yeah, there's perhaps better examples, right? But to tell you, part of the appeal in WRL is to do exactly that. On the, this chill out car, a couple $100,000 was spent on developing that car. And before that spooks anybody, if you go and look at Screaming Goat Racing, who's in 7th overall, who won at Daytona last year, who's always in the hunt, that's more of a home built M3 that I would guess you could probably purchase for $40, $50, $60,000 or put together on your own. And so that's one thing that's really interesting about the GTO field. You've got $200 and some $1,000 factory race cars, and then you've got cars that have been built by people and are developed by families or groups of friends, and are still wildly competitive. So
we saw
fourth place, by the way, down the front straight.
To that point, Tim, last year we saw Screaming Goat came out and won Daytona up against the next GT4 car, or next GS car, I guess, at Aston Martin from Automatic. It was a GS car. Screaming Goat with an almost 20-year-old M3 chases him down in the final stint, one of the best races of the year. Room for all kinds of things. GP1, we've just caught the leader here on our final corner camera. It's Moorhead Speedworks leading the first of our production classes, but Big Mission has jumped up into second, and the PC Racing number 44 that we would have expected to just go toe-to-toe with the 147 like they did for most of last season is actually slipped back to fourth.
Yeah, so is GP1 actually Ginger Racing leading, or is that a miss?
Yeah, that's
oh my gosh, I completely missed the Ginger Racing car.
So they've got a 27-second lead over Moorhead right now.
What happened to GP1?
Fun. But it's a great battle for second, that's for sure.
JT's thrilled, both because GP1 is very interesting at the moment and because Ginger Racing Team is leading.
Yes.
But yeah, I completely missed that. 27.5 seconds after 8 laps.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, you look at GP2 there, KCT Racing, 24-second lead, and they're the only car running sub 2-minute laps, and they're running them quite consistently. That AAA car.
What kind of news? Off there from the new 9.4 NP01 at turn 5. Tim, have you raced at NOLA before? We haven't really discussed the track very much.
No, I have not raced there. I am curious, you guys that were on site there, what the track surface is like. There's internet fodder about the track surface being bumpy, and it's getting well worn in. I'm kind of curious what you guys' feedback is.
It's rough. Sorry to interject. There's an MPO1 in trouble. It's dropping back through the GTO field at the moment. I think it kind of looked like maybe a left rear puncture or something along those lines. Currently coming out onto the back straight on the chill out onboard, which is a few seconds behind. So it should be coming towards the pits pretty soon.
That also looks like the black BMW that was... No, that's a different car, isn't it?
Is that the choice car?
The escape road.
That is the choice M4.
I noticed a couple laps ago. I wanted to make sure that was the right car. The 44 BMW, the driver door is caved in a little bit too. So definitely fact.
Oh, that's PC Racing, I believe.
Yeah, that is PC Racing. Back to the choice car. Is that their new M4 that you're seeing trouble?
It is, yes.
Yeah, just because you touched on this, there's a lot of new cars. I know more about the GTO class, admittedly, but round 3 racing and the 609, that's a new M4. That's not the same car that was at COTA at the end of the season. That's James Candelaria's Sentinel car. And then obviously the chill out car, which we talked about. Choice Racing's M4, that's a new M4 that they bought from overseas in Europe. Yep. And I just delivery of that in the past few weeks and got it ready. And then Team ACP has got 2 additional new M4 GT4s, so they're in this race today. And then W2W's cars are new, if you guys didn't know that. Those are new cars for this year as well. The Porsche Cayman GT4s.
Are those the updated ones that like just came out in the last couple months?
They're not. No, they're not the brand. No, they're not the brand new ones. Those cars were all pre-sold to teams that had committed to full season pro racing.
Okay.
I just noticed this too. The Ginger on board here, the flagger system. I suspect we'll talk about it sometime. That's interesting to see, prominently displayed on their dashboard there.
Yeah, we might as well bring that up now while we're looking at it and talking about it. So, like Tim mentioned, that little console or little unit you see mounted to the top of the dash on board the number 47 here is a system called Flagger. I believe it's nevermissaflag.com, and it's essentially just a communication system from a central unit up in race control, where they can change the flag states, or the corner stations can change the flag states with a handheld unit out there as their track condition changes, and it'll send the updates in real time based on GPS to cars out on circuit. So theoretically here, I think actually as we cut to the onboard, you could see a green flag as they got past the incident down in the S's, getting on for 20 minutes now with that incident. But as we come up to it, that black screen in the middle of the unit should turn yellow, and you'll catch the status change in real time as a driver. Important to note that the flags still dictate, penalties and actual track condition. So this is purely an advisory service, but it is on demo this weekend for the first time with WRL, getting their first look at what these units are capable of. Super nice people up in race control, staffing everything, by the way, as well. So I think a nice little addition to the series for this weekend, and I'd love to see more of it, because I think it has real application, especially in fields where you have a variety of talent and experience levels.
I think it'll be helpful too, Brendan. The onboard's helping identify cars that are called in for passing under yellow. This could be a really strong tool to help fend that off. Yeah. I also like their driver's name here. That's a magnetic decal. It looks like on the cage there, identifying the driver, which is a pretty cool idea.
Yeah, I'm thrilled with that, and if anything, it shows we're getting a little more engagement and usefulness on our side as well. I'm sure it has application for the series, but for us to be able to, determine that it's Stephen Bukowski is much appreciated.
Yeah, just a plug for James Candelaria's Sentinel system. He and I'm glad to say I had a piece of this. I had a conversation with him about developing a driver ID system for that Sentinel camera system, and James sure enough developed that, and so that's pretty exciting. Now you can buy these little discs that you register the driver's name or their nickname or whatever it is, and you stick it on the side of their helmet. When they get in the car, within a 30-second loop, it automatically puts the driver's name on the Sentinel screen. Which is a fantastic idea that I came up with, by the way.
Is it like an RFID reader that's mounted to the side?
Yeah, it's actually Bluetooth. It's a Bluetooth reader, and so when the Sentinel system does a ping and notices that Brendan's not driving anymore, it keeps pinging looking for a new ID, and then when it finds it and it's Ryan, as an example, it registers Ryan's name. It picks up the serial number and registers the name that you have put into James's website to register that serial number with the name.
James Candelaria and Sentinel also providing our trackside streaming infrastructure this weekend as well, which is much appreciated. We were able to transition over to his service at the end of last season down at Circuit of the Americas, and had 100% uptime for 8 cameras, which is about the best you could hope for, really. So we've got 8 cameras here this weekend as well, and all these onboards that are slowly being added to our mix for today and tomorrow. This is on board the Ginger racing car. Joseph, by the way, since we're mentioning upgrades for 2022, has done a ton of work on the overlays hastily in the last 3 days. Over the last 2 months. And the tower on the left is stylized a little differently. It's no more blank spaces down the side, which is fantastic, which means you can see the dash and the steering wheel where it's appropriate on the left of most of these shots. We've got the overlay in the middle identifying whatever car we happen to be on board with at this moment, the 47, and then
I think it could be the 46. Their YouTube doesn't specify if it's the 47 or the 46, and they're in very different spots in GP1. So
yes.
Worth noting the 609 round 3 racing GT4 that was in 3rd overall has been penalized 1 lap for a pass
There
under
it is.
yellow.
Yep, and changed for the lead a couple of laps ago as well. The 143 Pro Sport no, they were in the lead, weren't they? Up ahead of the GTR 99.
77 and 696 also penalties.
Horseman's up into P3 as well.
Yeah.
Over the course of the last couple laps, they climbed their way up from 6th up into 3rd.
Yeah, some of that is penalties, of course.
Yes,
But
that is true. Yep.
That and the Chill Out Systems MX-5 is predictably kind of sinking. It seems to have more one-lap pace than long-run pace, or as they get badly cut off by the 134 BMW into turn 1.
Scott, we've had this discussion a couple times as we jump on board the 609. You know, there are certain cars in the field that are very prone to a change in pace, as it were, when the driver changes in the car. And we had already mentioned that as the 143 goes off way out to the wide side at the exit of turn 5, the cars are prone to change in pace as the driver changes, especially those that are a little more sensitive to attitude and how they can be pushed. We saw that a lot last year with the Stratos NP01, but I suspect we're going to see the same out of that chill out car. What I can't tell is whether they've got Porter Aiken in the car at the moment, or they've got either Brandon Chappell or Charles Klein in the car, and that car is going to get quicker over the course of the day, or it's likely to slip back as they cycle through their drivers. So we want to keep an eye on that, I think.
Certainly not Charles Klein, by the way.
You know what? I had a bunch of emails from him this morning, so you're absolutely right. It's not Charles Klein.
We can see their helmet in the mirror, so if you guys have any opportunity, those of you at the track have any opportunity to learn which helmets belong to which drivers, that could be useful. But yeah, I would assume it's usually a safe assumption that they would start their fastest driver. But I was going to mention that subject with regards to the Stratos cars, because along with the fact that I've seen that as they've caught the back of the GTO field, they've had a really hard time staying within 5 or 10 seconds of their fastest lap. So they're obviously having a really tough time getting through the GTO traffic, which makes sense because they're making their lap time in the fast corners at this track, which is exactly the place where you can't overtake. So yeah, that's not a surprise to see that they're struggling a little bit to get through the field. Stratos number 59 is up to 9th overall now. And I think, to your point, that that disparity we see with drivers in the Stratos cars is going to be even more extreme, because one thing that less experienced, less confident drivers struggle with the most is getting through traffic. And if that's already difficult on a track like this, where we've got a lot of medium speed corners, that's going to make that disparity even more extreme, I think.
Yeah, and to that point, Scott, the high speed corners here are not just a single sequence, right? Where, okay, you get through this, you're going to sit behind a slower car through one corner, and then you'll get them on the straight or on the corner exit. This S's section drags on for 15 seconds. 10-15 seconds of the lap, where you really, unless there's something wrong with the car ahead of you, or you're talking best GTO car against a back of field GP3 car, there is no passing opportunity for a good 10% of the lap there.
Yeah, they're funny. As I'm watching the onboards, they're funny sort of corner lengths as well. It's not like Road Atlanta through that turn 3, 4, 5 section, where the corners are long enough that a downforce car can get around the outside of a GT car. They're just short enough that you can't really risk doing that, because if the car in front doesn't see you as you change direction to the next one, you haven't completed the move enough to be able to avoid a horrendous sort of moment of contact as you change direction. So yeah, it is literally, as you say, it's a case of just a single file through there, I think, unless we're talking GTU versus GP3, that opportunity might exist. But there's no way
this onboard that we're watching, guys, this is actually fascinating. The round 3 racing 609, this is Cole Lofsgaard driving that car. I recognize him in there, who, as you know, drove with the Boxsters last year.
Yeah, up into the GTO class this year.
Yeah.
We had Cole on a couple of times last year. Nice
received a penalty for a pass under yellow. Looks like side by side before the green.
Right. So this would be, I think, is the point
to get his lap back. Yeah.
Yeah. So without that penalty, this would be a race for the lead.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be a race for the lead, but now, I mean, he's fighting really hard to get his lap back, which is really important this early in the race if you get a shot at this. Because after pit stops and everything else, after pit stops and the field gets scrambled, you're not likely to be within just a couple of seconds of the overall leader here to get the lap back.
Well, and it looks like the Pro Sport car is defending, too, on the straightaway.
It certainly did, didn't it? Which is awful early for that, but yeah.
Well, you track the car a lot down.
Pro Sport cars, too, is using a lot of racetrack. Are you seeing this? I mean, he's using the widest racetrack.
The triple apex. We were out into the old circuit.
Yeah, way out in the old circuit, way up high on the curbs, which, you know, as an owner of these cars,
a little wide there.
That's beating on these cars really early in the race. I'll be really interested to see whether that takes a toll.
Tim, based on what we've seen from the Pro Sport Aston, right, where he's using all of the curb on the exit of turn 5, all of the curb on the exit of turn 16. As an owner, do you have concerns for, you know, the mechanical reliability of the car running out of those curbs?
100%. If this was my car and in this race, I'd be telling this driver, stay off the curbs, let this guy go if you need to. You know, it's a long race, and we've got 7.5 hours left.
And we've already seen one incident where, you know, in a not a precarious spot, but a place where the call could go either way, right? Whether you go full course yellow or try and do a hot pull. They chose to do the hot pull, which is going to suggest to me that unless something happens, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But that suggests to me that, okay, we're actually going to be pretty aggressive on these hot pulls over the course of the day. You may not have the opportunity to take advantage of, you know, not a pass around as such, but if you're on the tail end of the lead lap to pick up that time, you may not have that opportunity.
Yeah, I
at least
agree.
anytime soon.
I agree. The one exception I would say is there are some cars in the field that I would tell our driver to try to fight off, let him get back a lap. There's a number of teams. There's a lot of deal cutting that goes on too. I don't know if you guys already know that, but there's a lot of deal cutting that goes on here between team owners too.
So do you coordinate with other team owners during the course of the race? I mean,
it wouldn't be unusual for round 3 to send a guy down to Pro Sport and say, hey, let us go and we'll owe you guys one. You know, it's a long season. There'll be some point that you guys need a lap back here. Because, you know, if there's a caution that comes out right now, the 609 car is going to get caught out.
Yeah.
And so there is a lot of deal cutting.
So much stronger here. So much stronger. Up the inside. Oh, is there contact there?
Yeah,
no, I don't think so.
Maybe.
Hey, he came real close.
Yeah, it sure looked like it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wasn't sure the 143 was holding up the 609 here, but he gets really ragged around the last part of the lap.
Really nice for Cole to leave him room there too on that Miata.
Yeah.
You didn't have to do that. That's savvy driving there by the driver.
Cole, he just looks so much more composed. He's at the apex every corner. He's much smoother and more consistent over the course of the lap, whereas I think the 143 pushing harder picks up speed where he can take advantage of, you know, the curbs and the runoff and the way the track changes width. But, you know, by comparison is much slower in parts of the track that Cole can't really take advantage of.
Yeah, Brendan, both these cars set up really well. This Aston Martin has been really well prepared, I can tell by watching it drive here. He's using a lot of racetrack, but this car is really good middle corner off. See this section of the racetrack right here?
Yeah.
Really strong. So Dougie Livingston's got this car pretty well hooked up as well. He is driving much, to your point though, he is driving much harder than I think Cole is probably driving this car. One thing to note too, I don't know if you guys know this.
Car off driver's right.
Oh, that's interesting. I think that was one of the overnight cars.
They've cleared from our trackside, so whatever it was must have just been an off and on.
I saw an incident similar to that yesterday, Ryan. It was with the TCS number 22 MX-5. They were just trying to get the car to rotate through that first part of the S's and get itself back online, and the car literally just looped around on him.
It looked like he wasn't going to have an opportunity to hold on to that very well.
No, but my point was going to be, it was before you would try and hook the inside curb to get the car to rotate a little bit. Almost like it was already over-rotating on the initial right-hander, and as he tried to swing the car back to the left, it just kind of took off on him.
A little bit of
an odd little incident there.
A little bit of an update for the front of the overall field. I've been watching the chill out on board because the car's so entertaining to watch being driven. But the Stratos GTU car just went around the outside of them in turn 4 as if they were standing still, and has taken 2 positions on this lap, up to 3rd overall.
So-
that car is hilariously quick in the corners compared to the GTO field.
One of the Stratos cars, the blue one, it's got the snorkel-looking marker light on it now, appears to have a strobe function on. I don't know if that's on purpose or not, but I can imagine that would be very distracting, especially in the twilight hours.
Is that a light flashing? Does it appear to be a light flashing function, Ryan,
yeah.
or is it just on strobe all the time?
It's on strobe all the time.
Interesting.
It's not a great idea. They actually had posted on Facebook a picture of that light and said the strobe function wouldn't be used, so maybe somebody.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to there.
Yeah, bump the switch or something like that. That is really helpful, by the way, on the Stratos cars that they added these lights on the top. Those cars are difficult to see on the racetrack. And ever since they've added those lights, it makes a big difference. It's easier for the driver to pick that car up from far back.
So is the issue, Tim, that the cars were sitting too low and you weren't catching them in behind your car, in the
yeah, there's kind of two.
Or?
Yeah, like on the TCRs, the rear window. And this isn't Stratos' fault, by the way. It's just the design of different cars. But the rear window in the Audi, the angle on the rear window combined with how low that car was, it was very difficult to pick that car up. The other thing too, not shocking, the Stratos is able to put that car where other car like this Aston Martin can't drive the same line as that Stratos car, and so you're not used to checking your mirror for an outside pass at turn 1 at Mid-Ohio, as an example, or outside on your left at turn 1 at Road Atlanta. And so it's kind of a combination of those things.
We're going to see a change for the lead on this lap for sure from this 609 camera. The Stratos car is 5 seconds a lap quicker, and it's now. It will be a change for second. So from the GTR 99, the Stratos car across the line 1.7 seconds behind, and it's going around 5 seconds.
Do we have a reliable GTR on board, Joseph?
We have half of the words that you said.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't look fantastic this morning.
It's definitely choppy. So yeah, it's definitely choppy. We kind of alluded off air. It seems like it might be a little bit of a demo run for them. So they're probably working on optimizing reception and all that stuff. So we'll give them a pass for this race. Hopefully by Barber.
To Scott's point, we're going to see that Stratos car appear here. I think in probably 2 laps.
Two laps, yeah.
The 609 on board. Yeah.
I'm quite surprised by the gaps here in the GP classes so early in the race. So it'll be interesting to see how attrition and pit stops and crew performance comes into play here.
Yeah,
PC Racing has gotten past the big mission 134. So they're back up into 3rd, still 33 seconds off.
The Aston's slow on the front straight. He's pulling in towards the pit wall, right under the flag stand. It's doing no more than 60 miles an hour. They're going to pull off onto the grass all the way. They're now at the pit exit and stopped. So they're stopped right in the middle of the pit exit. That's the 147. I'm sorry, the 143 Pro Sport Competition Aston. So that's going to have the GTR
leader.
99. Yeah, go through. He's going again. The Chill Out Systems car goes by, so I think, and then the Choice Racing car is going to be right behind him, coming into turn 1. It looks like. So that was weird.
Delete.
Yeah, just
Yep.
Yeah, so he was behind traffic coming out of that last turn. So I just wonder if maybe there was a weird miss shift or something. Something electronic. Clearly, if it was a reset that he was trying to fix it with.
He was actually side by side, I think, with the 609 through the last corner. Looked up to speed when he disappeared to the left of their onboard camera.
The net change of all that is it's put Stratos into the overall lead, by the way.
Sure enough.
That 10-second margin that they had, a half a lap ago, because that car pulled over to the side and the Stratos car passed the 99 on the last lap on track, has now meant that the 59 has leapt into the overall lead 20 laps into the inaugural race for that GTU class. Again, it's running to a different power to weight ratio than last year. It's meant to slow that car down a little bit, but I think NOLA just provides enough of an advantage for the nature of those cars that it's picking up where it left off last year. Now, still concerns over reliability, and the one thing we haven't seen is whether that car is using these big, aggressive curves on the exits of some of these quicker corners. I would hope they're not, because I think that car tends to be a little more fragile anyway.
Well, they have the pace. They don't need to either. That's worth noting.
That's true, yeah. As long as they're not using them to get that pace advantage, but I get the sense that they aren't.
This is going to hurt the round 3 609. So effectively, round 3 they're at the tail end basically of losing their lap, and Stratos is likely to clear them.
Pro Sport Aston out the rear view mirror of the 147 here. So this is the recovery effort for that Aston Martin now.
Craftsman Auto Care BMW gets passed by the MER MX-5 for 5th in GP2.
By the way,
That
the
is
number
peak JT there.
the number 85 for AOA had an early pit stop. Actually, the 47 seems like they've stopped as well.
That was your GP1 leader, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
That GP1 field now is tightened up 5.5 seconds.
Well,
More
because the 30-second advantage that the 47 had is gone.
Yeah, that Ginger Racing car, something's going on with.
It is in the pits. It's now Salmon on Race Hero. RaceHero.io for your live timing needs, as it is every race weekend.
And what happened to the round 3 racing 701? It says it's down 16 laps here. Some kind of early problem.
Well, so we had seen them disappear on lap 2 or 3, and I guess just have never reemerged.
I think that was the car. Are we sure that wasn't the car with the locked up front left?
Positive. Well, unless they rewrapped that car for this year, but I don't think that they did. But.
Okay.
So it's possible it may have been involved in contact with the 44, because we know the 44 had its door dented in, and it's noted under race control.
That's a good catch. Yeah, so that 701 car definitely is in the paddock at the trailer there.
Yeah, everyone's still running in GTO and GTU with cars that have taken the green flag. GP2, we've lost or are missing the 141 for Craftsman. We're missing both overnight cars, as we mentioned early. We're also missing the 07 for JNR and No Lift Racing. 701 for round 3 we talked about, the 123 for NFC Motorsports, and now the number 47 for Ginger Racing.
So I have the 141 Craftsman just getting into 3rd, passing Stan Racing this past
Oh, you're
lap.
right. That's a transponder issue. So I've got 2 141s.
The fantastic race at the moment between the Pro Sport competition car and the chill out car. They just zonted an MX-5 into.
Do we have the chill out on board?
That does exist, yes. It's actually really good.
To sell, I'm going to swap 1 for 1, I think. I think that's how I'm going to
Are you
manage
maxed
that.
out on...
No, I'm not maxed out, but, you know, if I've got 1 that I can't really use.
Fair. This 147 is another car that just looks incredibly stable.
Yeah, it looks really. I was just going to say this car looks really good here.
And it's not just, I mean, the layout is fairly straightforward here, right? I mean, there's not a lot of changing radius corners in a way that would make you have to think very hard. It's, you know, pinch it down to an apex and then wind it out for a lot of these early corners. Turn 6 is kind of the exception there. But the track surface is very bumpy. You can see some patching and some grinding they've done. It's very dirty and dusty offline, and those curbs are super, super aggressive. Dives up the inside of one of the MX-5s. But it is just, it will highlight the more composed cars. And I think that is where you're going to see some of the advantages. Not necessarily, you know, can you handle the uniqueness of the layout of the track, because it isn't a terribly unique layout, but it has enough character that it'll reward the cars that are well set up and the drivers that have the experience and the talent to handle it. And I think that's what you're seeing here on 147.
This is something too. Gosh, this is really surprising this early in the race. The 99 car, the GTR car, 1 lap penalty pass under yellow final. Oof.
Are these early season jitters? I mean, Tim, do you find that at the beginning of a new season you've kind of got to sink yourself back into the nature of the World Racing League, the rules, and all of that, or is this just
I don't know, and you know I don't know. I'm sitting here scratching my head because early in the race, you wouldn't take a first-time rental guy as an example that's never driven your car, never been to NOLA, and have him start the race. So I suspect these are very experienced drivers that are driving these cars, and these are good, high-quality teams. The other thing too, I'll be quite interested to see with this flagger system in the car. Are these drivers missing the yellow light flashing in their face?
I'd forgotten about that.
They did mention in the drivers' meeting that because this is a demo weekend for the flagger system, that the yellow flag on the stands is always going to override that.
Oh, I agree with that.
That is part of their.
I agree with that 100%. But if you look at this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 GTO cars passing their yellow one-lap penalties, I have to believe that some number of those 5, this flagger system was working correctly, and so maybe this is a matter too of the drivers not only not seeing the corner station, but also not, the flagger system's new for this race, maybe not noticing it in the car just yet, maybe not having it set up well line of sight. I'll be really interested to see what the explanation is on these things, and you guys would know better than me when you're looking at this log during the race here. When it says final, that means they've already reviewed video and already made a final decision. So they're guilty of charge here.
Yeah, we've had rare occasions where, there's been new evidence and then it's been overturned on appeal. But final usually does, what it says.
I don't know if I'd use the word rare. Certainly towards the end of last year, that seemed to happen a lot. I was about to comment like final in inverted commas, actually. But
unless there's more video.
Basically, per standard procedure, they don't have any, it's final as far as they're aware. But if something comes up from a car that wasn't involved, say.
I know I'm not saying this is a negative thing either. It's one of the nice things about a one-lap penalty is that it's undoable quite easily, rather than a drive-through or something, which is not undoable.
Probably worth noting too that the 701, it does look like is from contact with the 44 and potentially the 147, which is just interesting to note because that's the Moorhead Speedworks car that we were watching the in-car there a moment ago. So that's not final yet, but the Moorhead Speedworks car is leading GP1, and so we'll have to see what the determination is on the contact with those cars.
Just looked back at the timing screen, at the very top of the timing screen for the first time in a few laps, and Stratos has a 28-second lead now.
I just noticed that too.
Which is absolutely wild. I guess we'll have a little bit more work to do to balance GTO and GTU if that's the goal here.
I don't know that it is. I've had this conversation a couple of times.
Oh, good, he's been cut off.
And he's gone.
Stratos are dropping back through the pack now.
You've had a conversation a couple of times, and we're all very proud of you for that, taking that Toastmasters class. But go on.
No, I think the vision for GTU was to provide a place for sports racers and cars that are on the lighter side to race in their own performance envelope without trying to lump them into the same power to weight formula that GTO runs to, which is fair enough.
Stratos, the leader, has now turned salmon, so I think they might have popped out on track, and they're submarining through the field.
Yeah, oddly enough, do you see the 609 run-through racing car is now shown in first place, which means maybe they got their one-lap penalty reversed?
He does look like that, yeah. On the last lap, they jumped from 16th to 1st.
That hasn't been updated in the race control log, so not saying that's not the case, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's funny, I just asked that question about whether these, when they say final, are they really final?
Yeah, and I thank you, Race Control, for confirming my challenge of Joseph's use of the word rarely.
So is Ryan able to tell what's happening with Stratos here? Quite the tumble there.
I think we just saw them come out of the pits. Not 100%.
Yeah, they did complete a lap in 3 minutes 11 last lap.
Yeah.
So interesting, right? That's one thing with the changes with these GTU cars, as you mentioned, the 10-1, but also their fuel that they're able to carry on board. I'd be surprised if they could only run 50 minutes, but that might actually be right. I guess we can see one if we get another Stratos here that pits, but also whether we see them return to the pace that they were just running.
That was a significantly shorter stint than we were seeing them run last year. They were up more like 1 hour 20 last year, I think. So that's either been a massive change.
I think that is a pretty big change that they took in that class.
I do. Yeah, I have been chatting with Billy Smith of Racer Motors about his car a little bit, and he was saying one of the big challenges for them is somehow managing to restrict their own fuel tank by as much as they have to.
Well, and it maybe goes without saying, right? That they were running. Looks like there's a yellow flag here that Ginger's waving about. The pace that they were carrying too, right? They're carrying an incredibly fast pace, and so perhaps they were burning fuel faster than expected as well. But I mean, their last lap before they pitted there, they still were running times that were fast enough for the overall pole, which they largely ran their whole first stint.
Yeah, and also with running less fuel, the car's going to be lighter on average.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That'll increase their pace.
Absolutely right. I wonder what's going on with the Ginger car here. He waved to the car behind him, and then two cars got around him, which was interesting.
The Hitman car went through and ran away from it, which you would expect being a GTO car, but the second car to go through was actually the team car, the other Ginger Racing Team BMW, which should not be happening. Although that said, that Ginger car is actually just past the Hitman car as well, so maybe that other team car is quicker than we think it is, but I wouldn't have expected it to run away from a car in the same stable in the same class.
Well, this is where
it did.
I can give you a prediction here. This is where having multiple cars in the race is important too. This may be a case of the 46 car giving a wave around to the 47 to let them try to get one of their laps back here.
Oh, that's true.
And so that could be it, particularly because that 47 car's got good pace. If you look at the times that they're turning here, that may be just an effort for the team car to give them a clearer path here to try to make the charge back to get a lap here.
Tim, in these situations, let's say one of your guys picks up a penalty, or not even of his own doing, but something happens, you get a 1-lap penalty. Is there ever a situation where you're telling your guy, hey, you kind of got to push a little bit here?
100%,
I'm sure that's driver dependent, who you trust, but I've always been curious as to what that dynamic is like when something negative happens.
Yeah, and just to take that a step further, I've had other cases where we're leading the race and our other car is 1 lap down, and we have slowed our pace to let that car catch our overall leader to get his lap back. We also have pitted out a sequence to let our team car get its lap back. And so, as an example, we've had a car in first overall, and our team car is behind, 8 seconds behind that car, and we've pitted him early. Particularly if there's an incident on the racetrack, we will call our lead car to the pit box immediately, which in effect gives our team car its lap back. If there's a full course caution.
Interesting.
So, yeah, absolutely do that. I'd imagine all these multi-car teams are on top of that.
We spent a lot of last season trying to guess what your strategy calls were and why they were the way that they were, but that's not something I would have even considered.
Absolutely. Yeah. Tracking it all the time.
Ooh, screaming goat on board. Yeah, you can actually see that battle. Scott just mentioned offline, or in our chat here, the battle with Screaming Goat, the number 29, and the Horseman number 14, second overall. We've just managed to pick that up trackside as well here, which is nice.
Yeah, there's Screaming Goat, Steady Eddie.
So that'll be them just exiting to camera right and then exiting onto the front straightaway here.
Yeah, it's worth noting the race
29.
The 609 passenger yellow was overturned, and so that they are the true leader.
Good to know. Yeah, it's always fun sort of watching Screaming Goat on timing, but yeah, it's nice that they've got a really high quality looking onboard this week. So, and yeah, hopefully we can get that integrated into the broadcast. But yeah, right now we're seeing a really good battle between them and Horseman for second place overall.
The Pro Sports reboot must have worked also. They're up to P4 there overall, so they've made their way back. Still running really competitive times as well.
I think it's worth noting.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, hey Ryan. I think it's worth noting as well for us on the broadcast that some cars are coming in the pits and not being tagged as having made a pit stop. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, there are.
That makes it really tough for strategy. That happens sometimes, and some of that is a function of where you are in relation to the timing loop on your pit box too. Whether you're before the line or after the line, or if you're really close to the line.
Brendan, tell me if that is a recurring thing, because I have some changes to make.
Well, so a very interesting thing happened yesterday in practice, where there were a couple of, actually quite a few laps that had to be reinstated from qualifying.
Yep.
Because the pit loops are, some damage was done here in the most recent tropical experience that I think left some water in the pit lane loop, and now it was overgained. So what was happening was cars were coming by start finish on track very close to the pit wall, and the pit loop was the one that was picking up the transponder, the pit exit loop. So it was marking it as a pit out lap, but the lap time was a more or less a qualifying lap time. Right, the lap was completed on track. And I'm wondering if in those manual adjustments they made as a result of that issue yesterday, there's just a little balance issue with the way those loops pick up transponder passings in one direction or another.
All I was asking is, should I start inferring pit stops instead of explicitly looking for the flag?
Well, I don't know the answer to that because I don't know what the timing loop situation is today. Yesterday they had to make a manual adjustment as a result of that issue, and now I don't know what they've done or what the potential issue might be. If you're having timing loop issues, I would say that your assumption is probably the correct one, just based on what we knew from yesterday, but I'm not, I don't have an answer for you.
Stratos very much back on pace, by the way. 47.4.
So no driver change likely in that car. This will be a double for whoever started.
I would say, Brendan, that it's probably unlikely that any changes have been made in the timing loop.
Okay.
Just because it's in the ground and it wasn't any drier this morning. I do have a couple updates. I was just speaking with Matt Curry. He's the owner of the Grass Model Care cars number 407 and 141. He was saying they brought the 141. It's a new car. They bought the car caged, the BMW. They bought a car with a cage in it and then finished it themselves, which I think is probably the way to go. He was saying it's a little bit cheaper to do it that way if you can find somebody who already put the effort into the cage, as long as the cage is nice, obviously. And then kind of modified it to run a WRL. He said they went to VIR last year and did pretty well. And they only wanted to run the 141 in the test, and then somebody at WRL convinced him, like, well, I mean, the car's here, you're already going to run the 407, why don't you just run the 141 as well? So he's entered that car for this weekend, and they're currently in third. Now, on that note, I also have a message here from our text system that we have set up from Chris Davis in the GP2 number 21. He says that he believes the 888 car is actually a GP1 car, and Race Hero is showing it incorrectly as a GP2 car. So if that is the case, then this 141 car that was only here for a test, in theory, is second place in class in GP2.
Yeah, so KCT Racing on the entry list, I believe, is shown in GP1. There's a couple cars where the entry list and what we're seeing on Race Hero, there's a conflict in terms of what class they're in, so I'm trying to keep an eye on it because things are kind of updating on Race Hero. So far that hasn't been changed though.
So I noticed this too, though. On the entry list, KCT Racing is listed as car number 335 in GP2, which there's not a 335 in GP2.
Yeah, it's a 888 this weekend.
Yeah.
It's a car on track.
So yeah, that certainly is a bit confusing.
Yeah, if we haven't seen that team yet, it might be that the entries have kind of swapped around, and that's actually the GP2 car. So that might be a little bit of kind of a double miscommunication, double negative. I haven't been looking at lap time, so I don't know if they're way out of the range of what we'd expect for GP2 or not.
You know, a little tidbit worth noting: Overnight Motorsports, which you said had a problem early in the race here in GP2. The Overnight Motorsports, that team ran 11 races last year in WRL, which is just fascinating to me.
They've got 4 cars here this weekend, I think.
Yeah, that's quite the team. Honestly, I don't know that team, which is funny. So they've been to every race we've ever been at, and I don't really know that team. I guess we've never been paddock next to them or pitted next to them, and somebody else actually pointed it out to me. Brad McCall actually pointed out to me, Overnight has taken multiple cars to 11 races last year, and I was fascinated by that. I knew the cars as soon as they were mentioned to me, but anyway, that's a big time program that they're running in the GP classes for sure.
I think Jay Pellegrini is involved in that in some way. Pellegrini Auto Service.
Yeah, that name rings a bell.
Yeah. They've got stickers on those cars, and the numbers are similar from what they used to run. So I'm intrigued. I don't have the answer either. It's just not a team that we've interacted with in much the same way that you have not. But they are very consistent, competitors here, and kudos as well. We see full season entrants in GTO all the time, and very recognizable team names and guys that are selling seats or renting seats out every weekend, or running their full season with their normal crew. But the general production classes tend to sort of cherry pick the races that are more local to them, based on budget, based on their championship plans, whether they're running for a Midwest championship or an East championship or whatever. And to see full season commitments from some of the guys in GP1, 2, and 3 is uncommon, but much appreciated, and I think shows that there is and it shows a level of interest beyond hey, this is a series for professional race teams and race cars.
It's how you grow it's how you grow your class too. It very much is how you grow your class. GTO growth has been explosive for the last couple of years, and I'm certain that has something to do with the level of commitment that some of these teams have made to do so many races, and I think you see that same thing in some of these other classes for sure.
Yeah, the battle we were watching earlier was Screaming Goat and Horseman. That is just nose to tail for second overall, second in GTO, with the pit stop from the GTU leading Stratos car about 12 minutes ago now. But you could see the difference in those two cars. And what was interesting to me is that it looked like the factory car, the GT4 Cayman from Horseman, which is sort of, at least in my opinion, one of the most consistent Porsche competitors out there, up against the sort of garage-built M3 from Screaming Goat Racing. That Screaming Goat car was so much more composed in the high-speed corners and in the direction changes. Some of that'll be driver. Some of that is just that car is so well built and maintained.
Yeah, that's a fantastic car that those guys have.
Do we have Pro Sport in the pits maybe?
Yeah, I was about to mention that because they were coming up behind this battle, but have now disappeared.
That may be a scheduled stop, I suspect, for that car for fuel. But although the fuel rules changed slightly for this year, that car should have a little more fuel than what they were able to run last year.
Yeah, can we talk about that for a second, Tim? Because you're obviously going to be more heavily affected than we are as analysts. You've had to actually work through what that change means. Could you try to summarize that for us?
Yeah, we actually haven't fully worked through that just yet, but because it really requires, we borrow, I don't remember what these things are called, but we borrow these devices from Mark Martin, W2W team, to get our fuel exactly right. You've probably seen these before in the tech shed, but they actually measure the volume of fuel, and so it's a very precise process you have to go through, and you have to test it 4 or 5 times to get it right. It's very difficult to do, but the fuel changes. I went through a scenario yesterday in the pre-broadcast with you guys. For instance, a 350 horsepower car last year to this year effectively picks up about 0.6 of a gallon of fuel. And so some of the higher horsepower cars here, and for viewers, the fuel capacity in the GTO class is based on horsepower. So the higher the horsepower, the more fuel you can carry on board. And so that formula was changed last season to this season. And just using a 350 horsepower car as an example, that's a 0.6 of a gallon additional fuel that those cars can carry on board. And I think it's safe to say in GTO you're going to see cars with as much as 400 horsepower. And so you could kind of work through that math and see that would be more in the 0.8 of a gallon range or something like that. Conversely, our TCR cars, which were 315 horsepower cars, they actually lost a gallon of gas from last year to this year. And so while a gallon of gas, the TCR cars are 4-cylinder turbo, they got really good mileage. A gallon of gas losing in that car, at least for my competitors in GTO, might not seem like a lot given how long that car could run. But when you put these two candle wicks together, losing a gallon in the TCR car and gaining as much as 0.8 of a gallon on the other end of that, that's a 1.8 gallon swing. It's quite large actually, but it's made to tighten up the field. WRL looks at that data and they decide how to try to keep those teams more into a tighter bracket. And so it's definitely an interesting change. And then the other classes, their fuel is determined it's another way that they determine their fuel. With the exception of GTO, they're a formula based too, I think, as well. And so it will be interesting to see how that comes into play. With our GT4s, and you guys already know I studied the other teams quite a bit. Our GT4s last year could run just under an hour of fuel. And so this would be the kind of window that last year you would see, an hour and 5 minutes in this race, with the exception of the first stint. The first stint, this is a tip for the other teams. I suspect they all do this already, but the start of the race, the first stint is where you can completely fill the car full of gas all the way to the cap. And so it's the one time when you're not trying to rush to fill fuel on the pit lane that you can really make sure that you get it full all the way to the cap. And you'll see quite a few teams pushing cars onto the grid to, again, not even run any fuel, earlier than the race. You also don't see cars running, 10 minutes before the race gets ready to start for the same reason. So the first stints are always the longest stints. Joseph, I suspect your model figures that out, but at any rate, big changes in fuel for this year. And so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out as these races go on. This racetrack too doesn't have a lot of really long straightaways where some of these higher horsepower cars will burn more fuel. So we'll have to see how those changes take effect at, like a Road America as an example.
Screaming Goat made that pass on Horseman Racing a couple of laps ago now. Really good move through the S's before the final complex. They're now pulling away. Both cars are still yet to pit.
Stratos already back to P4 too, if you didn't see that.
Yeah, and I was just about to update. I've been chatting with GTU friends about fuel in the GTU class. Just to confirm what we were talking about, that class has had a fuel tank drop from 15.5 gallons to 10.5 gallons. So that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense that we've gone from seeing hour 20 stints from Stratos down to 50 minutes. That kind of, those numbers will check out. So it makes sense.
That is interesting though. So we're starting to see this cycle back up, right? So Stratos is in P4 overall. They're 6 seconds faster than the leader is at the moment. This GTO class, I mentioned you guys offline yesterday. This GTO class, I really believe that a really well-driven GTU car should be able to win overall at this kind of racetrack in particular.
I mean, look at where Stratos is now. They're back to within 40 seconds of the leader, having made a pit stop.
Right, having made a pit stop.
So,
and your leaders here have not pitted yet. And so this is, I think this is exactly how this should play out. But a really well-driven and well-crewed GTU car at a racetrack like this should be able to win overall. I have been in the booth with you guys before and said that about a GP1 car too. We talked about that at the 24 Hours of Sebring. I said absolutely a GP1 car should be able to pull off a win, an overall win in one of these races if it's well executed. And I still feel that way, by the way.
It's also, I have been looking a little bit more through the GTU field. It's interesting that Factor Fab Racing managed to go through to lap 31, which is basically a full hour, which was a lot longer than Stratos were able to do, but their fastest lap is a 1:54.
Yeah, that's all pace.
46. So, potentially they're not using full throttle, or they're on some extreme fuel save strategy to get that car to go a full hour.
Even the sister car here of the 59 ran 2 laps longer, if you see that. And so same thing, that don't quite have the same pace. That probably comes out in the way of 2 additional laps there on the 58.
Actually, just seeing the Screaming Goat car coming up behind one of the other MPO ones. It's the 56. Although I don't actually know if that is a car. It might. It's definitely not the. It is a 56. So which car is that? That is the Factor Fab Racing car. So we can see there a little example of how the pace difference between what we've seen the 59 do, where it's just running rings around GTO cars, whereas that Factor Fab car, on the other hand, is being overtaken by the faster running GTO cars fairly easily in the S's. So yeah, there's some pretty extreme pace discrepancies between cars in GTU. I don't know how much of that is fuel strategies to overcome these tiny little fuel tanks they're having to run now. But definitely.
I give you guys credit for being on the right storylines here. That KCT Racing 888 car has been moved from GP2 to GP1, where it now is in P4.
Don't give us credit for that. That we had a tip there.
Yeah, that was from Chris
That was
Davis
Chris
on
Davis,
the
yeah.
number 21.
Yeah, so that's the leader in GP2 who's pointing out.
It is, yeah.
That other Johnny on the spot, Chris Davis, there pointing out they're not really the leader. We are.
Yeah, that
like
puts
that.
KCT in 4th. In,
But still, I give you guys credit though. So the Craftsman Auto Care 141 you were talking about, which was a car that they just shoelaced into entering into the race, is now in P2 and GP2 as you predicted.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's
34
good line.
seconds off the leader.
His other car is not doing nearly as well. He was a little bummed about that when he was up here, saying, "What do you mean we're in 6th?" After he had walked all the way up here. So
This
he'll
MER
look fine
car-
for that one too. He's a minute 32 back. So
This MER car that's in 4th here. What do you guys know about that team? Is that the same MER MX5 Cup team that runs in pro racing and so forth?
It is an MX-5, so I wouldn't be shocked if that's the case.
I saw lots of people around their paddock space wearing MX5 Cup jackets.
Yeah.
I would say that that's a safe assumption. If
Yeah,
they want to hit us
I've
on the
always-
touch line,
Yeah, I've always wondered why that car hasn't done better. I always assumed it was that same team. I've always wondered why that car hasn't done better. I mean, it certainly gets good fuel mileage. It's a great car for a racetrack like this. They do have the fastest pace at the moment in GP2, but I just when the MER, if it is that MER team, when they first came into WRL, I was like, oh, those guys are gonna be really, really good, and it looks like they've had their struggles. The few races I've paid attention to that.
So, Sunday at Coda, at the end of last season, they did get 3rd in GP2.
That's good. That's terrific. Yeah, that's an example of a really strong, pro level, for a lot of years team that comes into WRL, which again speaks to the popularity of WRL. I noticed this too. I'm seeing more and more cars for sale. I just saw a car yesterday on Facebook that was for sale. And you see more and more cars for sale that say this car is eligible for SCCA, NASA, and WRL. You're seeing that added to a lot of cars that are for sale. And I didn't notice that as much before as much as I notice it now.
So,
Screaming
just
Goat have come into pits, by the way, and handed the overall lead back to Stratos Racing.
real quickly, I just want to cover, since we did briefly cover MX5 Cup, I did want to bring up the fact that it looks like Thunder Bunny Racing entered a car in the MX5 Cup with Laura Hayes this year.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that if you want me to talk about it. I don't know how much you guys know about how that works, but Laura Hayes was a recipient of one of the awards at the Mazda Shootout. Were you guys already aware of that?
I was not. No,
I was.
I think that she won. Well,
JT's got his finger on the pulse of all Miata news.
Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that. So, JT, do you know what the award was? It was either $75,000 or $100,000. I can't remember which.
I'm not sure. I think $100,000 went to a runner-up to do something else.
Go pound sand.
Map update on MX5 News, as it turns out.
So,
You heard Raz's words.
what's really interesting about that Mazda Shootout, it was $75,000. And so what's really interesting about the Mazda Shootout is that allocation of money. One of the things that you have to do if you're one of these shootout winners is you have to choose a team to race with. And so Laura Hayes, as a winner there, she could have picked any of the existing MX5 Cup teams to take that money to, presumably to rent their car for that race. And then there's some other things too that included tires and entries and some of those other things. But I saw her at Petit Le Mans, and I said, "Have you decided which team you're going to go with?" And she said, "Thunder Bunny." And I said, "What?" She said, "We've decided to field our own car." And so that's a really interesting twist. That to win the Mazda Shootout and not go with a very established team. But it speaks very well to Thunder Bunny's program and the confidence they have in running a good program in MX5 Cup, which is arguably a pro level series. And it certainly has run a pro series.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But she went to the Daytona race. I think, I've not spoken to her, so apologies if she wouldn't agree. But I think that she had some pains in both of those races. She had some contact that was the fault, I think, of the other car in the second race. But I think she likely did not do as well at Daytona as she would have liked, and not as well as I actually thought she would do. But reigning both days there at Daytona, brand new car, brand new team. Not sure how much testing they were able to do ahead of that race, but certainly Laura's got the chops, and she's an incredibly talented driver. And so it'll be really, largely specializes in BMW. She does work for BMW. So it'll be really interesting to see, how she progresses here this season. But certainly think that she'll get better every race. And so, here shortly we may see her be quite competitive. But hats off to Thunder Bunny to field a car in a pro series with really established teams. I mean, there's teams that have been doing that 10 years that are in there. So that's quite interesting, actually, to take the check and say we're going to field our own car, which is not just car; it's the prep and the crew and between races and setup and all those things that come with it, which are excruciatingly important in that particular series, setup in particular.
And that's not a small investment either. In spite of it being, quote, just a Miata, end quote, my understanding is that those cars are north of $70,000 to buy.
$75,000 check would have just barely paid for the car. So that's a big investment by Thunder Bunny to go to that series, particularly with one car, too. The financials on running one car are ugly. I think most one-car teams would tell you that, versus 2 versus 3. The sweet spot in running a team is at 3 cars. That's where the financials kind of tip the other way.
So Stratos have now gone a lap ahead of the rest of the field. They just overtook Screaming Goat on that last lap, and I think the Stratos 58 might have just overtaken Screaming Goat for second overall it through the S's section.
Yeah, the 59 still running lap times that were fast enough for pole. An hour and 15 minutes into the race.
There it is. 58's just come across the line second overall.
There you go.
And the 58 has turned off its strobe light. So I don't know if that was a reaction to something being said, or if they didn't know that they had it on, if there's like a button in the car that you have to toggle between them and they have the wrong setting, but that has ended, probably for everybody's benefit.
The 609 car there, the round 3 racing, which is the Candelaria Sentinel car, still Cole Lofsgaard there behind the wheel. That's a 3-driver car this weekend. James Candelaria, Cole Lofsgaard, and Ron Doc Hugate, who normally drives with Hammer Motorsports. And so 3 drivers, nice advantage there to have 3 drivers versus 4. Little better options on double stinting and so forth. So Cole did a double stint there after their stop.
I want to follow up on a sort of some bad news for the round 3 stable. Follow up on the turn 3 incident that we saw.
The 701.
The 701 get a penalty for. So that was turned into a 2-lap penalty for the 701 with contact to the 44 and the 147. The note for that in the driver's law, or the race control log, is avoidable contact, and the driver was ejected because of the damage that was done to their competitors. So they're going to be down a driver at least for today, and as we noted, probably their best driver. Not that it'll really matter, I don't think, because I think that car's been in some strife. It's actually not even returned, so got kind of a non-penalty, other than the self-inflicted one.
Well, that's actually shocking because I know who that driver is that I won't mention, but yeah, that's quite shocking.
Yeah, and it's so this must have been for, these were all in GP1, so this must have been basically right at the drop, trying to get positions in class.
Trying to win it at turn 1 type scenario.
Yeah, and I imagine turn 3 is kind of it's a heavier braking zone, and it's into a 180-degree turn, so I could see how that would be a tempting place to try to dive into somebody, and that must have been what had happened. I don't think we ever got video of that.
Yeah, it's probably worth noting, too, that we've talked about this a little bit yesterday, too. At the start of this race, you are surrounded by a pack of cars that the performance is so close on these cars. I talked about it more when you start the race in a GTO class. If you start from 20th, you're with, even though you're in 20th place, the 19 cars are in front of you. The cars are all 9-to-1 power. Very similar power rates and very similar weights, and so it's very difficult to move forward in those classes. And as the race progresses, you're not in this wad of cars that have the same performance. And so this holds true too in these other classes. When you're in GP1, GP2, GP3, and you're starting these races, you're surrounded by cars that have nearly the same performance level that you do, and so it's really easy to get tangled up. Very easy. The other thing too, this never gets talked about very much, but it's really easy to make a mistake as a driver. And so, 3 years of doing WRL, I've not really seen any red mist type incidents out of. I just got a text from somebody in the race. It's an interesting point. It's really not cases of red mist where somebody just makes some kind of hard charge, crazy wailing attempt to pass somebody or hit somebody on purpose. I've seen very little of that in 3 years. To WRL's credit, too, the way they police the series, really discourages any of that stuff. But conversely, it's really easy to make a mistake here and have just a plain mistake and have contact with a car that has a far-reaching penalty like this 2-lap penalty. It's very, very easy to do. They're still race cars, and they're race cars that are on racing brake pads and racing brake systems, and in some cases traction control that doesn't always behave well, and tires get worn in and so forth. So it's really easy just for even a well-accomplished driver, really experienced driver, to just make an error.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. I think it's easy to fall into the idea of, well, we know a GT3 car and higher up the scale is sensitive to temperatures, and there's a braking period before the thing actually feel right. How much of that extends down to GTO, but also what your guys see in the production classes when they're coming up to people.
Yeah, I think always comes into play. Certainly always comes into play. I talked about this a little bit yesterday. Daniel Suarez, NASCAR driver, drove with us at COTA, which I think you guys know.
Trackside.
And he paid an incredible compliment to the WRL field. He started the race both days, and it was funny when I said, hey, after his first stint of the race on Saturday, I said, hey, how did it go? And he said, man, there's some drivers in the series. He said, I was quite shocked. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, I didn't notice it during Friday's practice and qualifying near as much. But he said, at the start of the race, I presume that many of these cars have their best drivers in the car. And he said the GTO cars, a lot of them were being really well driven, and it was getting harder and harder to pass cars. And he made a really interesting comment. He said, you have to drive offensively and defensively, which is very much like NASCAR, actually. You have to be on the offense, but also be on the defense. And he said, but what shocked him the most is when he caught the tail end of the GP3 field, which happened fairly quickly into the start of the race. He said those GP3 cars were wheeling their hands off the car. And each GP3 car that he caught was getting increasingly harder to pass, even in GP3. And so he said some of those cars were really being wheeled hard, terrific mid-corner speed. And then same thing when he got in the GP2 class and the GP1 class, and he said it was just really noticeable how well prepared those cars were, well driven, and just how fast they were, at COTA through the turns and kind of the twisty bits. That there was a lot of, even though the GTO cars are far superior in terms of power and in many cases braking and handling and those things, but it just got progressively harder and harder as he went up through the field to pass even those cars that were in those other classes, and it just was so complimentary of how well those cars are being driven in those other classes.
Yeah, you can tell. You can tell the difference even between a well-prepped GP2 car and one that looks a little sloppy, right? I mean, you can see it on the onboard. You come up to somebody and
sure, absolutely.
They've got the rear kind of swinging all around. You're like, oh well, I assume that they're going to make this corner, but I'm not 100% sure. And that's got to be a factor. When you're in a faster class, what am I going to expect out of this car? Is it going to be in the same place that I'm expecting it to be? Are we going to be in the same place at the same time?
Well, just to tell you how shocked he was, he said there were a number of cars that he struggled to set up well for a pass, and then when he passed them, he looked out his window and said, Jesus, that's a GP1 car. He said, wow, it's a GP1 car. And so just really complimentary of the driving in the series. He said he was quite surprised by that. By the way, he's a fantastic guy. I can't say enough about how great it was to have him with us. and much success to him for this year. I hope he does really well this year.
I got a
trackside, since you mentioned, they bought Ganassi, if you guys didn't recall that.
Right, but yeah, took their
And so
charter and
took their charter, their assets, their race shop they moved into, and so that's a really exciting. The UFC just did some sponsorship stuff with them. They're really got some exciting stuff that's going on, and stay tuned for that. We may do a little something with Trackhouse this year in our program too. So we'll see.
Bring us back into the race. I've got a bit of a technical sort of pit stop subject. I think Tim quickly can sort of shed some light on. We were watching that Screaming Goat versus Hitman Racing battle quite closely before the first round of pit stops. Those two cars then pitted on exactly the same lap, nose to tail. So I was kind of looking forward to seeing how that played out through the pit stop cycle. Expecting to see sort of two cars who go for the same length of first run, have a similar length pit stop, and be sort of battling all race. But actually, the Hitman pit stop was 45 seconds longer than the Screaming Goat one. So Screaming Goat have re-emerged, actually leading GTO, third overall, and Hitman are Horseman. I always get those two cars mixed up. I'm talking about Horseman, not Hitman Racing. They're down in 11th overall. I was wondering what might cause that disparity in pit stop times.
So you may find this interesting. I won't mention the team, but I got a text from one of the GTO teams that is at the front here, and they said they're chewing up tires. So I suspect that's going to come into play here if it isn't already. That's a really interesting comment to get an hour and 20 minutes into the race.
Do you get a sense? Do you get a sense that that's related to the surface conditions? Because there are a couple places where the surface is a little chewed up here.
Yeah, almost always the surface, but a lot to do with setup as well and which tire you've chosen to run. There are a lot of teams. We're not one of those teams, but there are a lot of teams that will pick a different tire to run at individual racetracks based on the knowledge that they have. And so, this could be a case of somebody's chosen wrong, or in our case, we run one tire. We are switching tires for this year, by the way. We did a tire test and we've chosen something else, but we run one tire for the whole season. And so, if that were us at this racetrack, it would just be a function of setup and the racing surface for sure. You also probably see some teams not have these same troubles on Sunday that they have today with tires because they'll make adjustments to the cars. It's a hard thing to uncover on Friday, practice and test, because you drive the car and then you park it and everything cools off. And even if you run every session, it's not a 1-to-1 match. So if you run 6 40-minute sessions, it's 240 minutes, it's 4 hours. You can't just say, well, it's an 8-hour race, let me look at these tires and then double what I'm looking at and see whether they're going to make it, because you're parking them during the lunchtime and then in between sessions. So it's not an exact science.
We're not suggesting there's any chance Horsemen change tires on their first pit stop, are you?
I suspect not, but always keep in mind driver change versus no driver change. It could be that Screaming Goat's doing a double stint. We'll have to watch some of these other pit times and see, but it could be a case where one team has decided to double stint a driver and the other team has changed the driver out. The driver changes almost always take longer than fueling. I'm sorry?
45 seconds longer?
That's a long time, but the driver change almost always takes longer than the fueling does. So usually the fueling is done before the driver change. But the other thing too, at least in our case, we have had pit stops that have gone 30 seconds long because we're switching from a very thin, very small driver to a very large framed driver. Like myself, which you guys so eloquently pointed out the one time you saw me in the car there during your broadcast. I don't remember. I'll have to go back and see what words were used to describe my very muscular, sexy body there when I was in. But at any rate,
we're all about body shaming here at DriversEye.
Yeah, I know. I think it might have been Brendan that even shamed me. I can't remember, but
yeah, isn't that rich?
Well, I liked it best that you guys said, "Wait a minute, look is this really who's in this car? Is that really?" And then one of you guys said, "Yeah, that looks like his body in there."
Well, I couldn't tell if it was you or not because you weren't wearing camo shorts.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. That my signature camo shorts. Yeah, I'm 6'2" and 240 pounds. I'm not a small guy, so. By the way, we did have, I don't know if you probably didn't know this, we had a driver with us at Daytona that was 6'7" and 285 pounds. and he fit into a TCR car.
Do you have to cut like a Dan Gurney bubble in the roof to get him in?
Oh, actually, the TCR cars, the bubbles in the TCR cars and the GT4 cars, so that the cockpits are quite nice for varying size drivers. Interesting too to note, the GT4. One thing that I really like about the GT4 car is that the pedal box moves in the GT4 car and the steering column. So the steering column goes in and out and up and down for driver comfort, but also the pedal box moves. And so we had a 5'6" driver driving our GT4 car, and it's just a matter of putting your heels on the pedal box and pulling a lever that's in there, and you can pull the pedal box all the way to where the person's in a perfect driving position. It's actually quite nice on that GT4 car. It makes it a good rental-friendly car for that reason alone, to be really honest. So you don't have to stuff a bunch of seat pads behind a driver or use seat inserts. That's another thing too, using seat inserts and seat pads, that adds time to a pit stop as well, both pulling the other ones out and then properly fitting the one for the driver going in.
Yeah, and so do you, especially if you've changed anything on the car, do you spend a little extra time on that first pit stop to make sure everything's kind of wearing, make sure things are at the right levels, or do you just do you wait until later on in the race to figure that out?
You wait until later. In our case, we'll take just a quick look at it, but we know enough about the cars and what should be happening. The other thing too is, we look at a lot of data on the cars as well. We have real-time data at our pit box on the cars, and so we can keep a good eye on how things are going, including tire pressure. The BMW M4 GT4s. I don't know enough about the Caymans or the Aston Martin, but the BMW M4 GT4s that we bought from Bimmer World, and we outfitted both cars with TPMS tire pressure monitoring systems, which is a BMW Motorsports factory option. We outfitted both cars with TPMS, which has been fantastic also.
That choice car we just went by, sitting on board the number 147, is not up to speed on the way through the final complex of corners there at turn 13 and 14. I don't know if that's a problem when they're on their way in, or if that's just a new driver getting used to a new car. Problem for the 9.4 Motorsports Lexus on pit exit, which pulls to driver's left.
Wow, look at that.
That was odd.
He was a little slow to pull to the left there too.
Yeah, I wonder if he was trying to figure out what was going on and then made it just sort of a last-minute decision to pull over, reset everything, and move on.
The factory cars, it's a love-hate relationship. You mentioned that car's new for choice. They bought it from Europe. I suspect just took delivery of it recently. Looks like the car's having a problem too. This Ginger Racing car.
Just out of the pits as well.
And a new driver. I think he's, it looked like he got kind of spooked with...
it looked like he got spooked, yeah.
So
really fast cars coming by there. He did a good job staying out of the way, but wow, that was interesting.
Update from third in GP2. Sorry, no, in GP3, it'll be the number 98, which is back in 6th. The other Stan's racing car. From the team owner, racing with a broken transmission, third gear no longer works, so they are just running laps in fourth gear. So they're going to stay out and run the whole race in fourth gear. They said their gas mileage is phenomenal, and they're going to change transmissions tonight.
So that must be a sequential gearbox then. Did you say that?
No. That's an MX-5, is it not? Yeah, 2004 MX-5, so...
Yeah.
So are they just avoiding... Because you could, unless there's just no second gear corners on the track, you could...
Well, when you watch a lot of these onboards, it's mostly third, fourth, and fifth. Even in GTO, I think maybe the chill-out car is one of the few exceptions where they are grabbing sixth before the end of the front straightaway, but pretty much everybody else is third gear for the low-speed corners and fifth gear at the top end of the straights, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, especially if that's one of the ones with the 6-speed manual versus the 5-speed in those later NBs. That would definitely make fourth a lot more usable.
Right.
MX-5 expert JT Tammy.
I guess my follow-up question then is, do they have other concerns about gearbox reliability if they're not going to use fifth, unless they're just geared to top out fourth, I guess?
Not to put things back on track here, but a decent little battle for fifth overall at the moment. Third in GTO between Pro Sport, number 143, the number 2 from Team ACP, and the 111 from Thunder Bunny. All of those cars within about 2 seconds of each other, and that's not terribly far off the back of the number 609, who's about 3 seconds up the road from the Pro Sport Aston. So even though the Stratos cars, which is a nice thing to be able to say, a two-car effort from them this year, are kind of running away with things at the front in GTU and overall, things still to play for there in GTO, and I think that 111 Thunder Bunny on board, if we have it, is actually going to show a good view, kind of a driver's eye view, if you will, of that P3 battle in GTO. Oh, that's a shame.
It also didn't have audio, so it's like,
No, that's fair. Yeah.
But so I did have a kind of a question that I wanted to throw out, or no, I guess just a discussion point, which is hold on, I'll get there. Okay. It does speak to the fact that you can't just, preparation and experience make a big deal even in the NPO ones, right? These teams have just kind of shown up for their first or second rodeo haven't really been up to par with Stratos. A team that knows that car and has made upgrades to that car. It's not something where you just kind of jump in this thing that you just put the check down and have a successful race. They've really shown that you have to know how to operate these teams.
Well, and not just how to operate the cars, but in an endurance racing setting. I mean, a lot of these cars run or have run sprint races in NASA, which is the series they were built for. I mean, it was a spec NASA car. But to run them in endurance racing with the upgrade kit or the Evo kit from Sevico is not the work of, putting a car on track and going for it. So I think it'll take at least a day, if not a couple of weekends, for the depth to really be there in GTU in a way that, somebody other than Stratos, which now has a full season, plus 25 hours under their belt of running these NPO1s, these particular NPO1s, albeit in a slightly different spec for this year, for that depth to get there through a class full of cars the way you have it in the other 4 classes in WRL.
By the way, I want to shift gears slightly, unlike a particular Miata. This is, like, first lap accepted, this has maybe been the cleanest first quarter of a race I can remember. You look at the race control log, and there's barely anything there. I know we've only had maybe 1.5 rounds of pit stops, but everyone's done a shockingly good job.
It's a reasonably full field too, right? 48 cars, I think, took the green flag. 49, and it's a 2 3/4 mile track, so it's not like there's there's a massive traffic density. There's no gaps between cars. There's some room to spread out, but you're right. It has been, beyond the first lap anyway, it's been exceptionally clean. A couple of text messages from Thunder Bunny, from 2 numbers, and a reminder that you as a team owner or a participant are always able to send us a text message, and a number I will give you here in just a moment. But to make the point from Thunder Bunny Racing,
do you really want to put that over the internet, Brendan?
It's not my phone number.
Okay,
that's a good
but
point,
it is
actually.
our Slack channel.
Maybe, yeah, no, that is true. Maybe not, but it did go out to the team owners this morning. I can confirm from RJ. So that's where all these updates are coming from. But the number 421 from Thunder Bunny, which is the team's second car, was delivered on Thursday.
It's fascinating.
Yeah, a strong and stable platform with so little time to get things dialed in. It's Matt Kehoe and Mark Smith are running the car this weekend. Never seen it before it arrived, and both drivers are at NOLA for the first time.
Both of those drivers drove with my team at COTA, by the way.
So I recognize Mark Smith, but I think I recognize Matt Kehoe's name.
Yeah, Matt Kehoe was in the Audi as well.
Oh, okay. So now in the Porsche Cayman from Thunder Bunny, it's interesting because we had been trying to figure out what that car was as recently as Thursday. It was supposed to be a 350Z in GP1, which was, of course, the number 350. Then the entry list showed it as number 350, or I'm sorry, number 421 in GTO, but still a 350Z.
And just those two drivers driving it?
Yep.
Whew, that's going to be rough on those guys. You know, your point about new cars, right? Look at WTW cars struggling here just a bit. You know, brand new cars. One of them's in 12th, and one of them's a little further down the order, 21st. So even though these factory cars come to you, there's a number of things number of changes you have to make to the cars to get them on track for endurance racing. Much to the point that you were talking about.
I started. I'm sorry, Tim. We got yellow at turns 3 and 4. It looks like there's a car off driver's right.
This North Loop Motorsports car, by the way, is a fantastic-looking car.
Screaming Goat, two things. Screaming Goat is Salmon on Race Hero, so that car is missing at the moment, and Stratos Racing has just come out of the pits after their second stop.
Look to right.
That is the Z3 Coupe, I believe, from JNR.
Oh no.
To the point about pit stops, you see Stratos' pit stop here, 3:05 on their pit stop, which is a full 40 seconds faster than what I would say is largely the average in GTO, which, again, only taking 10 gallons of fuel is going to play a part in that.
Yeah. They were already one of the quicker teams in the pits last season, and now you've taken a couple of gallons of capacity out of that car.
Couple 5.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah. I started that choice. You know, the factory cars love-hate relationship. Brand new car. That team's not run the GT4 before, and the GT4 cars are so for all the lovely, you know, advanced technology that's in them. That's a love-hate for sure. They're not like other cars that are more intuitive on giving you readouts of good error codes when you scan them. They're tough to scan. In the case of the M4 GT4, one of the most frustrating things is getting the steering wheel position sensor to read 0. There's a whole routine you have to go through to recenter that steering wheel every time you power the car off.
Look at this, guys. The 29's up on the left side jacks, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not a tire change angle. That is, we need to look at something or work on something angle.
Maybe a brake
while
issue.
we're waiting for the emergency vehicles here to tend to the stricken BMW, I've got Glenn here from Big Mission Motorsports. He just got out of the car after his first stint. Glenn, how's it going?
It's going pretty good, man. We had a pretty solid first run. Started in 5th. Had a bit of a incident going in ahead of us, rather, going into turn 3 on that first lap. There was 3 or 4 cars got together, and I kind of had to head for the hills to avoid some spinning cars and damaged cars, but stayed clean, stayed on the asphalt, came back on the track and was down a bit. I don't remember exactly where, but started 5th. After that little incident, was running probably 5th or 4th for a while, and very, very slowly got up to about 2nd place in class before I got out of the car after about 90 minutes. So it was a really solid stint. Made some tire pressure changes to the car when I got out, which should definitely help. The left rear tire was way high. The car was really loose coming out of the left-hand turns due to that. So hopefully the car will be better for the next driver, who's Dave Wright, who's in there right now. But yeah, it was a really solid first stint. A lot of, you know, other than the first lap incident, saw a lot of clean driving, a lot of courteous driving. I tried to do that as much as I could to the faster cars, and the slower cars that I was passing were very courteous, and good job out there. The flagger system was working great too. We had some incidents out there and was able to be alerted by that to what was going on. So yeah, everything's going really smooth for the first WRL race.
Excellent, good. What can you tell me about the track? There's been some discussion this weekend about there's some grinding, I know, that happened down at turn 1. There was a bit of a patch kind of coming up at turn 6. Has all of that ended up being an issue still, or do you think they have a good handle on it?
I think a lot of that has pretty well kind of dissipated. I'm a general manager of a racetrack in Colorado, High Plains Racing, so I'm familiar with, you know, the grinding process, because we've done a fair bit of that. And when you diamond grind the asphalt like that, the surface that it leaves, even if you sweep it, the surface that it leaves tends to crumble just a little bit as it gets used. So it's not like you can sweep it when you're done grinding and the dust is gone. Stuff is going to continue to come out of the asphalt for the first day or two. And I was seeing some of that yesterday when I would follow cars through that section. It's getting a lot of grit and everything getting blasted up around the car. Today, unless the car ahead of you is offline, That condition seems to have basically settled itself, and track is good. The patch over in turn 6 is fine.
Okay.
Everywhere else the track seems to be good. There's a little bit of a bump if you hit in the wrong place going through the S's, going through, I guess it would be turn in between turns 10 and 11. If you hit the wrong spot there's a little bit of a bump there, but I found a way to just drive around that, and everything else seems good.
Perfect. So everybody's taking it easy then. I got the sense when I walked through the paddock this morning that there wasn't this like heightened sense of like tension and like, we gotta go get it. You know, walking through the paddock at like COTA, for example. Now it's the end of the year, it's a little bit different, but I liked that it seemed to me, at least as an observer, that people were heeding the instructions in the drivers' meeting about like, look, first race, first day, first lap, let's relax. And other than that one incident that you spoke on, it seems like everybody's been keeping their noses pretty clean. And you figure lap 1, first part of the lap, there's always going to be something, you're shaking off the rust, having, been in the off season. But would you say it's been pretty clean out there? People have been racing you fair?
I think so. It's funny that you mentioned that about the atmosphere, because me and the team, we talked about that yesterday. That, again, first race of the year, everybody's been gone for a little while and maybe a little pent up and wanting to go racing and let's go. But we talked about yesterday, the atmosphere in general was just really, really relaxed. And I do think that's carried over to this morning. The first lap thing, that stuff's just going to happen no matter what. It's just the law of averages says that eventually something's going to happen. I don't think that is at all indicative of the atmosphere that's out on the track right now in general. Everything that I saw was phenomenal as far as just guys giving room and leaving lanes and just being courteous and all that. So I think it's terrific.
So Big Mission Motorsports, can you talk a little bit more about that and their program? I know there's something really cool attached with that.
Yeah, Big Mission Motorsports. Steve Smith is basically the team primary. Steve Smith, Dan Taylor, and Brian Griggs are the team owners. Mm-hmm. Steve's former military. Big Mission has to do with that. They try to do a lot of charity work for military-derived charities and things like that. So they make a donation after every race. They take some money out of the team budget and make donations to various military charities. So that's one of the things that they do. It's also attached to Big Mission Automotive, which is a car repair shop, kind of specializing in German cars, Porsches and Audis and BMWs and things like that, the European German cars. They're located in Monument, Colorado, essentially kind of between Colorado Springs and Denver, and growing very, very quickly. It's a great shop up there, but I've been with the team. It's been quite a few years. I've drive for them as much as I can.
Right.
I generally kind of drive at before my season at High Plains Raceway starts. I try to do a couple of races, and then after my season's over, towards the end of the year, I try to do a couple of races. During my season, there's no way I can't get away. But there's a great bunch of guys. Today, the drivers in the 134 car. We only brought one car to this race. They're getting 2 more cars that'll be ready some point during the rest of the season. But today is myself, Dave Wright, who's in the car right now, and Dan Durr will be in the car. He's our 3rd driver for today. We got some new crew members with us that are getting trained up and all that stuff. So hopefully be a real strong team this year. We finished, second. This car finished 2nd overall in the Western GP1 Championship last year and finished 3rd overall in the National Championship in GP1. So it was a great season. We're just hoping to build on that and keep chasing after Peter Chang. I understand he did it's probably Barry in the car this morning, ran a high 54, which is getting it. I think my best lap this morning was a 56.2, if I believe. I had a couple 55s on the predictive, but towards the end of the lap, something happens, car, traffic, whatever, and it goes away. But I don't know. We'll see what Dan's able to do with the car. Dan and Dave are able to do with the car later. Hopefully the tire pressure change helped, and maybe they'll be able to get it into the 55s and go out and take that fast lap away from me. But go towards the front and stay on the track, really. So
that's always the goal. Now, real quick, you mentioned Colorado Springs and your season not starting. I'm from the Minneapolis area. You're from Denver. How nice is it to be in New Orleans right now?
It's not bad. Yeah, I was looking on the cameras on our track over the internet last night, and there's snow on my racetrack. So it's we run about a 30-week season from about April through October is about what we can kind of bet on for decent enough weather that people are willing to plan for an event and all that kind of stuff. And then during the wintertime, we're not closed because it's unlike Minneapolis, Colorado. The sun does come out and snow doesn't last for very long.
Right.
It comes and then 3 days later it's gone and you have a clean, dry track for a few weeks. And if you don't mind a little bit of chilly weather, you can get out and practice and do lapping days and test days and things like that. But as far as organized events, we're more or less closed during the winter. But come April, we're raring to go again.
Perfect. Well, I'm happy to have you here. You guys have any other questions for Glenn?
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, so Glenn, we had spoken with some of the other Big Mission guys down at COTA, and added another new perspective from the World Racing League, another new team, set of drivers, and that's all fantastic. We have plenty of perspectives from around the WRL that we've had the chance to interview, but I think the one we've been missing is track manager. And you in particular, I mean, High Plains Raceway has been I think it was one of the original WRL venues.
It was, yes.
From back in 2014, I think was the first season. You guys are still on the calendar. For a while there, you were hosting the 24 at 5280. Now it's a sprint race. I say sprint race, but a dual 8 weekend again. But I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about your relationship with the WRL as a track owner, and what that sort of working relationship with RJ and Kurt and everybody has been like over the last couple of seasons.
I mean, I just can't say enough. First of all, I mean, it started out with Joey Todd as the original guy with the series, and then later turned over to RJ and Kurt. And regardless, it's been terrific. They are a great group to work with, and my relationship with RJ is terrific. I'm lucky enough that I've come to be one of the people that he will reach out to and bounce ideas off of for the series as a whole, which I'm very honored to be in that way. But I get a little bit of an insight into his thinking process and what his goals are and what's going on in his head, and it really emphasizes to me how much he's concerned about the series doing well, and doing well for the competitors, not necessarily doing well for itself, making it fair, making it equitable, making sure that his people have a good time, and he treats them like good customers rather than just, wallets that come and give him money and that kind of thing. His attitude about everything else, everything around the series is terrific, and I love working with him, and thankfully he likes working with us. He likes coming to High Plains, and we try to provide a good crew for him to run the show and all that. So
hopefully we have the chance to be out there for the first time. We haven't made it out that far yet with WRL, but sounds like we may have the opportunity this year to come and do some streaming from on site there, which we're really looking forward to.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
I'm probably going to take off and go get a little bit of work done. Before I do, I would like to give a shout out to Wine Country Motorsports, Redline Oils, and Bimmer World for all of their help with the Big Mission Motorsports 134 car and our team, and getting us out there on track.
Awesome. Thanks for coming up, Glenn. I really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Of course. Enjoy the rest of the race. Hopefully you start to move forward a little bit.
I hope so. We'll see you at the end.
I'll see you. Thanks. Glenn from Big Mission Motorsports in the booth with me here. Let me get the door open. There we go. So yeah, it looks like we've had some developments since Glenn came and joined us. Once again, we really, really appreciate people coming in. I see from Sean Moffitt, Glenn is awesome. I think that's BMW, will be there at the end.
It's Big Mission
Motorsport. I agree with that too. Oh, Big Mission Motorsport. Oh, that makes sense too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I tend to agree with that too. That's a car that's always up front. They're always competitive, and I like that they're able to bring the charitable component into the race and still run a competitive car, and it's a home-built car. They're not having to go out and buy an M2 CS or do whatever. That's hard to do in a GP1 class, obviously, but I'm a big fan of the home-built car, and I'm a big fan of GP1, so I'm glad they're able to do what they can do.
Tim Myers, if he's still with us at the moment.
I am.
Okay. Do you recall, Tim, very early on in the race,
The most famous Ranger of all.
from trackside, you had picked out a BMW that sounded like it had some kind of diff problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've just received a text from David McKee down in the Screaming Goat pits that says the issue with the Goat car is either a diff or a transmission. So I don't know if this has been an ongoing issue. Behavior-wise and car attitude-wise, it doesn't necessarily seem like it was that car, but this is the car that we had been on board with in the pit lane, now back in the paddock, and the issue is now either the diff or the transmission. They haven't fully diagnosed it yet.
Interesting.
But yeah, I wondered if that was one of the cars you had picked out, or
It looks like this racetrack would be a racetrack that would put a lot of strain and stress on a diff for sure.
Is that a bumpiness issue, a curbing issue? What in particular is the sort of driving factor behind that?
Off-camber turns take a lot of off-camber turns are really hard on discs, but also just the twisty bits on this racetrack, these large transition at S's and so forth. Mm-hmm. And it's a pretty tight course in a couple of places here, so always going to put a lot of pressure on. There's also not, the
Cayman off to the right, a GT4 car. It's the red roof with the black nose. Can't quite see the number from here.
Where is this, Ryan?
It was at turn 9, but they are now going, so they should be coming through 11, 12, 13 here shortly. They were just off real quick and they got going again, so no issue there. Tim, my apologies.
Oh, no worries. Sans the front straightaway here too. There's not really long straightaways for these components to cool off. If you look at this racetrack, you're almost always turning except the front straight here, really. If you look at that track map.
That would have been the 421 car. It looks like it's an American flag motif.
Yeah, that is the new Thunder Bunny car.
Yep, okay. Curse of the Commentator. We were just talking about them a little bit ago, so that's unfortunate. While we're on the subject of the 421 here real quick in Thunder Bunny Racing, what happened to the 128? I want to see that car on track, selfishly. That's the car I want to see. It's great that you guys have all the stuff going on and new cars and always moving up is good. Give the people what they want, and I want more 128.
By the people, you mean Ryan West?
Yes, correct.
Yes. That car was here a couple of weeks ago. There's an online or an onboard video posted on the Thunder Bunny YouTube channel, which is where we pull the onboards from, of that car doing laps here at NOLA. It was posted about 10 days ago, so I'm fairly certain they still have that car in their possession, but I'm not sure that it is a WRL car at the moment. I'm not sure what that car would become, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Incident under investigation. Car number 85 and car number 99. I think that's an AOA v GTR possible contact. That hasn't been fully reviewed yet, but keep an eye on those two cars. More relevant, I think, would be the 99, although they were dinged those 2 laps early on for passing under yellow.
Yeah, the 85 had an issue earlier on, so there are quite a few laps down in GP2. They're currently 6th in class. I believe 13 laps behind their nearest car, which is the Craftsman Auto Care.
We managed to sync our camera rotation up with totally empty track, which is really impressive.
It's called atmospherics. And they're here tonight.
Well,
we're
we're
never
figuring
going to
that
see
out.
another car again.
Just heads up in GP3, Overnight Motorsports still leading over TCS Motorsports. Very interesting though is the NRG Racing Scion FRS had been running, I think, like 5th or 6th earlier. Went very long first stint and managed to jump a couple cars and come out in 3rd and have been staying there for quite a while.
Sorry, chill out car on the outside of the 9.4 Lexus.
It's also worth noting the Overnight Motorsports. I kind of drove back through the paddock when I was going to fix one of the cameras, which now the other one seems to be broken. The Overnight Motorsports guys are working pretty hard on the back end of both of those Boxsters. So the one I could see that was closest, they had the whole hub assembly pulled off, almost like you were going to replace an axle, but they're probably replacing suspension bits in there too. So they're still working on the car. I wouldn't be surprised to see them come out tomorrow, if not later on in the race.
Ryan.
Brendan.
Confirmation from Bill Graham at Thunder Bunny that the 128 shall return.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. That's what we like to hear. That's what I want.
You guys know the history on that car?
No, but I love it. I love 128s. I love that that's the last good motor that you could get in a BMW. No offense there, Tim. Let's hear it.
I believe, of course, Thunder Bunny will tell us if this is not right, but I believe that was a Grand M ST car that was probably driven by Terry Borcheller at one point.
Nice.
Okay.
If the very first time I ever saw that car, I asked one of them about it, and pretty sure that if I recall right, that they said, yeah, that's where it had come from.
That would make sense. It's a well-prepped car, and it always runs pretty reliably, I feel like. So I like it. I like the traditional 6-cylinder, straight 6, non-turbo BMWs. Like that's like just a thing for me. M3s, that 128, that Z3 coupe that was out there. I like that kind of stuff. So seeing cars like that are interesting and different, I like seeing.
Yeah, I think the car came from Burton Racing, and I think Mike Lamara was his co-driver back then, if I have that right. And who Mike Lamara now races in Grand Am with LA Honda World. Raced Mini Coopers in SRO also, I think.
And so he would be that's Ryan Eversley's teammate then at LA Honda World. Or is he on the other team?
I don't know.
No, Ryan's at LA now.
Okay.
Yeah, they shake all that stuff up every time.
Gentlemen, we have approached the 1 quarter mark of the first race of the 2022 World Racing League season from NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, just outside of the city of New Orleans. It's a full house for DriversEye Live this season. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West is down on site, Joseph Mudrak, Scott Michaels, JT Tammy, and special guest Tim Byers from Hammer Motorsports, not at the track this weekend, but joining us on DriversEye Live with all kinds of insights. And Tim, you've received some real well wishes for your insights and commentary this weekend. So thanks for joining us.
And then a lot of people would like to throw you down one. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
True. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's funny you say that because one of the team owners texted me and said, "I'm glad you guys aren't here this weekend." So I like that. Yeah, one thing that will come into play before this race is over, because you guys mentioned the BMW M4 is quite a popular car now in WRL. Probably didn't know this. Even our own 2 cars, we run those cars in 2 different configurations. Meaning one has more horsepower than the other, and one is lighter than the other. And so one can carry more fuel than the other. So we're experimenting with that with our 2 cars. But the reason I mentioned that might come into play before this is over is because just because you see all these M4 GT4s that are in here, probably not going to be in the same type of configuration. And so we may see fuel mileage come into play here, over the course of several stops, particularly when we start cycling through on some of these drivers. So the other thing too, I noticed this on the 609 car. Something worth you guys paying attention to. The 609 car runs with the windows up in the M4 GT4. That is a 0.2 modifier in GTO, so 0.1 modifier for each window. And so they have elected to run with the windows up, which is somewhere in the, call it, depending on what horsepower they're running, somewhere in the 70 to 90 pound weight penalty that they take for running the windows. And so you'll see like this on board with Cole Lofsgaard. You can tell he's running with the windows up because he doesn't have a window net on the driver's side there. But this is a penalty in GTO to run with the windows up. And so you'll see some cars with windows up, some cars with windows down. So it'd be a good thing maybe for Ryan to let us know if he happens to notice on the JTR car, the Choice car, the ACP cars. We've elected to run with our windows out of the cars, which, by the way, is an all-day activity per car to get the windows out. It's atrocious to get them.
I was going to say, you were saying up and down as if it was like a regular car, but I was thinking in the back of my head, there's no way it's got a...
No, they have to be extracted.
Regulator and all that stuff in there.
Yeah, and the TCR cars do. Our TCR car windows went up and down. Just with a regular switch like a street car, which is kind of cool.
The Choice car had the windows on it when Brendan and I were over there chit-chatting with them yesterday.
Yeah, so at least one team owner apparently was telling stories that you can't take the windows out of the car. I assure you they can be taken out. I think they were trying to convince somebody that they shouldn't have to be penalized, but at any rate, the windows can be taken. It looked like they were showing a flag there at the start-finish.
Yeah,
it's because they're waving at turn 1.
There's a car beached to the right of turn 1, kind of on the exit going into turn 2.
It's driver's left,
on the left,
stopped on the pavement. Yeah, it's not necessarily beached, but it is stopped. It's a white BMW.
And then there's another yellow being displayed further down, at least according to the flagger system here, at turn 5.
I think that
it looks like there's something moving slowly.
That could be JTR. Have we called them out yet? It looks like the 698's gone missing recently.
And whatever it was that was stopped at turn 5 and 6 is now going again, so they're going to put that flag away, I reckon.
Yeah, the 698, that's a BMW 240i. Still
That's
a really
exactly
competitive car. That's the same car Hitman runs too. Still a really competitive car in GTO if they're well prepared.
Yeah, Hitman, by the way, will be bringing a second car from Barber.
Oh, that's
I
good.
believe it's another M240, but had it confirmed to me in our sort of pre-race survey that they'll be adding another car from our next round in March down at WRL Motorsports Park. So kind of exciting there. A little more like GTO needed more depth, but Hitman's a pretty quality entrant. So
Yeah, definitely.
forward to that.
That's a team that's had a lot of success in another series of, you probably shouldn't name, but a lot of success in another series. I'm trying to do my best to not break any rules here. So probably yeah, no, not really. But anyway, a lot of success in another series that I would argue is not nearly as competitive as WRL in terms of the field sizes and so forth. And so really good team, really well-run team too. I think they would probably tell you they had to step their game up some when they came to WRL, and certainly a capable team. But just back to the M4 differences, that's as much as about call it a 15 or 20 horsepower change that you can run in terms of different configurations. So you have to pick wisely.
So what is that decision-making process like? I mean, what are you weighing there? So it sounds very simple: windows up, windows down, or in and out, I guess, in this case.
Yeah, so looking at, we've done testing. We ran the cars in 2 different configs at COTA. We will likely run them at 2 different configs at Barber. And we're looking at tire, what it does to the tires being heavier in terms of the car that carries more horsepower, and then also paying really close attention to fuel mileage. So that, at least, we didn't have the same pace at COTA that some of the other cars had. I think we made a bad decision on setup and on tires, and the cars were brand new for us, but we also had a number of new drivers. No one had ever driven that car before, but we'll see how that kind of unfolds as our drivers get more used to the cars. But I think fuel mileage, if you are in this field with 9 M4 GT4s, which is what I expect there will be at some of the more popular races like Road America as an example, I think having a 1 lap or 2 lap fuel advantage could be huge. If you're going to be in a field that has so many of the same cars.
There's now a car stopped on the inside of turn 8. Sorry, Tim.
No,
the turn 1 incident has been cleared up, and it's being, I think it got going on its own power, and the emergency vehicles just kind of left. But now there's a car parked right by the flag stand, going into turn 8, turn 9.
Yeah, there is some advantage to running the windows up too. At a racetrack like Daytona, probably want to run the windows up. Our team in particular, we've got 2 sets of doors for each car, so so just back to this, you can take the windows out, so no storytelling for the M4 teams. The windows can be taken out. It's not easy to take them out. It does take quite long to get them out, but in our case, we've got 2 sets of doors for each car, so that we'll make a decision on windows up or windows down. The other thing too about the M4s, which boo-hoo, you guys will probably be funny for you guys to hear this. The M4 GT4s have air conditioning in the cars.
Nice.
And the air conditioning system actually works quite well even with the windows out. There's a vent that blows in the driver's face near his right kneecap, and then the AC comes through the back of the seat. And leave it to the German engineers. The AC only comes on under braking or when you're coasting in the car. And
interesting. So it's not robbing power.
So it doesn't
car
rob power.
M3s do that too, where it'll turn the alternator off if you're over a certain amount of RPMs or throttle position. It'll stop generating on the alternator.
Yeah, that technology comes straight from BMW Motorsports. So yeah, it doesn't rob any power when it's running the AC, and even with the windows out, it works quite well due to the aerodynamics on the car. And there's not a lot of wind entering the cockpit.
We passed on 2 separate onboard cameras the yellow flag down at turn 8. That is definitely the Ginger Racing number 47.
There's now a flag being displayed at turn 6 as well, somewhat to the consternation of the people in race control right now.
Is it Sage Karam in the gravel?
I hope so. I don't think so. It is nicely.
You guys are
the music.
You guys are brutal.
We were watching
windows up.
I'm expecting to see him in WRL,
anyway.
The 2015 Indy Grand Prix at NOLA, and that featured kind of a lot. Is the Ganassi number 8 just backwards in the gravel trap? So that's where that reference comes from.
Can we clip that out and play it? like for less than 6 seconds, so that we're referencing it and we're not re-broadcasting. If that makes sense.
I think the 6 seconds rule for fair use is like a myth. I don't think it's a real thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, that's too bad.
85 AOA gets a warning for speeding on pit lane.
There's been a couple of those that have been issued to teams.
Interesting that it's just a warning.
Always on the first time.
Wow.
Yeah, always on
I
the
feel like
first
speeding
time.
on pit lane is the sort of thing where you would want.
Well, I
It depends on
shouldn't.
how egregious it is.
Yeah, I shouldn't say.
sure.
I shouldn't
Yeah.
say always. I shouldn't say always. If you took off at 70 or 80 miles an hour,
Yeah.
That would probably be a different type of penalty. But
Looks like we got a text from JNR. They're saying that's the car with the Z3, the 07, I believe. That's the Z3 Coupe. Currently in the paddock, working through a belt issue causing overheating issue. With some patience and luck, we should have the car back out soon. So that's good.
Yeah, have we seen the other Civic out for JNR?
We have not, and
Yeah.
I mentioned yesterday because they were looking for a motor from a 10th gen Civic. It looked like they had a motor in their paddock area, like a second one. I don't know if that motor ended up being not good, or if that was their spare that wasn't good, or if they haven't got it fully installed. I have no idea. I'd be interested to know what the situation with that was too, because they have brought that Civic here this weekend. Yeah, Tim, every M4 has the windows up. I've been sitting here paying attention to that now that you've said it, and all of them have the window up.
great. Well, maybe I just gave all those owners an idea for how they can improve the cars. Just a shout out to my friend of mine, Michael Camus in Miami down there. He said, "Are you with the broadcast guys? Like, I'm getting grossed out listening to your voice. If this is you," and I said, "Yeah, it's me." So Michael Camus is a driver that drives with us out of Miami.
Order more or less restored at the front now. I think the 58 from Stratos. I don't know if they had a long... Oh, it's a long stop with a driver change, and now just not up to pace. They did briefly disappear from the top of the leaderboard, and now that they've changed drivers over, their lap times have not gone below 2 minutes. Last lap was at 2:01.7, so... I mean, you're getting on for 10 seconds a lap there that they've dropped in terms of pace.
Do we see the 47 on pit lane?
Are you saying that because you see the 47 on pit lane?
That's
Well,
pink.
no, yeah, it's gone salmon. They had been third.
So that was the car that was stopped at turn 8.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that car's going to have to be recovered because it was pointed in a way that suggested it was trying to get behind the Armco.
Looks like Pro Sports on
It was not
pit
gonna
lane
be
there.
moving.
They had done a pretty good job of getting back to the front there over that cycle.
The dandelions next to the Armco, they're suggesting it's a little breezy in New Orleans today.
Not too bad.
I wonder what's happened to the Thunder Bunny, the 111 car. Also, that car had made its way to the front, and now it's fallen down the order there to 18th overall.
It's
The car
coming out
was-
of the pit right now. They're just now
Yes.
coming out.
Maybe a
They
slow.
They came into the pits in P5.
Yeah, I was gonna
so
say,
this is
maybe.
purely pit stop rotation.
Yeah, 5 minute and 37-second pit stop.
Yeah.
So maybe
I-
tire there.
Very much looking forward to Joseph's initial run of projections
Yeah,
and
I am
how it
too.
takes into account the massive difference in fuel range between the 59 and the rest of GTO, which is, by rule design. That's not a surprise. But
There's
now
there's no way that anyone's competitive with the 59. It could be
I agree with that, even with especially with the pit stops being as short as they are.
Yeah, it
The
was like a
difference-
2-lap gap before the
Yeah.
stops.
The difference will be when that car does eventually change drivers, because I'm not convinced they've done it yet.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Where the pace of that car falls in. I think they'll be due in actually here in about, call it 6 laps? 4 to 6 laps?
We got Chill
their
Out and
third
possibly
stop.
the 99 in the pits.
Yeah, the W2W up to P8 overall, so they're starting to work to the front. You see the two ACP cars there in third and fourth. Nice, steady Eddie laps here that they're running. This is a really good stint for them.
A little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the black and green Porsche. Oh, it looks like something just fell off the back, too. Just dropped some debris going into turn one.
I did have another question for you guys. I saw that ACI had a car that at least was on the entry list. I don't know if it's still on here.
It was entered as an E30, I think, on the...
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that. Is that the ACI Motorsports that's involved with the series? Same team, I assume?
It is. There's not an E30 circulating, though.
Yeah, so maybe they decided not to run that car, but... The pre-entry list, anyway, ACI had a car that was on there. I was going to look forward to asking about it.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't have an answer there because there's the car's not here, as far as we could tell.
Yeah.
Certainly didn't do any laps on Friday.
And I didn't see the big ACI hauler either.
Yeah, it's the 69 on the entry list,
And
325 IS.
Yeah, there you go.
Right now.
This certainly didn't start the race, but I was curious whether you guys had seen it.
I saw a E30 sitting in the paddock, but it did not appear to be a race car.
Yeah, PC Racing. I'm curious if that was Barry Bowes and whether he's still in the car. They too are. I mean, they're running lap times that are on par with a lot of the GTO cars, and stretching that gap there.
Interesting, looking at where cars are on timing right now. The number 14 from Horseman Motorsports, which was up in second and third at the beginning, well, pretty much through the first stint, it dropped back down to 10th, 12th, that sort of area, and just kind of stuck there after the first round of pit stops. It's up into 6th now, but that is almost exclusively as a result of the rest of GTO pitting around them, whereas they haven't made their second stop yet. It's just interesting to me that a car that was strong enough to stay P2, P3 early on now is just kind of stuck back in, the bottom end of the top 10 of GTO. I don't know if there was a driver change there, but it doesn't look like the pace is massive.
I did have to raise that question to Tim because they lost 45 seconds in their pit stop, which that's what dropped them all the way back. Tim suggested maybe it was a driver change going longer than the fuel, and their lap times have been 3 or 4 seconds a lap slower since then. So I think that all kind of adds up.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Pit stops from the first of the ACP cars anyway, the number 9, which pits from 4th and immediately falls back to 10th.
11th. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see their pit stop here.
609 past one of the NPO ones, and now kind of looks up the inside of the 99, which I would have expected to come back towards the apex there a little bit, but he's stuck out wide, and now they'll be too wide through turn 2 with the M4. Well, they're both M4 GT4s, aren't they? But the much more stock M4 from round 3 racing around the outside, and I think that's moved on.
Yeah, I'm a little interested to see how the 99's race progresses. You remember, they were our pole sitter until they got that 2-lap penalty for passing under yellow.
Yes. Yep.
I'm curious.
That's a big mistake. Big mistake by that team too. I mean, it's crazy to me.
Well, and it was, they were 2 separate incidents. It looks like the same yellow flag zone, maybe 2 or 3 laps apart. So, obviously you've got to be more heads up than that because it's taken them out of the race.
Are you looking at the race log there? It looks like one of those was overturned.
Oh, okay.
One of the 2-lap penalties has been overturned.
Okay, that's good to know because those were 2 1-lap penalties not too long ago.
Yeah, and just for the people that are watching the broadcast or listening, hats off to WRL. They're incredibly consistent about the way that they handle this. They give the teams an opportunity to bring their video up and say, hey, we really didn't pass somebody under yellow, or hey, we only really, in this case maybe, we only passed 1 car, not 2 cars. And so they're really good about, taking your video up and kind of, disputing the penalty. It's really easy for corner workers to call something in here and not exactly get it right. And so hats off to WRL, the way that they're very fair about the way that they treat that. Same with racing incidents. I think they're very fair, very consistent. And it is nice that they'll It's one thing I love about WRL. There's other series that would penalize you on the spot, or do a stop and go penalty or a drive-through penalty or something like that, and then you wouldn't get an opportunity to stop the field and get your drive-through penalty back. And so it's a terrific way that they handle these penalties, I think.
46 doesn't sound quite well.
It is cool how you kind of tickle people here during the race. And you get some responses.
Are you getting some complaints about people who were claiming that they couldn't take the windows out?
No, not at all. Not yet. I will later. Ginger here on pit lane, by the way. It looks like.
Yeah, the car's been slow for half a lap. I think they've got something going on.
So the ACI, the E30 BMW, couldn't quite get it finished in time for the race, and so it was withdrawn. And so
that's a new car.
Yeah. So we didn't quite get the E30 car. Yeah, we didn't quite get the E30 finished in time, so the car was withdrawn. So I'll poke a little bit of fun that I'm surprised ACI couldn't get that done. We are a race shop if they need help to get that thing finished.
That's so kind of you.
Well, I'm just poking fun because ACI incredibly successful team in IMSA and the Porsche Carrera Cup stuff, and they've got some exciting stuff going on for this year too. I've been watching their announcements really close, and that's a really successful program that Kurt runs there.
This is purely personal opinion, not speaking in any way representing the World Racing League, but there is a small part of me that is bummed that Porsche Cup cars are above the performance window for WRL. I'm a big fan of the Porsche Carrera Cup and that sort of level of single-make racing in general, and I love seeing them in endurance races. I get that they are outside of the price range of what this series is intended to be, but I do miss that.
Well, my understanding, Joseph, or I'm sorry, Brendan, is that you can get a used Cup car for it's not that expensive, but the gearbox and engine rebuilds are ruinously expensive.
That's what I was about to talk to you about. So, funny enough, when we first came to WRL, I actually contacted a member of WRL and said, "Hey, we want to come to WRL. We want to race in GTO. We want to bring Porsche 996 Cup cars." Early on, this is 3+ years ago, 3.5 years ago. Part of the response I got back says we think that car exceeds the performance potential we have in mind with GTO, which is quite funny now, right?
Right.
But at the time, that was going to be far beyond the level of cars that you would see in GTO, and so that was kind of discouraged at the time. But in very short order, GTO. And we were a part of that. When we brought those TCR cars to GTO, I would argue those were probably the start of the mad dash of factory cars, and perhaps nicer or more prepared, more advanced cars maybe in GTO. We kind of started that a little bit. But anyway, in hindsight, the 996 Cup car I think would make a good WRL car, but yeah, gearboxes and engines, and maybe even a Gen 2 996, maybe even a 997-1 could be dumbed down. But the engine and gearbox rebuilds on those cars on a 997-1 Cup, because I just was looking at one recently for something else. You can pick those cars up that if you're shopping for a Cup car, the only thing you have to really pay attention to is the hours on the engine and on the gearbox. And so you might see a 997 Cup car for sale for $90,000, and if it's got 50 hours on the engine, you're looking at a $40,000 bill coming.
Oh my gosh!
In very short order to rebuild that engine.
In an endurance racing series, that is unsustainable.
Gearbox is 20 to 25 on a gearbox. So
when I had read about those, Brendan, it really threw into sharp relief why Cup teams that went to Thunder Hill had such issues at the end of the race.
Yeah.
Because
I
believe it was 25 or 30 hours at the time on the engine and gearbox were the requirement. So it basically, if they had done any testing and any qualifying whatsoever, they weren't going to make it.
Yeah, so if you want to use 20 hours as the kind of the barometer in WRL for running 4 hours of practice and qualifying on Friday, and then 8 hours Saturday, 8 hours Sunday, you're talking about 20 hours. A 996 brand new engine will go 100 hours, basically 100 to 150 hours, depending on how long you want to stretch it. But should be serviced around 100 hours. So you could theoretically only do 5 weekends before you've got a $40,000 bill on a $20,000, $25,000 bill on the gearbox.
Now, Tim,
So-
since that 3.8 and later the 4-liter are too powerful for the series anyway, what would you say about like finding the 2.7 from a Boxster and throwing that in there instead?
I think you could
you
do
get that
that.
car into GP1?
Well, I think not, because GP1 doesn't allow factory race cars, so you probably couldn't take a cup and
Okay, all right.
you probably couldn't take a cup and do that. But I do think there's some other options. The 996 cups, that's a 3.6 liter engine.
Okay.
There are some guys that have taken the GT3 street car or the Carrera 4S engine and have put those into cup cars. You know, guys that do heavy track day guys and stuff. They'll take their cup motor out and set it to the side so they don't pound hours on it. So yeah, there are some options. I think they're a good car. The other thing, the other slight wild card, Loose Cannon has run. It's not a cup car, but it's a cup. I would venture to say it's kind of a cup car clone. The one thing that does really help the components on that car is running on these 200 treadwear tires.
Right.
And so, axles, that's another big ticket item on Porsche Cup cars, and they've got, you have to keep hours on all these components. Same thing with the M4 GT4, actually. Our own quote spreadsheet for our M4 GT4 has got 313 items on it that we have to, we're going to track longevity on. That might be another tip for new M4 owners that what comes with from BMW Motorsports is only part of the puzzle. But at any rate, the street tires really help these components. It helped us a lot in the TCR cars. I joked with you guys before. The Germans used to say, you shouldn't be able to, what you're doing with these cars, they weren't made to do, and you're able to run some of these parts longer than they were ever intended to run. But that has a lot to do with the street tires, not putting near as much stress. So a cup car would be really interesting to see how it did. The other thing too, the reason there's a car off driver's left there too. The other reason why you might be able to stretch some of these, or a cup car might be interesting, and maybe it doesn't matter as much. The reason you replace these engines in cup cars is when you get into a spec series, if you have an engine that starts to get soft and is down, even as little as 3, 4, 5 horsepower, that would be very noticeable in a spec series when you're in a field full of identical cars. Same with MX-5 Cup cars. Those guys would tell you if they're down 1 or 2 horsepower, it's time to refresh the motor. So it's very noticeable when you're in a spec series where everybody's got identically matched cars. In WRL, I think you could probably take a 996 car, and even when the motor got soft, I think you probably could continue to run it if it was down 4, 5, 6 horsepower, and it probably would not matter as much in an endurance race. So that's always been an interesting idea that we've had, and we intended to do it at one time. We were going to bring 3 996 Cups, but I think the car could be good. Obviously really good in the rain as well with the rear engine car. Although, our TCRs were deadly in the rain compared to the field, and it didn't really rain at a single race last year, so that didn't really help us.
We were talking about that just the other day, that really never a full wet WRL rain. A little bit of rain at Mid-Ohio on the Sunday, and then the start of Sebring was a little damp. That was pretty much it.
The last time we were at a WRL race when it was like that, the Sebring 14-hour race a couple of years ago, it rained for almost 6 hours of that race, and
I will remind you, Brendan, we almost drowned at Daytona.
That is true.
Yeah,
but so they stopped.
But the race was stopped. The race was stopped.
Yeah, exactly.
And then by the time they got everything organized and back to green, after the based on the lightning policy, the track was basically dry.
Oh, you've never seen anybody frothing at the mouth as much as we were when we saw the rain coming at Daytona. That Sebring race a couple of years ago, our car was 10 to 15 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field in the TCR car. We actually went down 9 laps early in that race. In the first hour and a half, we went down 9 laps with a fuel cell issue, and we actually came back and won that race by 2 laps overall, just by sheer pace in the rain. And so, Daytona was disappointing because it started to rain and our car, started to run the fastest laps, and then the race was stopped, and then it restarted, and basically within about 3 or 4 laps it was dry, and so the advantage gone. So
Overall leader at the moment, the Stratos Racing 59 is...
Still running laps faster than qualifying pole.
It is, and it's on its longest stint of the race. It did 25 off the green flag. It did 27 off of the... I'm sorry, let me do that math better. 25 to 52 is... Yeah, 27 laps.
Please, Brendan, leave your
now,
responsible math to the professionals.
Coming up to... Actually, it is coming up to 27 now, so 79. So I'm continually impressed by this car. TLM USA up into second overall as well. GTO lead.
Pit expected this lap for the 59. Did you call that?
That's basically what I was just saying. It's coming up to the 27th lap of its stint just now.
I think the round 3 car deposited something on the pit lane. If I had to guess what it was, I would say that it was No. I would say that it was like a tray that they use to catch the fuel when they do the refueling.
Oh.
And so there's currently some discussion, if you can find the pit lane cam there, Joseph, there's some discussion about what exactly they're going to do about this. Because it's not really a place where you want to send somebody out to walk to go get the item. But if you send out an emergency vehicle, you then are going to have to go backwards up the pit lane, and then you're spinning a whole lap of emergency vehicle going around the track. And so there's just...
there it is.
Looks like a pit marshal is running to go get it. Picks it up. It is a tray of some kind, and he is running back. All right, disaster averted. We should be seeing that here shortly.
Looks
there
like a
it is.
hubcap.
It
I
is
know it's not, but
it is a plastic bin of some kind.
Are we not going to slow this video down and play the Celine Dion music?
I was just...
This is worth noting to you guys. The 609 round 3 racing car pitted out of second overall.
Yep. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. They're the ones that dropped the debris on pit exit there just a moment ago. The question is, does that carry a NASCAR...
The car was on air jacks there during the pit stop. Did you guys note that?
No, we didn't follow the pit stop as far as I could tell.
It's in a 5-minute and 12-second stop. I suspect that car may have had a tire issue there to deal with during that pit stop.
I think...
also, I need to point this out. This is funny. We didn't win that Sebring race by 2 laps. We actually won it by 1 lap in 2 minutes and 12 seconds. So nearly 2 laps. So apologies.
Weird flex, but okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Well,
the viewers are Johnny on the spot there.
Thanks for being modest.
We dominated.
They could have easily picked up a 2-lap penalty, and that would have made a big difference. So
yeah. We had a sandwich on the last stop before we went back out.
We're eating ice cream.
PLM up to P2 overall. There's another team
that's
coming from kind of nowhere there.
A pit stop rotation sort of situation, I think. They haven't made their second stop yet, which is pretty impressive for a GTO car. We're now, on average, an hour and 15 minutes, 16 minutes to a stint, and still no signs of that car in the pits.
Cooper tires on that 609 round 3 car, obviously.
Interesting that you mentioned ice cream. There's an ice cream truck in the paddock.
Wow. Is that the food truck for today?
That is the food truck. It says ice cream, snow cone, and snacks. So we'll see.
And did you guys note that Moorhead has taken over the GP1 lead?
I've been watching it, yeah.
Yeah, they stretched that out a bit. Minute 7 last.
We did have a comment from Daniel Dorr, which I think he may be up later to sort of expand on, but there's discussions about the tire compound choice of the GP1 competitors. Moorhead and PC Racing are on a softer compound.
What tire? What tire is that? Then?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm sure we'll get a text here in a couple of moments with the answer to that. But P3 is on a harder compound that they expect to be no problem to get to the end of the race. So,
PC Racing is an interesting case for a couple reasons. In part because they've lost a lot of time in the pits.
Yeah,
like a lot of time. They had an unscheduled pit stop on lap 42. So. They've had 2 more pit stops than first and third in GP1. So keep an eye on that car because that could.
They might be dealing with some. They could be dealing with some remnants from that early contact. Trying to repair something.
And we are
Although-
expecting Moorhead to come in soon.
Yeah. The Craftsman Auto Care car is still in P2. They're GP2.
That's
That
I think
lay
that's
down- lay down.
fantastic.
Yeah,
I
I
hope
think
he comes
that's-
back up and
Man.
tell his story about that, because he seemed like he was in a hurry and trying to get back to the pit stall and stuff, but was trying to get the link so that he could watch the broadcast. So I know he's watching.
This
But,
is
yeah,
this is Doc Hugate in the 609 car. He usually drives with Hammer Motorsports.
Up behind the North Loop Motorsports number 21 BMW that was a little.
That's a really nice looking
Aggressive?
car. by the way. That North Loop car is a really nice looking car.
It is. Yeah, it looks well built. It's got a pretty nice wrap to it as well. But they were awfully close to each other on the exit of turn 3 a little bit ago, and then the pass was either remade or finally completed by the number 609 a little further up the road down there at turn 5 and 6. Good look at actually it's the 294 cars right in a row. The new NP01 from that stable is, I believe, last I looked it was 5th. Now it's 4th now in GTU. About 8 laps off the class lead, and then the GP3 Lexus. They're in
Kind of crazy
P5.
that 9.4 Motorsports MP01 hasn't got within 10 seconds of the fastest lap Stratos have set. So it's again another example of some massive disparities in the GTU cars.
NPO1s are starting to stretch their fuel windows a little bit.
Yeah.
Our top 2 were both supposed to be in about 3 laps ago, so they're starting to actually get a feel for how long they can run on the stint. It feels like.
Well, look at their pace too, right? So the pace has a lot to do with it. Although they've been running a fast pace, they ran a 147 about 10 laps ago, which is just an insane pace. But
Yeah, that's actually So the longest MP01 stint we've seen so far is 31 laps from.
well, that's a lot for 10 gallons of gas. That's a lot.
Yeah, but that was the Factor Fab car, which hasn't gone quicker than 154. But I think Stratos are basically matching that now.
Well,
Yeah,
and see when you look at these lap times, when you start to see these, I don't think that a lot of people pay attention to this. When you start to, we do this in our Audis too. You'll see team orders come out for somebody to slow down a couple of seconds a lap to try to stretch their fuel. They start calculating these numbers. We do it in our Audis also, and so that may be something you're seeing come into play here too, because this car now is running 5 seconds slower than it was just 10 laps ago.
So are you, when you say that, Tim, are you working that backwards from the end of the race and say if we don't get any more yellows, if we start running this fuel number, we can save ourselves a stop? Or is that just, hey, we want to be as conservative as possible now that we have, a margin to play with?
This is pretty early to start doing it, I think, unless you've already kind of figured out what your driving order is and how many stints each driver is going to run. You might start trying to run to some kind of number. They have a 3-lap lead here, so I don't know why they would stretch it if they don't really need to.
This is very early to do it in a race where we might expect safety cars, but this race, I think WRL have demonstrated that there's a very good chance we're not going to see a single safety car in this race. So then you really do want to be back timing it right from the start.
Yeah, and a 3-lap lead, 2.5 hours in this race is quite interesting. Now a 4-lap lead, but also I thought this was funny. The 609 car, when Doc Hugate got into that car, I was talking about the driver ID system that James Candelaria presented. But when Doc Hugate got into his car, the Hammer Motorsports logo came up on the overlay there. That's one of the features of the driver ID system. You can put individual logos on the driver tag. And so,
all right, guys, I got Chris from Cooper Tire here. If that's all right with you,
This is the
Fantastic.
ideal time and platform.
Perfect.
All
Good.
right.
Chris, how's it going?
Not too bad. How are you doing today?
Good. Hey, what brings you to New Orleans? Are you here for the Mardi Gras or?
Just a week early at this point, but
I gotcha. Okay. So I understand that every time we go to a race event, there's a huge Cooper Tire hauler. We run your advertisements on the broadcast. What makes WRL the place where Cooper wants to make their investments?
it's a great question there because there's a lot of endurance series out there. In the past, we've seen even more coming up. Competition-wise, from our standpoint, WRL seems to be the most professional. When you start looking at the Pro-Am competition, you look at the vehicles, you look at the car park that's out there.
Right.
When you sell an event out, and 30 to 45 minutes. You have a waiting list of people getting in. It tells you something within the marketplace.
Right.
Every team has, 2, 3, 4 drivers. They all have vehicles. A lot of them have some high-end vehicles. We see in the car park outside, as well as pickup trucks and SUV, which we're great for. So the endemic sponsorship is amazing. The competition side of things, we're known for racing in the world for open wheel, for endurance racing, for rallycross. That's the next natural fit for us to be part of this group here. We think WRL is probably one of the best out there right now for endurance racing.
Fantastic. So you run round 3 racing as I would say probably your primary team that you give support to as far as the tires. They've been super happy with the tires. What would you say to teams who are maybe running a competitor tire right now? I know there's 1 or 2 that are popular that aren't the Cooper. What would you tell them about why they should switch to the Cooper?
I think what they have to look at is the podium finishes. So let's go back to COTA. We had 6 of the 12 podiums. Some brand new teams that just came on board. The Austin Dillon experiment down there was amazing.
Right.
They picked up 3.5 seconds per lap when they came over to our product. They won both days. They were at the pole both days. That's amazing from that side. The products that we have, from the small 15-inch up to the new 18-inch sizes, will fit a lot of vehicles in the paddock. So it just gives them another opportunity, another choice.
Okay.
It's a racing type product that's a DOT legal. It's above the 200 UTQG, so we're actually at 260, so we're a bit higher than what's actually called for. But once again, it's vehicle setup.
Right.
So going from a passenger type product to more of a race product, pressures have to change a little bit, setup, camber changes, vehicle dynamics comes into play when you start going more down the race path. So we actually have 2 engineers here from our racing over in Europe that are here this weekend.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They're helping all the teams with Cooper at the moment, talking to them about pressures, about setups, adjustable dampers, different things. So it's a fun aspect for them. So we're just here to help out the series, give guidance where we can. But while we're here, we do mount tires, not only the Cooper tires, which are free if they buy them, but we do competition as well. If someone needs a hand, they come over, we'll put them in line, we'll do what we can to help them out.
That's fantastic. So not only are you trying to sponsor the series and get people into your tires, you're providing setup assistance as well to all your teams that are running your tire. I think that's fantastic, especially in a world where there's a diverse range of budgets. I'm not sure if everybody has their own tire engineer in WRL. I'm guessing that's not the case.
Most cases not.
So I think having somebody there with that level of expertise and, hey, this is how we're going to get the tire turned on, I think that's a huge advantage to have, to be running the tire of the people who are there giving you the information.
Definitely so, and they're not going to be at every event, but they're going to be at a majority of the events. We'll pick and choose where they come because, for instance, they leave here, we go right to Homestead because we have the Road Tindy testing this weekend. They'll go down there and work with our Road Tindy open wheel kids. So they'll be here throughout the year, but the Cooper rig with the tire mounting on that side, that's here for every event. We get in here just before the teams load in, so by the time the teams are ready, they open their doors, we're ready to start mounting tires at that point. We try to keep them on a nice pace, make sure that no one's staying too late, or they come in a little bit too early to get things done, but the crews out, they're amazing, they're spot on, and they'll make sure everybody's taken care of.
Fantastic. Well, happy to hear from you. Brendan, do you have any questions? Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Any other...
Okay, this is Tim Meyer from Hammer Motorsports.
Awesome.
Yeah, just curious if there's other... I think, based on what I was told beforehand, some new GTO teams maybe this weekend on Cooper tires. There's one team in particular. I'm not sure that they made the decision, but is there anybody notable in GTO that's also running on Coopers?
Just looking down the paddock, there was a couple that we jumped out at. So I believe, I don't have the name with me, but we have the car numbers out there. So our guys are down there talking to them, as well as Pippa Mann has a new one as well down there. Car 77, she's running. We actually have some new sizes came out. So in fact, this weekend I got the first of the 245s 15s that were brand new. We just got those launched this weekend. Those tires are here on site. Our 245 4017s will be available starting next week. And then the big one, which everyone's asking for, is a 285 35 18, which seems to be about 60% of your field is running that size now. So whereas 17s
my follow-up questions.
Past year, everybody else is lifting.
Yeah, that was going to be one of my follow-up questions, the new sizes. So that's terrific to hear.
Yeah, it's really good. So right now, a lot of teams are trying to fit that 295 40, which a lot of the teams really thought that was the tire that they wanted. But some fender modifications and some rubbing, the 285 35 is going to be a better fit for them. So those tires will be available for the Barber race at the moment. So we're bringing those on board. So you'll see the Porsche switch over that run that stagger fitment, as well as some of the M4s now, which will be interesting to see what they do. Will they run the 295 at Daytona, but they'll run the 285 elsewhere? So I think it may become track by track where they have an option for the two products.
I'm just waiting for a 19. I keep waiting to hear 19. I've got a Mustang at home, and my brake kit on the front is too big to fit an 18. And I'm on a competitor tire right now. I would like to support Cooper. I like to support the people who support us and support the series. When's the 19 coming?
Just buy new wheels. It goes to 20. It's even easier at that
Okay, I got you. Perfect.
You just have to get the right offset wheel on that 18, and they'll fit with a small spacer, 5mm spacer.
Okay. And then I've also got the Discover AT on my 4 as well.
Oh, that's
been fantastic tires. So
we just launched a new rugged track, which is kind of a hybrid between the aggressive STT Pro, the mud tire, and our all-terrain. I have those on mine. I just got a new Ranger, and they're amazing. Quiet as can be, good in the wet. I haven't played with them in the snow just yet. I left too early before the snow hit last week.
Okay.
In Ohio, we got about 8 to 10 inches.
Right.
But outside that, they've been going pretty good so far. But we're excited here. There are sizes. We do a track walk every start of the race. Yesterday, our engineers were on site. We stopped by every pit paddock area just to talk to everybody, see what they're running, so we can gauge what the sizes are, what's the popular sizes coming on board.
Okay.
There may be a one-off that somebody's using because that's the only size they can get. But when it does start lifting up to make sense that, hey, this tire or this size is better for the series, we'll bring those on board as well. So we're just actually monitoring what vehicles are coming in because, like I said last year, that 255 40 17s, everybody ran 17s. It was a tire to be for everything. Okay. Well, this year we see the strong influx of 18-inch products right across the paddock. So we'll monitor that as things come and go. We'll make sure that we're on top of things and have what the series needs to be successful.
Now, obviously, your focus right now is on WRL, given that you're a sponsor and you've got the truck here. Are you seeing an uptake in these tires elsewhere as well?
A couple of competitors have reached out to us as well to say, hey, can we get a sponsorship? And it's tough because you dance who you came to the party with type deal. So we reached out to RJ in 2020. We saw a need to be here, so we worked our way into the paddock here, which is great. But yeah, the tires are being, especially the smaller size, the 15-inch, we're seeing pickups in some of the other areas. But definitely with WRL, you can see the maturity level. You see the vehicle cars increasing, the type that are out there. We definitely see the 18s being prevalent at this point within this field.
Okay. Now, just out of curiosity, totally, I'm not trying to have you throw anybody under the bus.
Sure.
We've got 50 odd cars here. I think we had 55 on the entry list. Might be 50, 49 right now. If you were going to start a race team, which car would you pick? Just brand, model. What would you want?
I tell you that Aston Martin looks really pretty.
It does.
The M4 with the snow-colored camo, and that stands right out. I'm a camo type guy, and I think the snow camo looks awesome. But then again, Porsches are always the fun ones to watch.
Right. Okay, I got you. Well, thanks for coming up, Chris. If there's anything else we need... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's less a question, more a comment. Ooh, sorry, as 609 fires it up the inside of the Choice M4 at turn 13 and backs out. WRL doesn't have a lot of corporate partners, right? This started a long time ago as an amateur endurance racing series and has very slowly and gradually, but methodically, found partners and organizations to partner itself with and grow its presence and stature within motor racing. Tires are arguably one of the biggest parts of motor racing, and it's been cool to see that this has been a very sort of methodically chosen partnership with WRL. This isn't, we're not a spec tire series, right? There is open tire choices, and for good reason, for budgetary purposes, right? I think that makes sense. But it's nice to see an investment from a tire company and one that's decided that this is a series worth supporting and putting some development and marketing resources into. So I think massive kudos are due to you guys at Cooper for being here, choosing to be here, and seeking that out on your own, because it's been arguably one of the biggest possible partnerships while maintaining the open tire choice formula that the series has. So I as part of the broadcasting group here, really appreciate what you guys at Cooper are doing for both us and for the series.
Thank you, man. It's an easy choice. We start looking at it. The open competition is fun. It keeps us on our game, so we're always looking to the future, taking that shelf technology, making things better when we can. The open aspect means if we're successful out here, that people will choose our brand, and not only for on the track, but possibly off the track as well. So when they drive home, they have that comfort, that safety aspect, that the tires they just ran on, they won the podium, they've done everything they can possibly do, will also be good for them outside of the racetrack. So that's our endemic sponsorship of why we're here. And then the competition. I mean, 50 plus cars here, 90 car fields, 70-car fields. Those are amazing. Our engineers from the UK are here, and they're like, this is crazy. How do you have this many people that come to an event that sell it out? You have a waiting list on top of it.
Yep.
So from their standpoint, they can see the growth aspect, and we see nothing but, positivity here. We see the fields, definitely increasing. We see them selling out faster and faster each time.
Mm-hmm.
So those are all good things to have. Those are great problems at the moment. So for us, it's a pleasure to be here. It's great working with the group, and anything we can do to make things better, please stop by the trailer, reach out on Facebook to us, or get in touch with me directly, and we'll see what we can do to make things better.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you for coming up, Chris. I really appreciate it.
Not a problem.
We'll probably get to an ad break here in a moment, and we'll see a lovely ad about some bean to meat ratio on some chili. Yeah, but thank you for coming up. I really appreciate it.
Great. Thanks for the time.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. They're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Back at NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, just outside the Big Easy. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company as always. I am pretty confident in saying that for a non-COTA race, possibly non-Sebring as well, this is some of the best viewership and audience we've had to date. So just a fantastic statement on what WRL is doing, and I'd like to think a reflection of what we're doing here as DriversEye Live as well, with the support of all of you as members of the audience and all of the team owners, drivers, sponsors, partners, etc., who have decided to come be a part of what the WRL is doing in 2022. It's Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudrak, JT, Tammy, Scott Michaels, Ryan West, and Tim Myers from Hammer Motorsports as a guest for the weekend. With you for the remaining 5+ hours today, and then another 8 hours to come tomorrow as well, to round out round 1 of 2022 for the World Racing League. On board with the number 609 from Round 3 Racing. This is the new M4 GT4 from that Round 3 car. If you didn't follow along towards the end of last season, The Drive Within was the television show that had been produced and released on Motor Trend on demand. It was on Motor Trend, wasn't it? It was first shown on Motor Trend.
Yeah, it was on real Motor Trend, but it used to be Velocity, which is a Discovery property, and then now it's on Haggerty's website.
Yeah, a 6-part miniseries following the whole Round 3 organization's trials and tribulations over the course of 2021, and lots of interesting things happened to them without question over the course of the season. But a good dive into the personalities, behind the team, the drivers, the crew members, the owners, and what the cars are themselves as well, which is of course a big part of what WRL is. No changes since we last reviewed the timing and scoring order here. Stratos Racing still leads, but Joseph, you made the point that now the top 3 overall are on a not the same pit strategy, but they were all in sync at their last pit stop.
Top 3 in GTO, not quite top 3
overall.
In
GTO, okay.
Yeah, because as we discussed, that 59 is lightning fast today. You see that actually, the best laps that just came through, they are untouchable at the moment. It's one of those situations where, we have these races sometimes where there's a walk away entry, and it's kind of, if you're looking at an overall battle, you're almost rooting for something to happen to the 59. I don't think we are. There might be some people that are, but if anything happens to the 59, this race blows wide open. Otherwise, it's a race for second.
And that does happen. You do get that where, races they look to be a little more sewn up, and then as endurance racing provides, you get just a totally random event, mechanical issue, on-track issue, whatever it happens to be, that, like you said, blows the race wide open. And that is why we love endurance racing. That is why we're here. What was the potential that something could happen? Also, the variability you get with endurance racing, and in particular with that 59. I think we saw, it was super consistent over the first 3 stints for that car, but I think they've had a driver change there. So if there are teams that can take advantage of it, this might be one of those opportunities where you can claw a little bit of time back. 3 laps is a lot, but not necessarily impossible, especially if some things start to go their way. So keep an eye on that. Chillout's back into, Pro Sport's back into second, and Chillout's back into third, which are 2 of the primary contenders from the opening stint of the race.
That's some changes in GP2 and GP3 there also, guys.
Yeah, North Loop Motorsport, looks like they've come out from their regular pit stop still in the lead of GP2, so they've done well there.
Yeah, and we were talking about the 141 Craftsman Auto Care car was running in P2. It's now dropped to P4. Looks like they had a long pit stop there. MER up in second. We were talking about them, and then changes in GP3 as well that you guys, I think, noticed already.
Yeah, who had we called out? I think it's TCS was at least second in that class, right?
Yeah.
They fell back.
Yeah, they
third.
had pitted from second. Yeah, and then 94 Motorsports also moved up to fourth a little bit ago over the 15 AOA MX-5.
Brendan and company. I've got another guest up here. I have a driver. Is that something we're down with?
Yeah, always.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So I got Kai here. He's in the, what was it, the 170, right?
Yeah.
In the Will to Win Racing Porsche.
Yes.
Kai, how's it going? You got a new car this weekend.
It is. For us, a new car, new team, a new opportunity. We're new to the WRL series.
Okay.
So certainly having a lot of fun. Did the first stint, we did a double stint, and jumped out of the car and grabbed water and ran up here to see you. So thanks for having us.
Of course, yeah, not a problem. Now, I see you've got a track record on your hat and on your shirt. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we founded in 2019 a coaching group. So we're a network of professional drivers and pro driver coaches that work with sports car enthusiasts, amateur drivers that want to progress into this level of racing.
Okay.
So the drivers on the team are some of our coaching clients that are climbing the ladder. With Jim and William Barnes and Al Copeland and the Barnes Family Restaurant Group.
Okay.
We've been working with them at track days and helping them with all their sprint racing.
Right.
But they wanted to go endurance racing and start climbing the ladder. So our plan was to do this and to bring them and their cars to W2W racing. And here we are, learning a new series and a new tire, and basically developing the car too. That we're kind of treating this weekend as a test. We don't have the hydraulic brakes. We still have the boosted brakes on this GT4 Club Sport.
Okay.
And the smaller fuel cell.
Okay.
So I came in, we were stopping about 10 laps earlier than the sister car. So
gotcha.
I was out there trying to keep a pace, use as much tire as possible, but keep your foot out of the gas as much as possible. But it was good. It was good to start the race. It was really dusty, I thought. It was pretty hairy.
Yeah, we had Glenn from, he actually runs with Big Mission this weekend, but he's the owner of High Plains. And he was saying what happens is when they grind down turn 1, when they do that grinding, there's sediment in there that gets loose as you drive over it.
Oh, yeah.
And that it's supposed to go away over time, in theory. So that was what he was telling us in his experience. So I see a lot less of it from up here, at least, but I don't know what it's like in the car, obviously.
Well, when I saw it coming off the pace car as well, it was going to be a rough start, but it was good. It was clean and everything worked out, and just really happy to be here.
Good. Happy to hear it. Brendan.
I don't have much. We're looking on screen at the moment at the Factor Fab number 56 NP01, which is
okay, I see.
Turn 7. I am a little intrigued. You said new to WRL, Kai. We know it's a new car for W2W. So are you just running with W2W for the first time this weekend? Because I think we've seen your name before on entry lists, haven't we?
You may have heard my name, but definitely new to this series.
Okay.
So these cars, there's 2 of them. They were owned by our teammates, Jim and William.
Okay.
We brought the cars to Mark Martin and W2W to completely go through it. Some of the parts, the fuel cell and the brakes, are in Germany still.
Okay.
So, but we needed to be here. We're going to do, I think, 8 races, and we needed the seat time. We wanted to get all these drivers through the process, and we were trying to get them to double stint and learn the survival mode, the fuel strategy, tire wear, and the big chess game of endurance racing, 16 hours. So.
Right, so you don't have a whole lot of expectations for this weekend. You're just trying to get feet wet, trying to get experience in the car, and then hopefully later on in the season we can start to ramp it up a little bit. Is that
yeah? We always have good expectations.
Right.
These are solid cars. They run like Rolex watches. We get lucky with some attrition. We're trying to stay out of the penalty box. I know there's a lot going on here with penalties, and we just don't want to lose any time in the pits, or basically we're staying out on track and we're trying to hit a fuel mileage number, and we'll see where things shake out tomorrow afternoon.
I gotcha. What do you think about being here at NOLA? Do you like the track? Do you like the environment? Do you like the weather? How do you feel?
I love it. So one of our teammates is Al Copeland. So he took us to his restaurant 2 nights ago.
Okay.
So the southern, Louisiana, New Orleans food, we've done that, and I like the track a lot. I watched it on IndyCar.
Yeah, we watched that a couple days, on Thursday we watched that as our production meeting.
Hey,
yeah, we watched it too.
Ryan, let's divert attention real quick to this fight for third in class here.
Yeah. So this is the 609, the round 3 racing car.
Look at how dusty it is. Offline.
Ooh, offline. Yeah. Ooh, my goodness.
This is a good fight. So that's the ACP car up ahead of the 609, correct? I think that's the number 9.
Yeah, and then it's the JTR Motorsports car, the white BMW ahead of them, I believe.
And they're going to come up on these emergency vehicles here pretty shortly, though. That's going to be the...
Yeah, that's why this closed up, because those 2 BMWs got stuck behind some very slow GP3 cars in the yellow flag zone, and the 609 was able to just drive straight up behind them in that, while all the safety vehicles were out.
I have one more question for Kai, because I'm a little intrigued by this. So you said the car is owned by your teammates as the 609 gets caught up behind. Oh, that's going to be a pass under yellow for sure. Oh no, and he thinks better of it.
They might have been parallel, unclear.
Yeah. So the car is owned by your teammates, but is it a situation where they had approached W2W about running the car, or assisting in running the car, figuring out strategy, crew, that sort of thing?
They'd approached us. We'd met them. We have about a year relationship with them.
Okay.
They said, hey, help us, guide us through this process. We have the cars. How do we do this the right way?
Okay.
And I've worked with Mark. We know him well. He has a great reputation. Paddock, 2-time champion, good friend. So the logical move would be to bring our program to them, and they were going to run us.
Okay. That's good to pick an experienced team that runs these cars a lot, is able to...
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that... for example, the tire, just learning this new tire, because everyone's really used to slicks, and this is a very different style of driving. And
what tire are you guys on?
On the Hankook tire.
On the Hankook, gotcha.
We're on the harder tire too, so the sister car is on the softer tire.
Perfect. Awesome, Kai. Are you going to be in the car later?
Potentially. We're just trying to get everyone a double stint.
Okay.
We'll have 5 drivers today and then 4 tomorrow.
Excellent.
So we'll see, and yeah, appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if let's throw down some lap times if you can.
Yeah, we will.
Awesome. Thanks for coming in, Kai. I really appreciate you.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's Kai Goddard from Will to Win Racing, number 170.
Good to hear another new entry into WRL. Shows you the popularity. This battle is fierce here, by the way. This is side by side, and right off the bumper of another one.
I think the 609 has just taken both of those positions.
Yeah,
right?
he sure did.
And we should also mention Chill Out Systems is only 4 seconds up the road from this battle as well.
Oh, because that'll be the 696.
Yes.
Yeah, this 609 has had slightly better pace than chill out also. The 609 car that we're on board with here, they did replace the tire during their pit stop, so maybe they cut a tire down. And so that may be helpful too, that he's on a new tire.
Yeah, he also got as I mentioned before, he got very lucky with the, as he gets very unlucky with those M5s. He got very lucky with the yellow flag, so a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, yeah, this is not aggressive, but it is pretty wild stuff here. You don't want to let cars get away if you can help it. But there are four classes of cars involved in all of this here. GP2, GP3, there's a GP1 Cayman up there. You've got all these GTO cars working through the mix.
And there's GTU about to come through.
Yep, there's the overall leader. This is wild stuff here. This is the WRL experience.
They're doing a really great job, I say this hesitantly, of not running into each other, though, because it's a lot of cars in a very small amount of track.
Wow, geez, this is one after the other.
There's choice.
So this is the Stratos car putting them 4 laps down at this point?
It's either going to be at 3 or... As in, they're 3 going to 4 or 2 going to 3, because the Race Hero says 3.
Oh, that probably means they're going to go to 3. They'll probably
that's
2 in a moment.
Guys, our answer projections.
No.
Irresponsible math.
You're never gonna guess who we have favored to win GTU.
Stratos by 8. Well, GTU, I don't know. Overall by 8.
Oh, fab, definitely.
Stratos in 4.
There are a lot of tire problems developing. I'm getting some offline comments here too.
Interesting.
It is a rough track surface, like we've been talking about. They've been doing the grinding, especially going into turn 1. That's pretty high stress. You're braking, you're turning.
Wow, and it's a lot of sustained high loads. That SS section in particular.
Yeah.
Direction changes. These 3, it's not a triple apex corner as such, but these 3 left-handers are all 4th gear corners. You're out over the curbs on the exit, trying to maximize the arc as much as you can. So, I mean, there's a lot of forces in various directions being put through these tires. It may not be particularly warm, but that'll still take a toll.
Not a lot of straightaway here either to help cool things off.
I'll mention this now that I've been, as it seems appropriate, that I've been fed information that Stratos may have gone to a much softer tyre this year, so that might play. Interesting. We might be able to track that towards the end of the race as well, if this is proving to be that.
The 609, by the way, is only 0.2 of a second back from chill out at the moment.
So they've closed that gap down very quickly.
Yeah.
Do we think... So are Stratos running lighter? Well, I'll let you guys take this.
Well, yeah, let's focus on this battle, because it's before they even get to the braking zone. It's basically done. They go 3 wide into the braking zone at turn number 1, and the 609 stuck up the inside of an unidentified car there on the left, but he had already blown by the 404 from Chill Out Systems on the straightaway. So that M4 GT4 being able to drag past the V8 MX-5 is kind of an interesting development there.
He's made that car has made that move on the 404 a couple times now. Like, that's something that I saw happen here in person.
Number 2 has got past the chill out car as well now.
Yeah,
well, so this goes back to something we talked about very early on in the race, where that chill out car in the hands of somebody like Puerto Rican, who can drive around its newness, let's say, instability, for another word. Any one of those words you want to use is fine, but as the tires wear, and you put a driver that's maybe less experienced or less confident into a brand new car, of course they're going to back the pace down.
Look how much
and just keep it on the road.
too.
Oh, it's
like,
crazy.
That's the thing. It's insane. Right, of course, now it's straight, so you don't really see it. But going through that triple apexer back there, he was all over the wheel trying to keep it, on the path.
Tim, I've got a question. Go ahead, Ryan.
No, that's fine. You're starting to see it here again, and I'm guessing he'll start to do it down at the end of the track at turn 15 as well. That there's a lot of people, even in like Porsches and stuff like that, who are having a hard time keeping it turned in but not sliding. I feel like we're going to see him all over the wheel going into 15 and 16. Tim.
Yeah, so my question, Tim, I don't want you to give away your secrets here, because I know that tires are such a big part of WRL and being competitive, especially if you're at some other performance deficit. But is there your approach to tire selection, compound selection, manufacturer selection? Is it as simple as, hey, we should be able to run the race on one set and this is how we're going to make our decision on tires? Or are you running out, race simulations? Are you looking at car attitude and grip levels over the course of a race? What are some of those factors that go into, making the strategy call on tires?
It's a combination of all those things. I mean, everything is constantly a math, constantly a math problem. If there's a couple of approaches. One is find a tire that can last 4 hours and 1 minute, because that's 1 minute past halfway, and then change tires to make it the second half of the race. So that's one way you can approach it, and you'll see some of these teams that run faster lap times are on Yokohama tires, and the Yokohama tires are known for being fast. They're a soft compound. They're a good time trial tire, but longevity is an issue on the Yokohamas. And so almost every team that's going to run a Yokohama tire, regardless of class, is going to have to change at least rear tires on a rear-wheel drive car. And so the trade-off there is to say, well, if the Yokohama is 1 second faster, and we're going to change tires, then you need to run 100 laps or 120 laps 1 second faster for it to be an even trade-off. And so you do this modeling to see where you land. We ran the Hankook RS4s on our Audis. They could go the whole race. We always changed them though when we had a good opportunity to change them. And so the Hankook is known for a little better longevity, not quite the same pace. And so our own testing with the Hankooks on our TCRs, they were not the fastest tire, but they did have the best longevity, and they were a good constant pace tire. So they could run a good pace for long periods of time, which you don't see in some of these softer compound tires that are fast for a couple of few hours. And the other thing about the softer compound tires is when you run them really hard for a couple of laps, particularly on heavier cars, you wouldn't see this on a Stratos, I don't think, but on something like an M4 GT4 or an Aston Martin, when you run them really hard for a couple of laps, they build up such an amount of heat that it's hard for them to recover. It takes 5, 6, 7 laps for them to recover back to a suitable temperature range where you can get good grip out of them again. And so you have to really manage them, and that's tough. It's a great question for you to ask because that's tough with a rental series. Yeah. It's you primarily are taking sprint drivers and turning them into endurance drivers, and that's really hard for you to get them to manage tires because normally they put a new set of stickers on for a SCCA or a NASA weekend or something like that, and they just let it rip for 40-minute race. And so that's really hard to get them to manage that, particularly across 3 or 4 drivers, to manage the car and the brakes and the rotors and the tires for such long periods of time. And so long and short answer is, yeah, you do have to do some modeling. You do have to do some testing. Some of it is racetrack dependent too. So I think you probably will see some teams that are on different tires at this racetrack than they'll be at the next race at Mid-Ohio, and then probably even a different tire than at Road America. So some of the more sophisticated teams will run multiple compounds and multiple, even different manufacturers for different racetracks. It is worth noting too, the chill-out car. It's funny that we were talking about tires. The chill-out car is on Nanking tires.
Interesting.
And perhaps the only car in the field that's on the Nanking tires. And so, again, these things are interesting, right? You've got a lightweight car. I don't know what the weight is on this Miata, but if I did some quick potato math, it's probably a 2,700-pound, 2,800-pound car. So that's a light car, which would allow you to run a softer compound non-King. But then when you throw in that car is probably making, 300-plus horsepower, I'll just say it that way, that may be brutal on those Nanking tires. And then you add in the track surface of this racetrack, and that may make it even more brutal. So I suspect we're going to see. I suspect, and see, I'm watching. This is Puerto Rican driving this car, and we had this in-car camera up earlier. I just will tell you right now, he's having a much harder time driving this car on these tires right now.
It looked like a completely different car from the one we were on board with at the start of the race. This fundamentally different.
This is a tire problem going on right here. This is too much heat in these Nanking tires right now. I guarantee it.
Well, and the more you try and push and saw at the wheel, the worse that heat buildup is going to get.
Yeah, and you can see how
putting more heat into these tires.
You can see how late he is back to gas here too. So these tires have I suspect are being punished right now pretty hard. But just way too much hand movement. I mean, this car, I was complimenting this car earlier in the race, as, you know, how well it was set up and how balanced it was. And this is a complete opposite of what we saw earlier in the race. And the only difference is we're 3 hours and 14 minutes into the race. So
how much is surface temperature going to impact something like that, Tim? Is it,
well, that's the other thing I was going to tell you.
Yeah,
that's the other thing I was going to tell you. We did tire testing on Yokohama tires on 2 different days with just a 30 degree temperature change in the track surface, and our testing results were wildly different. And so the Yokohama tire is going to be in the Nanking, these softer compound tires. You know, Falcon or some of the Dureza tires. It's going to be a tire that is not going to be well suited for, you know, 90 degree temperatures at Daytona, Road Atlanta, you know, that June, July, August stretch of races. That'll have to be a very calculated decision that these teams make. Certainly plays a part.
It's actually done well here with the lap time. That was more or less a clear lap in terms of traffic, and the time was a 57.8, which, you know, is not really, well, I was going to say it's not out of the range of what the competitors are doing, but it is the slowest of,
but
for a while there it wasn't, but now that the track is cleared up a little bit.
This is definitely tires though, Brendan. I mean, when you compare this, when you compare this to, you know, the round 3 609 or ACP, JTR Motorsports, these 3 teams are not on Nanking tires. I don't believe any of the 3 of them are on a Yokohama either. And you can see they're running 53.7, 54 flat. So this car's losing 3+ seconds a lap right now, almost 4 seconds a lap. And it's you know, their fastest driver that's in the car too, that was running the same 54 flat lap times early in the race. So
is there a reason you would go Nanking against, I mean, most of the rest of the field running
I think
literally anything else? I mean,
it's a good tire for pace, and so you know, all running these teams is there's trade-offs on everything, right? So you might want the pace here and hope that it lasts, and you may feel like you're bringing a little bit of a knife to a gunfight here. This is a very well prepared car, very well built car, but it's first race weekend, not going to have the same, you know, power that some of these other cars have. But
they could even just have the wrong compound on it, right?
They very well could, yeah. Nanking actually makes 2 different compounds that are legal for WRL. At least one I know, but maybe a second compound. I'm not sure about that. Maybe it is just one, but the Nanking tire, again, a pretty good tire for time trials. You know, instant on tire. Same with the Yokohama AO52, the most popular time trial tire.
Well, I know that the Nanking is super popular in drifting too, because the value of it is incredibly high.
Yeah, true.
My understanding.
So that
the other thing too, guys, just to make this point real quick too, you never know how tire deals might come into play here either. And maybe that Chill Out is getting some support from Nanking, and that, you know, I always have to remind myself of that too with some of these, what you would think maybe are strange choices too. So maybe they're working with Nanking or a supplier that is a Nanking supplier or something like that too.
Yeah, if that's an unfamiliar name to you as it was to me about 5 minutes ago. So they're a Taiwanese company, so they would be compatriots with Federal Tire, Kenda, Maxxis. You know, so you know, it's not that unusual. It's just maybe not something that you would pick up off your shelf just out of name recognition.
Yeah, that's a good picture of choice there, going by the Chill Out car, not for position, but
equally new to them car.
Yeah. Not in their customary colors either, by the way.
No, very much closer to the Boots and Gignon colors that car would have sported in Belgium, which is where that car came from. But kind of tied them like
we almost bought that car, by the way. We were in discussions on buying that car with the owner of that car at one time.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the Toy family was happy to have made their trip to Belgium, so
yeah.
Same with the Round 3 racing cars. Those cars came from Samantha Tan Racing, and we were in discussions to buy them at the same time that Round 3 swiped them from us.
Interesting. Well, not interesting. It's obvious. The battle for second and third with the 609 and the number 2 from Team ACP is about to become the battle of first, second, and third. Round 3 picked off about 5 or 6 seconds on a previous lap, and the margin from first to second in GTO is now just under 13 seconds. So I think if things continue on this trend where the 609 has actually a bit of a pace advantage on the 143 Pro Sport Aston. We could see a decent battle for the lead with all three of the podium cars in play.
Maybe a driver change too in the 59 Stratos car. That car does not have the same pace that it had been running.
Yeah, this is a theme with that car, and it's not a knock, but it is, you know, something that presents itself every now and then. The good news is that car has a margin, right, where they can go run 56s and 57s for a stint, and really not give anything up to.
Oh, I think you're going to see them run several hours of laps like that here.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you'll see that. Very noticeable too that the Stratos car. Oh, you know, I think it's no secret Dakota Dickerson obviously has driven with them quite a bit. I don't know if he's there this weekend, but usually has the best pace in that car. And then this is things that team owners notice, and largely has to do with talking other drivers off a cliff, right? The other drivers, why is that car so fast? And we typically say it's probably Dakota Dickerson driving. Wait until the other drivers get in. It's a little more normalized, and that seems to be the case here too.
Yeah, I'm told it was probably Dakota Dickerson in the car for the start.
Yeah, I would imagine. He may not be there this weekend, though, either, but I suspect he is. But
If he was on the entry list. Thunder Bunny's back up into the top 10 overall in that number 111. Kind of stabilized right there in P8. About 12 seconds up on the Horseman number 14 car, which is...
do we have an in-car from that 111?
We did. I think Joseph mentioned it had gone down.
Went down? Okay.
Yeah, within the
I'm kind of curious who's driving that car, too. Pretty consistent laps we're seeing out of that car. Yeah, look at the chill-out lap time here falling off, 2:03.9. I think we're going to see them probably on pit lane here pretty soon. That's an abnormal lap there.
Yeah, I did wonder if they were trying to get to halfway and then just change the tires once, but that's... Now, if you're giving up 10 seconds a lap on the potential of that car, that crossover point as to when it makes sense to throw another set of tires on there comes up.
Well, that's clearly not what that is. That's, as Tim said, that's an unusually slow lap.
Oh, okay,
I've been doing 57s.
Yeah. You know, another thing about that car to pay attention to is the mileage that it gets. So it's, you know, theoretical longest pit stop here, 33 laps on the first stint, which is pretty good actually. But that'll be another thing to pay attention to on that car. That's an LS3 Corvette engine that's in that car.
Yeah, the camera is back for the 111, but there's still no audio for it.
No, we don't have audio on this car either.
So see, if you just look at, I'll be interested to see Joseph's model for the first time, because even the M4 GT4s, which drink fuel, are notorious for it. We're able to run 36, 37 laps versus chill-out's 33 there on the first stint. Horseman's been hanging around here just a little bit too, not quite the same pace, but as you mentioned.
I've had to manually add in some pit stops for some of these entries. Because
I don't know if you saw this. Also, I'm sorry to interrupt. The 888 car, 1 lap penalty for a fueling infraction. That happened not long ago there. They're a little bit off the pace, but anyway, but it just a notable infraction.
Yeah, I didn't realize I wasn't sending audio to you guys. Sorry about that.
It's hard to take into account, but that was actually 50 minutes ago. This race is flying by already.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast these races go when they're not yellow flags in the middle of them.
The number 2 is dropping through the... that's because they're in the pits. So I guess we are... Are we really getting close to another round of pit stops? We're halfway through an hour.
404 is in as well. The number 2 was in at 74, so this will be...
Look at this, chill out. Is that behind the wall?
No, I'm coming down pit road.
That pit end's really...
boy, that looks
it's on the time.
Yes.
Look like he's in the paddock.
New driver.
Let's see if they've got tires here on the wall for this car.
Yeah, good reminder.
No way they bring this car in and don't change tires, right?
It's possible that they don't, but
good reminder from the comments that you can only change 1 tire at a time. In effect, because you can only have. I don't know if there's a clever parallel way to do it, but you can only have 5 over the wall at one time.
That is true. Gone is the rule for this year that you have to raise and lower the car per 2 tires on, or per tire, I think, in GTO, right?
Yeah, I didn't like that rule change either. By the way, I thought, I don't want to be overly critical about it, but I thought that was a pretty good rule to keep, air jack cars from not having an advantage over non-air jack cars. But that was why it was in place.
That is.
There it goes.
Decent amount of manpower behind the 98.
Wow, no tires.
No tires in the 4-4.
The number 2 is going behind the wall.
Oh boy.
Wow.
So that's out of 3rd overall, second, fourth overall, isn't it? Because the 143 slipped back now as well.
Pro Sport maybe in the pits also, guys.
Yeah, no, that would make sense.
Number 2 was actually running 3rd overall. It was right behind the 609 and catching them. So before the pit stop. So really strange that they've suddenly had to. They've done their pit stop, drove to the end of the pit lane, and then made the hard left. So they must have found something while they were in the pits.
This is Brandon Chappell here, on board with him in the 404, I think.
See how he gets on with a used set of fairly warm non-Kang tires.
Okay, yeah, JT's reporting that. I'm guessing this has come off a race control log, JT?
Oh. Yeah.
Wait, is that's in the back?
Oh, there it is. Is that it? Yeah, good call, Joseph.
Wow. Yeah, good timing for Ryan picking that camera back up.
Drivers left in the braking zone on the way into turn 13 is where we're looking there. You could just see it to the left of the flag station.
JTR just had a really slow lap, too, for some reason.
Yeah, that's number 696, which we really haven't talked about much today.
I'd say that probably in the pits.
No, it was a 2:01.3 was the lap time.
Yeah, that can be an in-lap.
Yeah, it should be, just based on where their pit stall is before the timing loop, but judging by their previous stops, it looks like they were doing roughly this lap.
Yeah, their in-laps are usually in the 1:59 2-minute range.
And so round 3 racing then has taken over the overall lead here in GTO, which is interesting given they had a tire that they had to change, so they had a long pit stop. But so they're slightly off cycle with these other M4s here then. They were last in on lap 75. Yeah, a lot of it's just happened here in the last couple months.
The GTO podium has fallen apart, with the exception of round 3.
And look at 6th place overall here. I just want to draw some attention to that.
Well, so this is the classic GTR race, right? So all we need to do is give everybody a 2-lap head start, and within the first half of the race, they'll be back into their normal.
Yeah, they were my pick. They were my pick to win the race. By the way, we didn't do our predictions.
But we didn't do our predictions.
So, your description of a classic GTR race is they realised they were on pole, which is very not like them. So they had to get a penalty once immediately under it.
It's a Tom Brady situation where they're like, oh no, they're back. You can't get them too far behind, or else you'll activate their trap card.
Yeah, GTR started the race up 28 to 3, or down 28 to 3.
They may be on pit lane also, and then round 3 just ran a 1:59 lap, which is a little unusual too. But that car had been running 50.
Now, remember, there is a local yellow out on the way into turn 13. So if you get caught up behind a bunch of traffic, that could easily, throw 3 or 4 seconds.
Emergency vehicles on the racetrack here too.
Yeah.
GTR is due in, by the way. So if they are stopped, that's probably why. If we see a slow lap from them.
Actually, they were right together with the number 982 pass start finish last time there. Less than a tenth of a second between them.
Yeah,
in favor of GTR, so that'll be moved on then.
Round 3, the second car right back to a 1:55. So yeah, it must have been hung up by.
Meanwhile, JTR did do a 3:30, which is definitely a pit stop lap. So that was what they were doing.
That's a pretty good pit stop too, actually. 3:30.
Yeah,
it's basically what they've done every other time. Well, they've done 2 3:38s, so yeah, that's an improvement on that.
We're looking at about
up to P5 overall.
We're looking at about 1.5 minute time loss for pit stops here. So these are pretty quick, really just fill ups and sending. Not a ton of system checks or anything like that. It doesn't look like.
Well, you say that, but as I mentioned on the first round of pit stops, Horseman Racing's stops are 40-odd seconds slower than that.
Yeah, I noticed that too. We were talking about tires. GTR is a team that often tries to run Yokohama tires, by the way. The softer helmets that have to be changed. That's one of the reasons why they always have pretty good pace. I will tell you this too. I do know they're going to go. How did Myers know that? They have been known too to run Yokohamas for part of the race and another tire for another part of the race.
That's not super surprising, considering that we quite often see their pace change drastically through the race. Although we tend to put that down to driver choice,
driver and tires. I think you'll occasionally see them strap a new set of sticker yokes on for their fastest driver.
Interesting note in GP2, the 144 Craftsman Auto came in, I believe, onto pit lane, I believe unscheduled.
The W2W car that's in P5 overall, maybe a good question for Ryan, maybe, or maybe if one of you guys notices, but I'm curious what the livery is on that car. They have new liveries on these cars for this year. They are new cars too, by the way, and one of them has got a really nice looking McDonald's wrap on the car, and I'm curious which car that is. And it could have been Kai's car even, with the McDonald's M's on it.
As JT has pointed out in our chat, the 34 Hitman car has received a 1 lap penalty for a pass under yellow. That car is running 8th, presumably after the penalty, which is... No, I don't think
GTR there had a slow stop also. I'm starting to really wonder about tires here now with some of these teams. That's an unusual slow stop for them.
Yeah, obviously we are at the halfway point, so yeah, that wouldn't be surprising if you knew you could do about half the race on tires. The only thing that would maybe surprise me is that you wouldn't finish out the race with fresh tires, take it another stint, but that would maybe take you into about 3.5, well, close to 3 even hours to go, and maybe that's not enough time to really make use of those tires.
Which car's this? Chill Out?
Chill Out would be one that we were looking at with possible tire concerns. Certainly with the setup falling away with that car.
I would say they're in a position where it looks like they're suffering more tire degradation than they were expecting. So they kind of had to make that tire change, and I would imagine the drivers are being told we need to do a better job of this, and if we're going to make it to the end with only 1 tire change.
Yeah, because I didn't see, when we were looking at the onboard, it didn't look like they were putting tires on the car, right?
I find that really difficult to tell from an onboard, to be honest, so I couldn't work it out. The car looks like it's
I didn't see tires on the wall even. No tires on the wall, and the car did not go up in the air. That car does have air jacks.
Oh, okay, so maybe they haven't finished tires then.
Yeah, way off the pace. You see that, this driver that came out?
I haven't looked at their times yet. I assumed they were still equalising.
209, 201, 2 minutes flat from the Chill Out car.
Oh, wow, yeah. Okay, so they're just presumably cruising around to the next pit stop, or maybe they just don't have
hemorrhaging some time. Same with the Thunder Bunny car, off the pace here a bit, 204.
There are some hot balls going on out at the moment on the track, I think, so I think that will probably be affecting things. Nobody really is going particularly quick.
Potential battle in GP3 for second in class, and they come across the line. NRG Racing takes second position from TCS Motorsports.
With a 9/10 of a second lead there at the stripe. A battle may rage on here for a bit.
I'm expecting NRG to pull away. They had been a bit quicker. They recently had their pit stop where TCS was promoted back in the second. Reeled them in and have gotten by now.
We should see round 3, the overall leader in GTO here on pit lane pretty soon here.
They are the one car that seems to have kept their pace up in this period of the race. I guess, as I say, that JTR has also just... they've gone down to 157 on that lap, but round 3 does seem to have kept below 155, whereas, or at least below 156, where most teams haven't been recently.
Yeah, and they've done it across at least 2 drivers, right? So Cole Lofsgaard started, double stint. Now you've got Doc Huget in there. So you've got 2 drivers here that have kept pretty good pace, nearly 3.5 hours, or a little over 3.5 hours into the race. That's what you got to do. That and good clean pit stops. They're on the Cooper tire, which are fast. I mean,
who are these entries that we're talking about?
Talking about round 3 at the moment, the 609.
609.
Let's see if I can give you guys some plots. Actually, talk about what kind of pace.
I was referring mostly to the last 4 or 5 laps where there have been some hot pulls on the track, so the general pace has slowed. Whereas theirs, I don't know if they're just on the right part of the track where they haven't got stuck behind GP3 cars, but their pace has remained pretty solid over the last few laps, which coming up to their pit stop is going to help them jump ahead a little bit. I think they were racing with JTR Motorsport, Chill Out, and then the number 2 car, which I am assuming hasn't re-emerged from the pits. No, it's still Salmon, and it's now 9 laps off the lead. So that's a real shame.
TCS, the 22 has just been overtaken for second in class, which I think that's what JT was pointing out. So we can switch over to that onboard. Right as it stutters on me. So that should be, that silver car to the left should be the number 66 for NRG.
Yep.
Oh, a little bit of a move in the braking zone. That could have gone really badly.
Yeah. Could have sworn previously NRG used to run a bluish livery. Was that correct?
I don't
they
remember.
did. They posted something on Facebook and said new livery, and showed a picture of a crashed FRS next to this brand new car. Looked like they had clipped a wall somewhere or something. So I suspect this is a new car for them altogether. Either that or a very well rebuilt car, one or the other. But
22's not going away.
Another really good team there, NRG.
Yeah, they're usually pretty quiet at the start of a race, but they usually hang tough and work their way up the order and do fairly well.
Did we ever get... I think you introduced the idea of having done a model, Joseph, or done some irresponsible maths. We only heard about the GTU predicted results. Did it have anything interesting to say about GTO?
GTO is a real knife fight.
Yeah, that's why hence I'm asking.
Yeah. So the favorites there would be... this would be a little bit of a sleeper pick for me, but the 696 sticking around.
JTR Motorsport.
Yeah, 143 for Pro Sport is in there. It doesn't... We're not favoring the 609 very much right now, which makes me a little skeptical of the output.
143, now you mention it, am I being completely blind, or have they disappeared?
Disappeared.
They had an issue.
Okay, so I ran this about at the top of the hour, so things have changed. That was the car that was stopped.
Yeah, I'm guessing number 2 will also appear on your list that's obviously disappeared as well, but I hadn't actually noticed the Pro Sport has stopped.
Also, with Joseph, you saying that the 609 is very heavily favored, they've really come on strong in the last, let's say, 35 minutes, 40 minutes. At about the same time the number 2 went by the wayside, the 143 had a problem. So this is, it's a recent development, but now not only are they strong, but they're from a position of strength as well.
Well, I think Joseph's model there is influenced by that long pit stop too, that they put tires on the car.
That may well be.
Too wide here. As this battle keeps raging for second in GP3.
He's gonna close the apex, so he's got it.
And takes a position back.
Well, I don't know if it's over yet. Hold on.
Oh no, it's definitely not going to be over.
Yeah, the question for me was what was going to shake out when they made their way into 5.
Yeah, I actually thought that car was still on his right when they got there to 5. But
that is such a long corner. Turn 6 is. I see them slow down so early, and I'm like, what? Why? What's happening?
Well, it's tricky too because it narrows up so much on the exit. 5 is this short, quick corner, and you have all this runoff and curb on the left. 6 is a much longer arc. It may be a less tight apex, but then you lose all that width on the exit. You've got this very narrow curb, and then all of a sudden you're out in the weeds.
So am I watching this right too? That this TCS car is trying to get back on the lead lap here?
That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, this is I was just going to compliment this 197 car. I see the Maxxis decal, so there again, yet another different tire manufacturer there, which is terrific to see. And that Boxster looks like it's well set up here too. I did see something on Facebook about this. Now I'm gonna draw a blank on her name. Hold on, let me try to find it.
Is this in the overnight camp, Tim?
I'm sorry?
Is this the person you're looking for? Is this with overnight?
Yeah, overnight. Do you know who the drivers are? One's a female driver that drove an MX-5 Cup last year.
Savannah Little?
Yeah, Samantha Little. Yeah, Samantha Little.
Savannah Little is what I have.
Yeah, Savannah Little. That's correct. Yeah, she drove an MX-5 Cup last year and done a lot of time trial stuff. She's got a Mac Daddied out 350Z that she does some stuff with time trial and grid life and some other stuff. And I saw her post that she was going to be in this car for this weekend, so that was exciting to see too.
So we're seeing the 197 just slowly starting to pull away as it was able to clear both of these cars here.
609's in the pits, by the way.
609 is in the pits.
Yeah, they have dropped down to 5th overall, 3rd in class.
Really slow pit stop there too by the 609.
Yeah, they should have been coming out of the pits ahead of 696 based on where they were all before the cycle started. So
again, I wonder about tire problems. Yeah, that kind of reeks of maybe another tire problem. I don't know, but that's a long stop. Maybe worth at least taking. Let me see. Let me take a peek at the 609's stream here to see if Doc Hugate's still on board there. Yeah, he is still on board. So that was a non-driver change, 4-minute and 50-second stop. Wow.
So graph there is showing us some interesting. I would not have guessed that the 696 was so not only competitive on times, but their distribution is much tighter than all the other cars. So
that's Jared Thomas Racing, by the way, MX-5 Cup driver. Just won one of the 2 races at Daytona here a couple weekends ago. Very talented driver.
I hadn't noticed that they threw out earlier in the race. They were, I guess, did they start a long way back or something? Because they seemed kind of invisible at the start of the race.
That used to be New Light. I don't know what the relationship is now, but that was New Light Motorsports before Peter Atwater, who also drives an MX-5 Cup. And then
so they had a 1-lap penalty early in the race, which is why they were a little bit through the early part of the race.
Luca Mars drives with them also. He's also a really talented driver.
And their pace is obviously what's brought them back into contention because, according to Joseph Stater there, it's very strong.
Yeah, I love the histograms, and I wish I had a better way to bring those into the broadcast. But, I think it's important to kind of see the lap time history of these cars graphically, get a real sense of, we can have these intuitions, but we need to see the actual data to really get a handle for where the pace is in this field.
Overall leader in the pits after 30 laps, guys.
I can also see. It's much more obvious now where your model is getting them as a favourite from.
Yeah, most certainly. Just to draw some attention to this too, lots of warnings for teams. We'll see how that plays out here. Not even at the halfway part, almost to the halfway point of this race. Lots of teams with warnings on pit lane for, different things, speeding and fuel infractions and fire bottle and
visor up.
Yeah, visor up. And so these things, if they happen again, are a 1-lap penalty, which will, it has gotten substantially harder over 3 years to get a lap back in these races. I mean, 3 times as hard now to get a lap back in these races than it was even, I would say, a year and a half ago.
Well, and especially
the GTO field is 3 times as big.
I think the teams are. I talked to you guys about this on a broadcast before. When we first came out, we brought a pro level IMSA crew out, and we've had the same crew for 3 years, which is one I would say is probably the reason we're competitive at every race. But we used to just smash everybody on pit stops. It wasn't even close. And what has happened is these teams have all gotten a lot more serious about pit stops and and their crews have gotten more experienced. And again, just in a short period of time, I think you see less of teams picking up, weekend crew guys. There are some teams that still will try to find somebody that's very inexpensive by the day rate to come and crew these races, and that crew has a much harder time, performing at a high level. And I think you also see less friends that are crewing their car by themselves, and less drivers that are crewing the car by themselves. There is still a good bit of that going on, but everybody's just gotten much crisper and much better, at looking at this data post-race and seeing that where they're losing a lot of time was in the pits. And so that got frustrating for me, because we were, usually the fastest by a good bit, and then we just watched that whittle away to where we didn't really have an advantage anymore, and we were trying to find a second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds here and there, just to make sure we still were on pace with the fastest stops in the race.
Well, that makes it even more impressive, looking at where 696 is now. We actually haven't had that many one-lap penalties, at least that have been overturned. But yeah, we know that the 99 and the 34 both had one-lap penalties, and they're still basically nowhere.
Yeah, the 696, both of their pit stops, right on par with where they should be.
They have had a warning though, in the pit stop, so they're on their sort of. They've had their yellow card, so they could end up with a second one-lap penalty. But I mean, halfway through the race, they've managed to overcome one of them, so maybe they can overcome the second one.
New player here too in P2 overall, the 982 W2W car.
They've benefited by not making their third stop yet, though.
Yeah.
Second
But
place.
they're hanging around. They're hanging around though.
I want to make a couple quick points. So Stratos, our overall leader, still not really slouching with pit stops. They lost about a minute 20 through theirs with the total time loss. So that's, I mean, given that there's a pit lane speed limit, that's a quick stop. And 701, who was involved in that first lap accident, back out on track finally after about 3.5 hours of repair. So they're going to give their guys some seat time.
Yeah. Worth noting in GTU, by the way, that 59 that leads so commandingly by 4 laps over the number 55 from MLT Motorsports. Their pit stop was a minute and a half quicker to do basically 10 gallons of fuel and nearly identical service. So it's not just them, beating the MLT car on pace, but they're beating them pretty soundly in the pits as well.
Yeah, this 147 has a ton of pace. While we've been on board, we've seen them overtake purely on speed a couple of GTO cars that are not exactly doing poorly. This Hitman car isn't having the best race. They're running 11th in class, but they
had a penalty in there as well, haven't they?
Oh, that would make a lot of sense, because they've also overtaken the TLM USA 172 on track, which is running 5th in GTO. So this is a fast little GP1 car.
Oh, absolutely. It was this in PC racing for pretty much all of last year. Fires it at the inside of Hitman there. I think they feel like they were getting held up.
Oh, and I think they were. The place where this car seems to make at least a lot of its speed is in the corners. I think it'll pull away coming out of 16 here. But we might see the 34 draw level again by the time they get down into turn 1.
That W2W car from 982 is now in the pit lane, so it'll be even on pit stops with the rest of the GTO field. As the Hitman car goes flying back by on the front straightaway into turn 1.
Yeah, much better than level, as it turns out.
Yeah. Chillout's up into 4th, but their lap times are just brutal. They haven't been below 2 minutes since they changed drivers over to Brandon Chapel.
Yeah, this is a really interesting... Oh, there's a car off the driver's left. That's the big mission car, isn't it? Is it?
No.
It's hard to tell. Just real quick though, in GP3, it looks like NRG Racing lost a lap. Only thing I'm noting on race log is they had a cutoff in, but no action needed. Oh, now they've gone salmon.
So I don't think it's the 130. I've got a few cars. Yeah, TLM USA. I've got stopped for 7. I've got stopped for Craftsman Auto Care. 66 for NRG. I've got stopped. I don't see a stopped car on our track sides, and we're on board with the 134, so we know that's not the stopped car. Or if it was, it wasn't stopped for very long.
No, it definitely wasn't the big mission car. It might have been... Is the 336 here this weekend?
I do not believe so.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not sure who that was. I'm looking on the log, but there hasn't been anything posted in there for a couple of minutes now.
Well, there was for the 66, but it's been deleted.
Two little nuggets from down in the paddock from team owners that have been in touch with us via text message. That phone number went out, by the way, this morning to team owners and those on RJ's sort of notifications list. So if you'd like to get in touch with us at DriversEye Live, just send a text message to that number and we'll get it up here. Already had plenty this morning, but the two most recent ones are from No Lift Racing with JNR, which is the number 07. That BMW Z3 Coupe is done for the day. They are looking for an N54 motor in or near NOLA to put in that car for tomorrow. So an engine failure there for the Z3. And then another from number 98, which is Stan's Racing 2. That car is out of the race due to transmission failure. I believe that was the car that had been stuck in 4th gear for something like 3 hours to that point. But they've now officially retired that car.
66 back in the running, so that's it. Looks like a scheduled pit stop. I'm gonna say, yeah, scheduled. Whoa, wheel hop. Scheduled pit stop for the 66. Assuming it was wheel hop.
Back out there. The 143's back out. A lot of laps down, but and the number 2 car, the Team ACP Tangerine Associates Caseby, that car still is not back out. So whatever problem that took them behind the wall is still going on.
Yeah, I do not have communication with Catesby, so I don't have an answer there on what the issue might be. 3 wide on the way into turn 3 is the number 469 goes up the inside of the big mission number 134, or perhaps it was the 134 trying to make a pass. But either way, that was a little hairy, and looks like it's all more or less sorted itself now by the time they get to the exit of turn 4. Tim, that 696 looks like your shorts.
How about that? That's the hit that keeps on giving.
Brendan's got, he has a max of like 3 jokes a weekend, so.
That's good. It is funny that Chill Out is still hanging on up here in P3 and GTO, even significantly off the pace, but Thunder Bunny's going to hunt him down here at a clip of about 2 to 3 seconds a lap.
I have more than 3 jokes, Joseph.
I said Brendan has more than.
Just keep your eye on that GTR. Keep your eye on that GTR car. I suspect they're their slowest pace driver, maybe in the car at the moment, but they're still hanging around here in P8, 1 lap down.
Yeah, that is one of the interesting things about that car is it always has a kind of, wow, those brakes or something else. They always have a weird lap time distribution because they've got drivers at very different skill levels in that car. So we'll see them kind of lingering for the middle run of the race, and then lo and behold, 2 hours or so to go, they're flying again.
Well, we just had this discussion 10 minutes ago where Tim was suggesting that they also try different or use different types of tires at different points in the race as well. So that contributes to that discrepancy too.
I missed that.
Tim made another good point there. With Chill Out Systems, like, quote unquote, hanging on. I think it's because they were in a little group that was ahead of this sort of midfield battle pack between 5th and about 13th. That is all really, really close together, relatively speaking, considering we're 5 or 6 hours into the race. I imagine they're going to start dropping positions gritty rapidly as they drop into that sort of that middle part of the pack. And they'll be, considering that they're running 5 to 10 seconds a lap off the pace, they're going to be dropping positions every 2 or 3 laps once they actually do drop into that group. But yeah, for now they've basically started eroding the good work, the good lead that they built up on that midfield through the early part of the race. Oh, but they are actually off the track right now, going through the gravel. Big snap of oversteer through the long right-handers around the back. I think it's the turn 5-6 area. The driver did manage to save it and keep it in a straight line. He's rejoining the track now. This is going to be a particularly slow lap. I don't know if he's even going to... I mean, you've got to be getting to sort of red flag, mission critical point here if the drivers are throwing it off the road because their rear tyres are so gone. Doesn't seem to be picking up speed particularly quickly, and he's staying offline. So I think there might even be a tyre explosion or something.
I wasn't confident that that car didn't have something else wrong with it, the way that it would react into certain corners. It kind of felt like it might have a downshifting issue, but I'm not 100% on that.
No, the way he's driving it now, even at this speed where he can't keep the back end under control, I think it's probably a left rear puncture.
There's not a lot of vibration to it, though.
To get us an answer.
I could imagine it maybe is a left rear. Yeah, well, look at that. Car's all over the place in the right-handers. I think it might be a left rear delamination rather than puncture, perhaps.
Oh, that could be. Yep.
Is Ryan anywhere near their pit box?
Ryan is probably on a brief lunch break. He went to go fix the camera, then my guess is he went to go find food. So
I did, and then my Venmo didn't work, and the lady had already prepared my food. So there was a hassle of me calling my mother to have her Venmo me money so I could Venmo it to her, because for whatever reason, Bank of America didn't want to play ball with Venmo today.
See, Tim, this is what happens when you're not trackside. Ryan has to go fend for himself.
I know, I asked yesterday, where will you eat, Ryan? I should have opened a tab at the food truck there and told Ryan he could go and help himself.
It's been fantastic food, so I'm happy with that. The barbecue yesterday was good, and then today I had some excellent catfish and jambalaya with a nice tiger's blood snow cone.
421.
You think they're going to change tires on this car?
Yeah, I think so, because you don't see the you don't see the driver unbuckling here. So certainly fueling first. I did get a text, by the way. Chill Out plans to run a different tire for tomorrow's race.
Interesting.
Cool.
So they will not be on Man Kings tomorrow. So
good way to test longevity.
Now, do you? I don't. Well, okay. Well, they're up on the left-hand sides, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going up.
Okay.
Yeah, left rear, as you guys suspected. It looks like.
It looks like it changed the left front as well.
I did notice when I was in the paddock that they are still working on that ACP PIM4.
Any idea what the issue might have been, Ryan?
They have the back end of it jacked up, so I would imagine that that's diff or axle or suspension related.
Yeah, diff or axle likely.
So
Very strange.
That is going to be a, something to add to your what to watch for list for tomorrow, because if this car is on different tires than 404, we've seen that it has pace, and if it can stay consistent over the course of 8 hours, I think that's going to be a threat.
Well, it has pace on these very soft tires.
Yeah, just a plug.
Harder tires.
Just a plug, by the way. Me personally, I would have liked to have seen WRL tell teams that they had to declare what tire they were going to race on. Said another way, a little bit of what the tire that you qualify on, I think, is the tire you should race on. But at any rate, that's just an opinion.
I actually would like to have that information as part of the broadcast. I think it would be an interesting point of discussion and data to follow over the course of a race weekend and over the season as a whole. Tires that perform better, tires, similar cars, all the BMW M4 GT4s, let's say they're running 3 different tires or tire manufacturers, what kind of data or information can we get from that? But obviously that's not available to us because it's not declared to the series. So,
right. Hey, me personally, I wish that the cars even, for me personally, I wish the cars had a sticker on the side similar to another series that said what their weight was. That would give you an idea what kind of configuration they're running in. I mean, that M4, as I noted, you probably run as much as a 25 horsepower swing, depending on which tune, which power stick you're going to use, and so forth. That's just me personally. I don't think it's a big deal, but it is one of the most underutilized rules in WRL. It's a rule that I actually love. Post race, you have to have your disclosure sheets with you, and you are required to furnish them to anybody who asks you. And so I don't know if you guys already knew that, but post race, you are most welcome to walk over to, if you just pick a team, Ginger Racing, and say, I'd like to see your disclosure sheet. And they have to hand it to you to look at.
Interesting. So independent of protests, this is just
independent of protests.
Interesting.
Yeah, independent of protests. Yep. And I say underutilized because, there's one team that asked for quite a few of them that we've shown ours to multiple times, which they always do the TCR cars. They have 3 tunes, and that's one thing about the TCR. We could have run as much as about 20 more horsepower in our TCR cars, but the tunes are locked, and so there's not a way to get a tune that can run 20 more horsepower. And so it was always funny to hand somebody our sheet, because when they did the math real quick, they were like, whoa, you guys are under horsepowered. And that was exactly right. So there was not a way for us to get weight out of that car either, beyond what we had already done. So
well, now that there's no factory support, can you turn the wick up on that?
Well, no. So you can, but boy, you'd be a pioneer to do it. Yeah, I mean,
I know how much power they pull out of those engines in like street cars. Like I know that that's the 5-cylinder, but I'm thinking of the RS3, the road car with the 5-cylinder. People are pulling 6 and 7 horse out of that with an intercooler and a tune. Now, is that likely to not explode? I don't know, but I'm also not talking about you putting 700 horsepower in a TCR.
Yeah, one of the disadvantages, it's easier to talk about, but one of the disadvantages on the TCR car is you have to run 100 octane fuel, and so that's a costly item. We budgeted as much as $9,000 for a weekend for fuel across 3 cars. And so that's a big ticket item to run 100 octane fuel. And the reason for that is they're tuned to...
Yeah, I think we might have
seem to have lost Tim there.
Yeah.
Looking down at my own internet here, make sure it's not mine.
Oh, is that mine that's having trouble?
You just chopped out, but you're back, yeah.
Okay. So the Audi TCRs are tuned for 92.6 octane of fuel, which means you could run 93 octane fuel, but even one time if you had a swallow of bad fuel in that car, it could very well detonate and blow it up. And so we ran 100 octane fuel. And so going to more power in that car would mean a change of turbo, and would mean taking the ECU and the CAN bus system out of that car. We ran some stuff to determine.
While
this was getting interesting.
Yeah, I think it's actually the voice or the noise suppression has decided that is voices too backgroundy.
Let me make a little adjustment here. It would require us to go to an aftermarket turbo and pull the ECU and the CAN bus system out of the TCR. It was about a $57,000 experiment to do on one car. And so the good news is if we'd have done on one car, then to replicate it would have been significantly less expensive than that. But the bigger thing was we would have been on our own. So we would have lost the ability to read codes and provide that data to engineers at Audi. Audi would have basically written us off, which is not surprising, right? They want to support factory cars being driven as they're supposed to and being configured as they're supposed to. So we would have been on our own, so we elected to not do that. But it also would have hindered our ability to sell those cars, as we did, to a team that intends to run them in other series as legal for those other series. And so to put them back would have been quite costly.
Right. So you can't do something that's that's permanent or semi-permanent, because you're not going to have that car forever. You know that going in.
No, that's exactly right. I mean, the quiet secret for a lot of years was that the BMW M235 and 240 factory race cars, the almost all those for this series have upgraded the turbos and run a different tune to make significantly more power.
Those are much closer related to the road car, though, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, you still have the same options in the TCR. And the CAN bus system in those cars is so integrated. I mean, it would have been, even if it was free, it would have been a major ordeal to try to get that to work right. So is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. There's a 450 horsepower TCR car that exists that somebody did exactly that, and last I heard they were trying to sell it for around $200,000 because of all the money that they invested in it. And it also cannot, it's a front wheel drive car, it can't keep tires underneath it.
Right.
We obviously would have never run it as 450 horsepower, but it would have been nice to run it at 330 or 335. It would have still affected tires, but yeah, your options are kind of limited on TCR cars. And instead, that's why the fuel change, I think, was important for this year. You know, that was a good advantage that car had. It could run long on fuel, particularly if you pulled the pace off just a tick, you could really stretch it. And we did that multiple times, as you guys know. And so that kind of took a trick out of your bag, so to speak.
I want to make
the 77's using the cut through just now. I don't know what happened with that.
I want to make a couple notes just as housekeeping. So the 143 is back out there after about 14. Well, it's a 14-minute lap anyway. I'm not sure how much time they lost, but they're back out there. We did, because they fell off our radar, we did miss that the 404 is just coming for more service. So I wonder if they have decided to go ahead and change tires on that car.
So they came in twice, you're suggesting?
Basically,
and
yeah.
then immediately they've done their fastest lap of the race.
All right, so that's going to be tires.
53-1.
I don't think they did come in twice. They definitely, changed tires when they came
It's
in.
just Joseph catching up on the stop itself.
Yeah.
No, it was a very short stint. They just stopped about 3 laps ago.
That was when the car had what we think is a delaminating left rear tire.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, it's associated with what we just saw on the screen a couple of minutes ago. It was a 7-minute stop, so we didn't see them come back or 7-minute lap.
Yeah, I thought it was actually much more recent. Yeah, I thought it was much more recent because they'd only completed 2 laps, so they must have been very much on the end of their last one.
52 flat now from that car.
Yeah, 7-minute pit stop. You see that? Jeez.
Well, they've got to run another 4 hours on those tires, which are presumably the same tires they just delaminated. So maybe that's a little bit bold.
Well, and the track will be a little warmer than it was at the beginning of the race too.
Right.
Yeah. We also have not had a single full course caution that would help that a lot.
Right. Yeah. Just to take some energy out of the tires, they've just been running flat out.
Yeah, that has to be a contributor here to some of these tire problems we're seeing. No opportunity to pull these off.
At turn 1 right now
for debris.
Joseph, in your most recent round of projections, did you touch on GP1 at all?
PC Racing looks like the favorite there. I haven't checked.
It does, and I'm a little intrigued by that because they've had an extra pit stop. They're pitting earlier than Moorhead is, and they're going a little bit more quickly at the moment, but
they're leading the race after having been punted off on the first lap.
Yes, exactly. So the fact that now that we've actually just crested halfway, and a car that was, well, the 147 was backwards too, wasn't it? They were all backwards at turn 3. But,
one of them was very forwards, but that car is not very high up the running order.
Sure, but the 44 is, it's had the extra pit stop. It's a little behind on fuel strategy. It's still projected pretty handily to be the favorite over the number 147. Is pretty interesting to me because that 147 looked strong enough early on that.
Oh, sorry, Brendan. We got the 9-4 Motorsports NPO1 is going very slowly through the S's.
Yep. I think you can just pick it up behind the tower on the left-hand side of the screen.
It's going to come to a stop.
I think through that right-hander.
Here. Would have been really nice if they could have pulled off in the.
You can see it there, far to driver's right.
Something's happened to GTR here too. They've gone from 8th to 13th here in just a few laps, and they had a pit stop, but something else here.
Stop was a little longer. It was a 409.
Yeah, but
now they're
at the time they pitted. I remember saying they're in P6 overall and they're only 1 lap back. Don't count them out, but now they're 4 laps back. So maybe
didn't they have a two lap penalties?
That became
2 1-lap penalties. One was overturned.
Yeah, it became a 1 lap penalty.
Yeah, so I was wondering if it had gone back the other way, but
did you guys mention the the fueling infraction penalties that popped up in the last 50 minutes?
No, we haven't.
So they've started going from warnings to penalties. So the 198's been dinged for that, is that one of the overnight cars?
It is, yes.
And that cost them a position. That's actually a Stan's Racing. In GP2, they were second, but they had to pit. That would have demoted them to third, but then they lost a lap because of a visor up.
And the 134 has just gotten warned for the same thing. They haven't been penalized yet, but they have been warned for it. And the 888 also a 1-lap penalty for a fueling infraction.
The 195 just was back out and circulating again, so that's good news for them that they got that car repaired.
With reference to the number 99 Team GTR BMW, there was a note in here from 10:54 this morning Central, so about 2 hours ago, of contact between that car and the number 85, AOA MX-5. And the note on that is a 2-lap penalty for avoidable contact. But the 99 is the number in bold there. So I wonder if, as the overtaking car, that they were assigned the responsibility for that incident and that position drop we have for the 99 back into 13th as a result of that 2-lap penalty.
No, because that was decided a while ago. I think that's for the 85.
All right. Oh, the penalty would have been for the 85.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, there's no specifics on who the penalty was given to.
I generally treat column C, inside baseball, column C as the aggressor and D as the victim.
Well, the only reason I may disagree with you is if you look at the entry from the 701 really early in the race, the round 3 car, they're bolted. We know they're the car that was penalized.
Yeah,
and you know what, Joseph? The GTR went from 8th to 16th on lap 116 on 1 minute 57.
Yeah,
so that's exactly what happened.
I do have some weird entries for the 99 about around lap 118. Does that feel about right?
That's exactly. Yeah, 116 was when the position drop was on Race Hero. So if that's your script's interpretation of that data, then that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so they lost 8 positions in 1 lap, basically.
Yep. So that's exactly what happened there.
So that would be why they were. Yeah, we were talking about them in 6th earlier.
Yep.
Yeah, not that long ago. JTR is still putting it on the field here right now.
I know it. JTR is going to throw me off at some point this season, without question.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a little bit of clarification post-race as to why that was a 2-lap penalty for the 99. Because usually, if that happens, that's a driver ejection. If it's severe enough to warrant a 2-lap penalty. So I wonder if there were some mitigating factors there. I don't know. I'm curious to find out what went down.
Yeah, and two laps normally assigned, by the way, for avoidable contact versus 1 lap.
For incidental. Okay.
Yeah.
Joseph, do you have the onboard for the Thunder Bunny 111?
Not loaded in, not pulled in.
Okay. Things are developing there. The number 9 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates is picking up over 2 seconds a lap recently. The gap's down to 4.1, so that's about for 5th overall, 3rd in GTO, the final podium spot. And I think that'll be our only onboard camera with that battle. So whoever's picking that'll be the one to follow that.
Which one of you guys is the compliment due to for picking up the right in-car streams here? Who's doing the switching?
Joseph
is, yeah. Kudos to Joseph then. This TCS battle is still raging on here with overnight. That's a great
This is the lead lap.
Yeah, this is trying to get back on the lead lap again.
There's your triple one.
This keeps being an amazing battle here. There's a note in here too that the 44 just had 4 off somewhere.
Yeah, it's your GP1 leader, PC Racing. Yeah, I'm running through my sort of timing data to make sure we're not missing pit stops, because I want to rerun those projections and make sure that we're not missing some, what would obviously be salient information for some of these classes.
while Joseph is running the projections, can we talk to Johnny Unzer? Is that okay?
If we have to.
We have
Yeah,
to.
right.
I think we have to. He came all the way up here from the opposite end of the pit lane. So
cue up
Johnny,
the trumpets. Cue up the
Hey,
trumpets.
it's a pleasure to be here. I haven't
swords.
seen this side of the WRL yet, so this is great.
Yeah, perfect. We're happy to be here. We're happy to have you. So how's it been going down there?
Well, it didn't start out so good for the 701. That's the car my daughter is in.
Right.
But those things do occur, and the car's back out there now, so they're just doing a little testing to make sure and get it right for tomorrow.
Perfect. Okay, so now we're focused on tomorrow, just getting some miles under our belts and making sure tomorrow will be taken care of.
Yeah, so that car is, there it goes right now. It's doing good in the 609, the other team car.
Right.
I think I haven't seen here real lately, but you probably have that, and I think they're doing good.
Yeah, that's doing pretty well for sure. They're second in class and third overall. Is that right? Do I have that right on here? Yes. Yep. So they're third overall and second in class.
Yeah,
but I'd say that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, they're doing good.
Absolutely. Do you enjoy being here at NOLA?
Yeah, I do. It's haven't been here since I was here with IndyCar, which was a long time ago. So
drive an IndyCar?
I didn't drive here, but I was working, as an official steward, which I'm still doing with the Road to Indy and with IMSA.
Okay.
So, sitting in race control, looking at all the incidences and
Perfect.
doing what your fine staff is doing here.
Excellent.
Kyle and the whole crew, and pretty impressed with how things are going here with the World Racing League and how they've upped their game as far as the officiating side, and I think it's coming along really well.
Absolutely. I tend to agree
I have
with
a
that.
question, Ryan.
Yeah, go for it, Joseph, please.
Which race do you think would be harder to officiate? The deluge in 2015 or this?
That was something else in 2015, wasn't it? Yeah, it was kind of a mess. But, the endurance races, they've really turned in. I just got done with doing the 24 Hours of Daytona not long ago. And, it was obviously it was an incredible race, but to go for 24 hours and then basically we're officiating it at the end. It's like a full-on sprint race because they're running so close.
Right.
Which is great to see.
No call on the Porsches there at the end.
There was no call on that.
I thought that was the right move, personally. I don't know how anybody else felt, but I thought that letting people race at the end of a 24-hour race like that, I mean, it's unfortunate for Banthor the way it ended up coming out, but I thought that was a good no call there.
Yeah,
It's fantastic.
Hard racing. I think they both did a great job and respected each other, right up till the very end. So that was good. I have a little bit different feelings, when it's earlier or, at the start of a race. I mean, it's
right.
And that's what I think, drivers are learning here is like, the way you race a little bit different at the beginning than you do at the end. And you got to use a lot of common sense in endurance racing. And I think it teaches drivers that good aspect of racing. There's nothing to replace sprint racing. But as we get, as we progress in endurance racing, like when I endurance race, most of them were, you just tried to keep the car under you. You ran, 8/10ths or whatever. But it's not that way now. When it comes down to the end of the race, you're running 10/10ths.
Absolutely. You got to get every last bit of the car out before you don't want to put it on the trailer ready for another race. You got to use all that up. I got you.
I've got two questions for Johnny quickly. So, first off, your role as an advisor and work as a steward in the Road to Indy and the work you did with IMSA last weekend. You had your career in kart in the IRL back in the late 90s, plenty of seat time. Do you find now, let's say over 20 years removed from that it's still just as easy to put yourself in a modern racing driver's shoes and try and assess where their minds are, what that split-second decision making is like for them, or has racing changed so much that now you're kind of having to make assumptions about where drivers are at, mentally when they're behind the wheel?
No, I think the basics are still the same. I have the opportunity once in a while to get in a car and test, and it's still, the basics are still the same.
Sure.
And the same, principles are applied, and the same principles of, when you go to make that pass and when you make a clean pass and, what isn't a clean pass. And so I think those things are still the same. Now they happen quicker, obviously, depending on which series and which car and all that, things happen quicker. But, the principles I feel are the same.
And then, Brendan, did you have a second question, or was that?
Yeah, sorry, no, he dropped off there on my home internet here. But yeah, so my second question, a little more to do with just your role here. I see that there's a comment in here about being a spokesman for Cooper Tire. Obviously, working the road to Indy makes sense with all that. Lonnie is, one of the most recognizable, not just names, but by participation in another series. It's a name that we're obviously familiar with. We've seen her participation in the MX-5 Cup. And I'm just curious as to what your role here is as part of the WRL paddock this weekend and any other opportunities that you have to be here. What does a weekend in your shoes look like here?
Well, for when I'm at the WRL races, other than, of course, supporting my daughter, it's to be here for Cooper Tire and support the teams that are running our tires and to help answer any questions, to sort of be an interface between the teams and our engineers that happen to be here this weekend. So it's team and driver support from whatever I can offer on Cooper's side. That's what I do on the WRL weekends.
Fantastic, thank you, appreciate it.
I have a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Tim.
I just wanted to ask, just to kind of shift gears, Johnny. It's Tim Myers. I own the Hammer Motorsports team. The one entry at 24 Hours of Le Mans, 1995. Tell us how did that kind of unfold? And you guys finished second. I'm curious who won that year also, but which I could probably look up. But I'm just curious, all this mix of driving you've done, a lot of open wheel stuff, IRL stuff, all these other things. How did that come about? It's a one-time thing that you did, and you guys had a lot of success.
I was
Callaway Supernatural Corvette.
Fortunate to be able to do that. And how that all happened is Ruger Firearms sponsored me back in those days, and they were IndyCar sponsor at the time, and they had Bill Ruger Sr. and Mr. Callaway were good friends, and so this was I think it was Eli Callaway possibly, and his son, of course, is Reeves Callaway, who ran the team, and so that's how I ended up driving for them. And I drove for Reeves several times, a couple of 24-hour races at Daytona, and then ended up doing the Le Mans race, and it was kind of all through that relationship. And so when I went to Le Mans, it was with Enrico Bertaggio, and Jelinski was the other drivers up. He's kind of a big Porsche driver at the time. And anyway, we had to go, and I did, and learn the track and everything, and it was a great experience. And it was back and forth between us and the factory Honda team at the time. Can't remember exactly which Honda, but
is that the team Kunimutsu Honda NSX?
Very likely.
We're all on
I'm
the same
100
Wikipedia page, Tim.
Oh, are you? You guys are ahead of me.
Right at the very top here. So is that who won the race then, this NSX?
Yeah, they did. We came in, I'll never forget, for our last stop, and I think can't remember if I was getting in or getting out, but anyway, the car wouldn't, you have to hit Le Mans, you had to turn off the car, and during the stops, and the starter got hot, and it just took, really, it didn't take very long, but that was enough that put us back in second spot, so. But great experience, really, really something fun.
Really cool cars too. Those Callaway Supernatural Vets were awesome cars.
Yeah, they were great. We ran a rocket ship at Daytona one year. It was in you guys can probably find it on Wikipedia. It's better than I can remember, but during the time, I think it was GT whatever class, 1 possibly. were that different class than the one we ran at Le Mans. It was in the next fastest GT class, whatever that was that year. That thing was over 200, on the banking, easy, really fast. And we were running great in that car that year as well, but then it was just kind of one of those, it was using oil, and it was just a glitch in the pits and the new car and everything, and they thought it had more oil in it than it did, and anyway, it ended up blowing up. But
not to shift topics here, but the overall leader of the 59 car is missing on Race Hero, and certainly not due for a pit stop. It's only been 20 laps since it was last in. 2:06 was the last lap time, so I don't know if they've been nursing something, but that car is not where it's expected to be at the moment, and the margin down to the 696 is just over a lap. So I think your overall leader's in trouble here, guys.
I agree with that. It's been putting in slow lap times for the last 5 laps or so. So that's remember we talked about it only would take that one car dropping out to turn this into a real knife fight for the overall, and it looks like that might be in progress.
Well, it's going to help the 609, of course.
Already lost a couple of laps.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's in trouble here. So
and there's no yellow out on track. Looking at the flagger system, it doesn't look like there's anything going on specifically. So they must have taken that to the paddock.
Yeah.
Johnny, one more question for you, real quick. Obviously, Lonnie's, I assume, committed to a full season of doing WRL with Round 3 racing. What are her other plans for this season?
well, there's, she's working on still. It'd be good to get her back in the MX5 Cup again. I think sprint racing is real good for, developing drivers. So I'd like to see her do some more of those, whether it happens or not. I'm not really sure. But then also she's got the opportunity to run Pikes Peak in the Pikes Peak Trophy class. So
in the GT4 Rod Emery class.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
excellent. Okay.
Yeah. So that'll be good. I mean, way different from the days that I ran it all dirt, but it'll be good to get back up there, and she's looking forward to running it, and I think she'll do a good job up there on the pavement. She lives in Boulder, so
so it's right there.
So she can go up there and spend some time on the hill and learn it.
And for those who don't know, that Pikes Peak class that we're talking about, they run the GT4s. I think they're run centrally, are they not? You don't have your own. It's Porsche or whoever. I think Rod Emery preps them.
Yeah.
And then it's a street tire class as well.
Yeah.
So it's gonna, obviously the setup's gonna be way different, but it's gonna feel similar to what she drives here. It's not like she's going from doing this and then now it's gonna be on slicks. So she might have a reasonable advantage having driven this car on the street tires, every season. She's been doing it for a couple of years now. I think that's a really good spot for her to be in. I didn't know she was looking into that. That's cool.
Yeah, it just kind of came together. So it's that'll be cool. It's the 100th running Pike Peak Hill climb, and so it's kind of a neat time. And with the passing of both of her, I guess they'd be great uncles, Al and Bobby Sr. It'll be neat to have an Unser back on the mountain.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. Brendan, Joseph, anybody else have any other questions? No, I think we're good.
We got a little chaos out on track at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm like,
the 609 and the 140-3.
We've got somebody in the stand, looks like too. Oh yeah, go ahead, Brendan.
No, I just wanted to say thanks for popping up. I know you've got your obligations with Cooper and everything that have got you here, but we really appreciate you coming up to the booth and spending some time.
Absolutely.
Oh, my pleasure
talking
to
racing,
be here.
not just on the commercial side, but it's great to have a familiar voice and a recognizable name and come up and give the series a little stature here. This has been fantastic. We really appreciate it.
Thank you guys that series are doing. The WRL has just been an incredible series to watch develop, and I'm really supportive of it.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Johnny. Thank you for coming up so much. Just like Brendan said, we really, really appreciate it. Thanks a ton. It looks like there's some stuff going on track. I know the Stratos car just went back out, so let's see where that's at.
7 seconds ahead of second, so it's lost all of its lead and virtually not a second more.
You almost wonder if that is timed. If they had some sort of service that they were looking at it and saying, well, let's try to at least not lose the lead if something weird happens out on track.
Screaming Goat's back out on track as well, by the way. I just got a text message from David McKee. They've repaired the diff and/or transmission, and they put a few laps on it, make sure everything is running properly. They'll bring it back out tomorrow, and they're thrilled because they're on the Hancocks, and they are convinced that is the tire, at least for the conditions or the track at the moment. So they wanted that to be known as well.
I love that there's at least a low-key tire war in this series.
No,
it fills me with glee.
Look, it's becoming more than low-key.
I made this comment to was it Chris from
Chris,
Cooper
yeah.
Tire that came up and talked to us, that okay, you're a series sponsor, and of course you want as much of a market share as you can get, but that there's a real respect there for this being, you know, an open tire formula, and that creates its own level of intrigue and depth in the series that we wouldn't otherwise get. And now it's coming more to the forefront, right? You're hearing more about what tires guys are on and what the effects of that are. We've heard about the Hancocks, the Coopers. We know the non-Kangs have been a problem for chill out, and all of that just adds another layer to an already very interesting and deep series that I love. It's fantastic.
A couple of penalties in the pits, as JT's alluded to, actually a handful, and I'll try to get through them rapid fire. Passing under yellow penalties for, looks like the same corner, same incident. 111, it'll be Thunder Bunny. Number 9 for ACP, the 469, which is a number that I don't recognize.
MER in GP2, they were second.
Yeah, so relatively heavy hitters for all of those, all passing under yellow for an incident at turn 13 at 1:20 local time. The second round of penalties were pit stop penalties, fueling infractions for both the 469, again MER, so they've lost 2 laps in the space of about 10 minutes, and the 143 for Pro Sport, who obviously would be trying to make their run back to the front at least as much as they can with the issues that they had earlier on. Tire pressure while fueling was the infraction for the MER team, and a visor up for Pro Sport.
So it's interesting about MER there is they inherited second position when Stan Racing got a penalty earlier for having their visor up during fueling.
Yeah, and so I always thought it was the pit crew, but somebody made a good point in the comments a few races ago that it actually tends to be, you know, certain drivers will just prefer to have the visor cracked a little bit, especially in a closed cockpit car, which these all are. You'll put the visor up a little bit and just not think to put it back down when you come into the stop. But everyone's got to have visors down because if, you know, fuel splashes and heaven forbid combust, you don't want that in your eyes.
We actually got a penalty at Coda, our driver, while we were in the pit box. He cracked his visor to itch his face and was caught for that. He literally just opened it, scratched his cheek, and then put his visor back down.
So it's really, yeah, you don't even get a second to do it.
No, that's right. And we'd already been warned. We'd already had a warning, so.
No,
PC Racing, by the way, on pit lane, just relinquished the lead there to Moorhead.
Yes.
So these guys are off cycle, and so this is going to be fun to watch here as we stretch to the end here.
So this is why I asked Joseph about this a little earlier on, because I knew they were kind of off cycle and getting worse because the 147 was running a little longer, even though the PC car kind of had the more of the consistency and pace, and for that matter had already clawed itself back from the problems it had very early on. So to me, I'm not sure that battle is done yet, especially if.
I think Moorhead's going to need help. To be honest, the pace that PC Racing has had, and I'll try to pull up some plots for you. I think the 44 is in a really good spot.
Our overall leader, by the way, has gotten back out, Stratos Racing there, and they have a 6.7 second lead over JTR there.
And that's stabilized. They're both right around the 155 mark.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. And then Chill Out is still ripping off 153 laps. now that they have tires on the car.
Well, so this is interesting to me because I'm not a racing driver, and put that out there.
What?
But my
Nice.
set of tires that has just literally shredded itself to bits. That they've gone out there and immediately started setting their fastest laps of the race, as if there's no question that they're going to last to the end.
Brendan, you may not be a racing driver, but you are an expert on burning tires. So,
oh man!
Perhaps we should be deferring to you for information on that.
That is fair. No, it's just interesting to me that they are now setting times that are, their fastest of the race, and I'm sure they're all more comfortable in the car than they were 4 hours ago. But still,
it's kind of an interesting for a club race, right? Because there's a part of me that would be like, if you've got an extra set of tires, you'd kind of want to be like, let's just put them on and like have a good time with this. But then you're also obviously burning, like that money's not coming back to you. So, yeah.
No, and
go ahead.
If you can't, I was just make the point. If you can't make them last till the end of the race, you're going to have to change tires again, which on their last stop cost them 5 minutes. So running 10 seconds a lap quicker than
Brendan
cuts out, but I think his point is the fact that the first time through, the tires lasted 3 hours 30 minutes. They're not going to last the rest of the race. So if we're going to have to change tires towards the end, we might as well go quick on them.
Yeah, it's not a terrible idea.
But while we're talking about tires, guys, real quick, Joseph, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you here.
Wow.
I've got Daniel here from Big Mission Motorsports. He wanted to talk about tires as well and was talking about how he thinks the strategy might play out. Daniel, how's it going?
Well, it's not going the way I was expecting.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. That's that blowout didn't really help out what you were wanting to talk about, but we're talking about tires. What had you been saying to me earlier over the text conversation? Can you go over that?
Yeah, I mean, this league, there's kind of an untold story about the tire battle here. You've got a lot of teams trying a lot of different tires. You've got teams trying harder compounds, running like the RS4s, or the newest tire that folks are running are the Continental Extreme Force or Extreme Contact Force tires. And you've got teams at the other end running autocross tires, more like the AO52. They kind of displaced the RE71s in the series.
Right.
And there's some other sticky tires that folks are running, and there's a lot of teams trying to figure this out. We also have Cooper here today, and they're really great. A lot of on-track support for tires for folks running them. But yeah, I think there are teams, like in GP1 especially, there are a lot of teams running really sticky rubber. And they plan on changing tires. If you look, the PC Racing, you guys were just chatting about that a little bit ago. Their whole strategy is just, let's have fast tires, fast cars, have a good time, and their drivers are spectacular. It's really, really an interesting battle here. And now this track is a really abrasive surface, and
especially down into turn one. I have a Tacoma that we use to set up the cameras right now, and I can feel it vibrating and shaking, and you can hear it in that down into turn one. That's how rough it is on a Tacoma.
Yeah. There are some places here where you're jostling around quite a bit.
So, Daniel, you were just telling me a minute ago that you're currently living in San Francisco, working in tech, presumably, and you're racing with Big Mission Motorsports. They're out in Colorado. How does that come together?
They're just some good people, man. You have to align yourself with good people and come out and have a good time.
How did you find them?
Set of connections. Someone I know was racing with them, and got introduced that way.
Perfect, fantastic. And you've enjoyed your time here with blowout aside, you've enjoyed your time here with them so far?
Yeah. This track is interesting. It's our second time at this track. We were here last year, but I think we forgot how hard it is on left side tires. I mean, even our left rear was near blowout. It was corded when we pulled up here. Really interesting track.
So are you going to be able to finish on this set? In theory, you should, because there's only 439. You're probably going to have to stop one more time for tires then, I would guess?
We're hoping not.
Okay.
I think the emergency drill on finding solutions, we have 2 extra sets, but we're expecting those to go tomorrow. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. So that might end up being an issue.
It might be. We're running on a heat-cycled set of tires we used for practice yesterday. They were new at the start of practice, so we'll see how that goes. But I think some other teams are burning through tires. A couple GTO cars in the pits near us were pulling off like bald left side tires.
Jeez, that's no fun.
Since we're on the topic of tires, we've talked a lot about it, but not somebody who's been behind the wheel and kind of been dealing with it out on track quite as much. Are you finding it's more a function of the surface, or is it just the layout of the track has so many, high load sustained right-hand corners that it's just wearing away the surface of the tire? Is this a combination of both? Because it's not the conditions. It's not super hot out there today.
I think you're exactly right on that, and I think you hit the nail on the head on both points. Not only is this a clockwise oriented track, but you do have long right-hand corners that are very high load corners, and so it's that's eating up tires. It doesn't help that the surface. It's not a smooth European circuit. If any of you have driven, any of those, like those pavements, it's like super smooth. They go over it every day and fill in all the little missing cracks. But here, it's just a reasonable surface, but it's rougher than folks might expect.
Are you driving to make the tires last? Is that a conscious effort for all of you and your teammates behind the wheel, or are you pretty confident that the tire is going to be okay to the end of the race and you just go out and drive how you're meant to drive?
Yeah, I mean, when we bring tires that we know will last to the end of the race, we generally are a lot harder on them. The thing you're looking for is, are you overworking the tire and kind of getting it outside its operating range for temperature? At a track like this, I think we weren't going too easy on them, but we were trying to manage temperature because we knew that the left side tires are heating up there.
Right, and there's not a whole lot of spot, as Tim has been talking about too, there's not a whole lot of places to, when you do heat them up, cool them back down again. You're right back into the turns almost immediately.
Exactly. I mean, what have you guys been seeing from up here? What are the trends you're noticing with some of the teams coming in? Because you noticed PC Racing was coming in early on. What about some of the other classes? Do we have potential tire battles happening in GP2, 3, or the GTO class?
We need a little more information on who's actually running what brand of tire, and that seems to switch up because we were talking about the Chill Out 404, their new GTO car. They're running a set of tires that does not agree with the track over the long run. So, I think teams that are running new tires, new combinations, I think some of them are feeling a little bit of pain. So you might see a decent number of people running different tires than they've got tomorrow by the sounds of things.
Yeah, especially if you're able to get tires. I mean, again, the Cooper truck is here. If whatever you have on today isn't working, we may see people have switched to whatever's on the truck there, go find a tire shop somewhere in town, I can see people who are having big issues with tires probably start to change something. I think we'll see that tomorrow more so than we've seen it today. Because much like you guys were talking about, it sounds like 4 sets. I think people probably have what they have, and then if something bad is going on, like we were talking about with the 404, 8 through a set of Nankangs pretty quickly, and you could see they're sawing away at the wheel trying to keep it straight. Granted, that's an LS3 powered NC MX5. Probably going to end up doing that a little bit anyway, but yeah, I think we'll see probably more of the changes tomorrow. Joseph, did you ever get the predictions run? Maybe I lost track of Wi-Fi. That would be the worst.
Yeah, Joseph got quiet there as well.
Okay, that's no fun.
I don't think he has.
Okay. Anyway, Joseph usually has a prediction software that we use that, in theory, will tell us how many more stops people have to make and where
back,
we're going to be at.
I do all
there
the
he
things.
is.
Yeah,
so I would love to send it to me.
We reran them, so this is all current.
Let's hear it. Where are we at?
Well, what do you want to know?
I want to know who has the fewest number of pit stops to make.
Well, I don't have that information.
Is that going to get them?
I can tell you who's going to win.
Okay, who's going to win? That's fine. Who's going to win GP1?
I think that was. We were going to give that one to PC Racing.
Okay.
I'm leaning Moorhead. Unless they run into issues.
I don't look at the plot I put in Discord. They're 3 seconds slower on average than PC Racing. So yeah, they might have to stop and take longer pit stops, but that doesn't matter if you're 3 seconds a lot faster over the course of 8 hours.
True.
That's my that's my thesis for GP1.
There we go. That's better. Okay, I gotcha. So that's for GP1, and then what's GTO looking like?
GTO, with the retirements and the issues that we had, that shifted in favor of the 696. So the 609 is there, but the data that we have so far would favor the 696.
Well, you just said that, and then the 696 went pink, so...
I think they're scheduled to stop.
That would make sense.
That is a scheduled pit stop for the 696. Good pickup.
And it would look like it's a little bit... Looks like that's probably their longest stint as well.
By a lap. I have pit expected last lap for them.
Okay. Gotcha.
Tires. Probably tires again. Just a hunch.
That would make sense. And, well, it would surprise me then that they're able to go the extra lap even though they're going to need the tires again. Like, I'd almost want to... Well, you're still trying to win the race, I guess. I don't know.
Well, what I'll do to help you out with the tire battles, I'll go down and do some recon, and I'll send you guys a couple to and see what I can find out.
If you could complain to RJ and tell him that everything needs to be declared ahead of time, then we could have all that pulled in, and we could probably put that into the prediction stuff. That would make it
Why
way
do you
better.
think? No, absolutely not. That's gonna do nothing.
You like the challenge? Yeah. We'll just tell you ahead of time which tires, and then we can have a logo next to the thing on the tower. And then we can start to tell. You'll be able to see trends like that.
Poor Joseph.
Poor you for thinking this is going to happen, because it ain't.
Good pace from Horseman here, too, by the way. P3 overall. Really good pace.
Perfect, Daniel. Anything else? Do you have anything to plug? Do you have social media? Do you have a business? Do you have stuff like that?
I won't do that to you. I won't do that.
No, that's why. That's part of coming up here. What do you got?
Say hi to your family at home.
Yeah, say hi to your family at home like Scott Pruitt.
Oh, they've already texted me.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you for coming up, Daniel. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. This is great, and I'll shoot you some info on the tires.
Perfect. Yeah, I love it.
You guys mentioned that Scott Pruitt thing. I had a race car that I put on the back. I had my family at home at one time.
Because you're a big Scott Pruitt fan, I assume?
No, I hated that when he did that.
So, at a race at Laguna Seca for IMSA, we made a big sign that said hi to Scott Pruitt's family at home. We got it on TV. Ford put it on their Twitter afterwards, and then my brother took it to Scott after the race, and we got him to sign it. He loved it.
Yeah, here's an open invite to Scott Pruitt to come drive with Hammer Motorsports. If you happen to, somebody can pass that along. We'll let your creepy hitchhiker thumbs get on video and everything.
Is there a story here, or
no? No.
All right, GP2. It is still North Loop Motorsports by quite a bit, leading over Stan Racing and Craftsman Auto Care.
It's been super quiet in GP2.
It has. It's really pulled apart. Stan's Racing and MER were both having pit issues earlier. MER has since, I believe, had to duck in for repairs of some sort because they've been salmon, and they're down quite a few laps. So that puts the 407 Craftsman up into third now, with the 144 Craftsman a couple laps back.
Big development in the overall race for the lead. The 696 has just been given a 1-lap penalty. I think that's the second offence for fueling infractions.
Ooh, fire-resistant gloves is the note.
Yeah, that's called wearing mechanics gloves instead of real gloves.
I think I mentioned earlier that they were on a warning when Tim was talking about that. They're one of the teams that got a warning quite early on, so this is going to be their second offence. I think it was for something different, but another fueling infraction. I assume they are not independent.
There's been a lot of that today. Person not wearing safety gear over the wall, someone else with no gloves on, somebody else with no gloves on, car on while fueling. There's been some. It's kind of early. No balaclava. I mean, it's kind of early season stuff. 3 teams no balaclava.
So, in terms of our overall race, we kind of had 4 or 5 teams making a breakaway at the front in the first couple of hours. The only one left that hasn't had any kind of either mechanical or steward's infraction would probably be the 609, who are now in the pits. But I'd say, they're now in a great position. At least, sorry, I shouldn't say the overall. This is to win GTO. Obviously, got Stratos up in the lead, although obviously that lead's reduced heavily now. But in terms of winning the GTO race, that pretty much leaves the 609 out on an island ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that's a kind of a real knife for the 696 because if the projections were close to correct, they had a really, really good shot. I mean, odds-on favorite to win this the way things were going. I can tell
but-
you going back through the log that the first infraction was a pit stop infraction, but it was slightly different. They fired up the car while they were fueling.
They did overcome a one lap penalty earlier in the race to get back into the lead before halfway. So in theory, they do actually have the pace to overcome another one, but we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, at the top of the hour, I'll rerun projections and see if they've got a real shot still.
I'm interested.
I think they do.
Just from a geek standpoint, how does your modeling software take into account one lap penalties?
They're just gone.
So they don't play into the average lap times or anything. You just work out from here based on the speed they've been doing and their pit stop lengths, whether they can catch up however far behind they happen to be.
Yeah, eventually the lap times just get over because Race Hero lets you pull the entire race history during the race. So periodically I just update the running order with all of the actual, lap histories, and so those laps will get overwritten with the real lap times, if that makes sense.
609 and the 14 both on pit lane, so that's your overall GTO leader in P2.
I'm a little confused by how number 14 is so competitive, because I think they had a one lap penalty earlier, which is what dropped them out of it initially, but I'm not going to try and find that.
I mean, they were as low as 14th when they made their most recent pit stop prior to this one, and just very gradually worked their way back up to... they sat 7th for a long time, and then as this pit stop cycle began, they've now just sort of been hoisted into 4th. But they are now even on strategy with that 609.
Can we go to the 609 in-car, Cameron? Let's see whether they're pit stopped or changing tires again.
They're already out of the pits.
Oh, they're already out. Okay, so
they're on their way out.
Is the time?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself. The 14 hasn't had a penalty. I think they are the team that are having long pit stops, so that's why they've slowly sort of dropped out of contention.
Ironically, that one was a 409. Their outlap, so they've shaved a minute.
Let me check.
No, they had a long one there on their last one, but it's more or less.
Oh yeah, their last one was very long. The first couple were in the 4.5, 420 range.
Could that have been a tire change stop?
So as GTO goes now, that Horseman car is pretty solidly into third. The margins, I mean, those top three are basically right together. It's 8 seconds. Now this is when they came out of the pits, but 8 seconds first to second, and then another 24 second to third.
Yeah, Horseman is another car. So my favorites, I had GTR and Horseman as my two favorites in GTO. There is a driver change in the 609. James Candelaria now is behind the wheel there. Let's see what kind of pace James comes up to here.
In his car, is it not?
His car, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, car off to his left into the gravel trap. That's the 111, I think.
TLM?
No.
172.
Yeah.
It is a
I
TLM
thought it was purplier than it was.
That's way out there, too. And I think that goes to what I was saying earlier about turn 6 really narrowing on the exit. You can float that car in there with some speed, but you're going to run out of road and curb pretty quickly relative to, turn 5 by the time you get to the exit.
I'd like to see a caution here for that. It'd be nice to just bunch the field back up, but Hostios models on here.
Do we need any trends?
We need a competition caution here.
Well, they did talk about potentially doing a caution to get lunch to the workers at some point, so we'll have to wait and see if that comes to pass.
They're doing intermittent fasting, so there's no.
You have to sign on board. That's part of the deal.
Yeah.
Do we not do packed lunches anymore? Do they not exist?
I'm genuinely
confused by the 696 who hasn't seemed to drop out of second place. They weren't a lap ahead, were they?
I was
they were down one lap, but the 609 and the 14 Horsemen both pitted.
In the 404,
yeah, I thought all of those cars. Well, the 404 is a little bit out of contention.
Well, they had a minute and 16-second lead when they got their penalty too.
Okay, maybe that's just absorbed some of the lead they had then. So they've already made up for that penalty if that's the case.
Ish. Yeah, they had it in buffer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They'd made up for it in advance, I guess.
they prepaid.
I thought they were. Yeah, I thought they were running much closer to the 609 than that, and on fairly even strategy. But obviously, I must be wrong. I must have missed them pulling out a gap.
Chill out. Still the fastest GTO car on the racetrack. I did have a update I received also. The number 2 car, HCP, that went behind the wall earlier in the race. Interestingly enough, the 9 and the 2 both went with the 2 driver cars for this race. So 2 drivers in the 2 drivers in the 9, and the 2 car retired with some kind of diff issue, high diff temperature issue. So likely a diff, maybe an axle, something like that. But going solidly with 2 drivers per car, which is really interesting. So I assume Catesby Jones and then Ken, Catesby and Ken in the 2 car, and then I think Ryan Hall's with them for the weekend. So I assume he's in the other car, and then likely another driver.
If only there were a spreadsheet that I could tell you.
Yeah, it'd be really good. It's
ACP cars.
And you got a media guide too.
Catesby Jones, Ryan Hall, Ken Goldberg, Alex Amin.
That's just who's signed. That's just who's registered to be in the car, though, right? It's not necessarily who's going to be in it.
Luke, I don't know. I can't tell.
That is the 4 drivers. The message from him had Alex's name in it also.
Gotcha.
So bad luck there on the 2 car. They did. Catesby, I think, has acquired. We already had one M4 GT4 in the States, because with Catesby, I guess you guys already know Catesby races overseas as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did both Sebrings.
Yeah, he actually has cars positioned in Europe. So anybody listening to the broadcast, if you want to go do a race in Europe, Catesby, certainly be a great guy for you to reach out to. But he leaves cars in Europe to run the 24-hour series overseas. And he has one M4 GT4 here stateside, and then he just acquired 2 more. So he's got at least 3 of these M4 GT4s now. So 2 of them this weekend. I presume one of those cars is new for this weekend. I'm not sure which one, but likely the 9 car, if I'm just hedging a guess here. But
he must have been pretty annoyed when they delayed the start of the Creventic 24, because he's like, "Well, my car's ready to go. I should have a 14-hour lead right now."
Let's just start the flag. Let's drop the flag right now. Let's make it happen.
Yeah. By the way, guys, the number 98 is officially retired. That transmission did not make it. So they're out. I don't know if they'll be back tomorrow, but unless they've got a spare, that seems like it'll be a job.
And then the 07 is also out. They're looking for a N54 to put back in their BMW. An N54 they put in that? Hold on, isn't that the new one? I thought that car would run an S54.
No, I thought the same thing, but the text says N54.
I know. That's
in a Z3.
Yeah. Anyway, so if they're putting an N54 in that Z3, that's a
they are actually. Yeah, they are actually.
Oh my gosh, that's even cooler! Wow.
Well, it's cool until it fails.
Right. Which these N54s have a bad habit of doing. Normal thing. They should be able to find one of those, I feel like.
Well, and
people have BMWs in New Orleans. Like, that should be something they're able to track down.
What?
Yeah.
So I was just trying to make that connection.
Yeah, I was like, that hub of BMW production, New Orleans.
I'm not saying it's a hub of BMW production, but it's not like we're in Willows, California, and it's like, hey, does anybody have a BMW engine out here? And they're like, what's a BMW? Like, there's a city here full of people. Like, there's BMW.
There is that.
Now.
You're right.
It's not like going out to Mid-Ohio and looking for a BMW engine.
You can drive up to Cleveland or down to Columbus. You're really not that far.
We're really closer to New Orleans, though, and we're actually really not that far from where all the dismantlers are. So,
you're not far from anything in New Orleans. It's going to take you half an hour to get anywhere.
To get there, yeah. Joseph, it's a 4-mile distance from the track to my Airbnb, and today it took me 26 minutes.
I don't know what you want me to do about that.
Well, just for some context, everything's really close. There's quite a gaggle of cars coming down the front straight going into turn 1. This onboard is at the front of those.
PCS still trying to get their lap back here. It looks like.
No, well, pretty clean. Right.
Yeah, still trying to get their lap back.
Yeah, they've been pretty close for quite a while now.
Is that
running a very similar pace?
Is it the 197 just up ahead of it?
Yeah, if it's a red and black Boxster.
If it is, that is no, that's a BMW.
It might be one of the ACP cars ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what the time differential is on track, but it's a 1 lap margin that's been that way for
a while.
3 hours.
Yeah, they were running nose to tail though for a long time. I'm actually really curious. I guess not. I was going to say I'm really curious whether the TCS had overtaken the 197, but
no, I don't think it's happened yet. It still shows as a lap margin there on Race Hero.
Yeah, I mean they were nose to tail for quite some time.
Yeah.
Pit stops set them off here or something, but.
On the bright side, up into 5th in GP3 is the 09 Roberts Motorsport Industries car. In their Mazda Miata.
Yep.
That's, I believe, the highest they've been so far in this race.
So,
I'm
not
hunting
that
for
long
onboards.
ago.
It's not going great.
Are we down to a handful?
Yeah, about.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's fine, but that's why I'm not contributing. Is my point.
You're good.
Interesting that Stratos.
This is the remix by TCS Motorsports.
Stratos came into the pits and lost basically all of its lead, and within about 20 minutes of that happening, the entire GTO field came into the pits, and some of them had some penalties and some other issues, and now their margin is immediately back up to 2 laps.
Ooh.
I haven't heard anything on what the issue with that Stratos car was either, by the way.
I wouldn't be completely shocked if it was... Well, there was definitely an issue, otherwise they wouldn't have... Well, okay, alright, let me hit you with this. Tires.
Yeah.
Because
Maybe.
we know that they're running a softer compound than they're used to.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe they figured they'd just go for the hare strategy, as it were, as opposed to the tortoise, where they just go out, they know they're on softer tires, might as well take advantage of them if they know they're going to have to change anyway. Run the heck out of them for 4 hours and then just do it again.
Your clue here might be, too, that they were running 56s, then they ran 2 minutes, 2 minutes 2, 2 minutes 5, 2 minutes 6. That's pretty indicative of somebody saying, I got a tire going down.
That is true.
Now, Tim, do you think it's more likely to be tire damage, like acute damage, or do you just think the tires at end of life?
I think it's probably a corded a tire end of life type thing.
I did just get a text from Daniel, who was up here a moment ago. He also did the commentary for the iRacing series with WRL. He sent me a picture of the tires, which I will try to get us in the Slack. TLM reports a blowout on one car already, and they came in to do left side tires for both cars. The Coopers off of the Porsche they run still have some life left, though the AO52s were done. The number 99 car in GTO was prepared for the tire usage with their soft compound AO52s, and their setups show it. Check out even wear on their left side maximum value. Oh, that is a good point. Okay. So these tires that you sent the picture of are actually very evenly worn all the way across.
Yeah, GTR has really figured out how to run these Yokohamas. They're not sharing info either, but I don't blame them.
As they shouldn't.
I don't blame them. I'll save the details on that, but I did ask. I did have for our tire test. I did ask for a tip on that, and the answer I got back was quite funny. But
yeah, they don't share like GP1 teams do.
Well, and this goes back to, Team GTR being the mid to late race sort of team that they are. If their competitive advantage is to let the car come into its own in the middle to end portion of the race, that could well be down to, them having the tires kind of figured out. And while everybody else is wearing the heck out of their tires, they're going to have to, come in and put a new set on or change or something like that. They are capable of doing much more with their tires than anybody else is, and that's what brings them to the front 5, 6, 7 hours.
Yeah, but let's punch that out just a little bit, though. So
sure.
By implying that we have the picture of these tires and that they look like they had even wear, that means the tires were changed. So they have changed the tires.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
And so then it's a little bit of a matter of, you know, did GTR make them last 4 hours and somebody else made them last 2.5 hours or 3 hours?
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, did you guys just see that?
Yeah, 407 is all over the place here.
Yeah. But you know, so you might be looking at a two tire stop for a team versus GTR's figured out how to get one stop during the race. Well, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And it is interesting that the comments that I'm getting from some of these team owners and Facebook and text and so forth, that there's a lot of tire problems. That helps confirm that indeed the struggle is real today for sure.
Yeah, and I feel a little like we're mentioning. I mean, we never mention tires because we never have that level of awareness of what's going on, right? We just don't talk about it because we don't have the knowledge. But this weekend in particular, we have a little more depth to that knowledge, and the problems with tires are extremely apparent, right? They're very, very obvious from more than just one onboard. We saw it with Chill Out. We're seeing it now from maybe the 407. Stratos, we think, was in the pits, and we've seen pictures from other teams. This is... I don't want to, talk too much about it and overload the conversation with tires. At the same time, it has kind of become the story of the day for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, I agree. Here's another thing that kind of pushes against that too. Let's agree as a group here: is the racing surface likely better or worse this year than it was last year?
Oh, I mean, I'm sure it's worse here.
I'm sure it's worse, right?
Yeah.
Well, as a whole, if my memory serves me right, and I'll look this up to make sure, but I'm almost certain that last year, the dominant times that you see from these teams last year versus this year, I'm going to guess that the cars are 3 to 4 seconds faster this year than they were last year. And so these two things, right? A racing surface that's 1 year older should, in theory, batter the tires more, and then I think, generally speaking, you're seeing cars with a much better pace than even just last year. And I'm going to double check this, but I'm almost certain that that's right. I think last year there were a lot of teams fastest laps in the 55, 56, 57. And that is, considerably slower than this year.
Chill Out's back in and about to get held up by Moorhead.
Yeah, so if I look at last year's two races, yeah, a lot of 55. I mean, like if I just go through the first, 5 or 6 teams, 54-8, 55-2, 55-5, 53-7, 55-4, 56-9, 58-2. So yeah, I would say the cars are 3 to 4 seconds a lap faster this year, which again, speaks to how competitive WRL Series is. And then obviously the racetrack being 1 year older shouldn't lend itself to being faster. Chill Out's on tires.
Chill Out's got about 2 minutes to play with here. Reference the Thunder Bunny number 421 before it cedes that position, which I think will be 4th in GTO. Yeah, 6th overall.
Yeah, that's good. They're still fighting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, that car doesn't have the pace of the Stratos NPO1, but it's got pace. So
the ebb and
flow
flow here. Yeah, the ebb and flow here is quite fascinating, right? So even W2W ran as high as 3rd in GTO just a couple of hours ago, now down into 9th and about to have to make a pit stop.
Yeah.
So, and they had an 8.5 minute pit stop on lap number 113. So that clearly was, likely, and I hate to speculate, but likely a tire change. Otherwise, I don't know what they would have been able to repair in 4 minutes really quickly. Not likely to be brake pads or something like that. So, and they're running Hankooks, and so that's interesting too. It'd be really interesting to know from W2W whether they had a Hankook tire that had a problem, which would be highly unusual, but especially 5 hours into a race. But
how susceptible?
The ebb and flow here is fascinating, actually.
Yeah, how susceptible are tires at this kind of? They're not quite race tires. They're basically street legal track day tires. How susceptible are they to punctures? Is that something that you worry about? Like actually, running over maybe sharp curbing or maybe a wing mirror that's fallen off?
Let me tell you what it cuts on these tires. Road Atlanta is pretty famous for this. You can cut the sidewall of the tire going over the edge of a curb very easily. Not as much here. I think you see these curbs are these really wide, rounded off curves. Probably not as serious here. But someplace like Road Atlanta, if you dip a tire off at turn 7 at the exit, that stuff is really, really sharp. Same thing coming underneath the bridge. Really sharp edges on the insides of those curbs. But these tires, we have had blowouts on our car from running over debris. But I promise you, probably for every blowout we had, we probably ran over 30 pieces of debris that did absolutely nothing to the street tire.
Sure.
So
Okay.
it's able to deflect quite a bit of stuff away.
It can happen, but it's unlucky.
It can, but a carbon fiber shard as an example, which would blow a Hoosier A7 or R7 or a slick tire very easily, will not really puncture one of these street tires. It can happen, but it's not nearly as common.
Right. Okay. Whoa! Look at this wobble on. Oh, that might be a failure too. Look at that.
Oh yeah, tires going down.
Oh yeah.
Which how ironic. We were just talking to this team, right?
Right. Oh yeah, you can feel it. It's got to be right rear. Does it look like to you guys?
It's very likely on this
Left
track
rear.
left rear.
Yeah, left rear would be my guess.
All the pictures we've seen have only had really one bald and sort of boarded tire.
He's pretty lucky where that happened too. He's just short of pit lane here, so
yeah.
That's really well caught because he had to walk that all the way to the edge of the track.
Yeah.
That's one thing nice about this racetrack, right? You don't have the same equivalent of a kink at Road America or coming down turn 12 at Road Atlanta or somewhere even that kind of tire fair could really get you in bad shape. This racetrack's got good
beautiful runoff.
Yeah, good spacing.
Beautiful alligator-filled runoff. We did have an Ask the Booth much earlier in the race, asking for an alligator update. I don't know if Ryan has any insight on that being on site.
I don't have anything as far as insight on site, but I have another guest. I have Chris Davis from the 21. They're currently leading the GP2 class at North Loop Motorsports. We can talk to him. I especially want to talk to him because he's from like 20 minutes from my house. So, Chris, welcome up to the booth. We were just talking about tires. So you and I were talking about tires a little bit. We're seeing the big mission number 134. This is the second time they've had a blowout.
Ugh.
You were telling me that the track, it's a pretty fine line you have to run right now.
Yeah. The trouble out there is that, with the grind down and the repave, you're basically trying to avoid the cheese grater while also avoiding the bumps. And so you kind of have to find your spot out there to run just the right line to minimize tire wear, but also keep your pace up without having a big moment and scaring yourself and having to run for home. So yeah, it's all the drivers have been reporting that, not only is traffic management a thing, but just honestly track management has been more of a thing than normal.
So in GP2 right now, you're the third fastest class, or fourth fastest class, I guess now, but the second slowest. How has the traffic been, as far as you were just talking about, you have to keep it on like a really fine line. Does it worry you at all when cars start to pull out onto either the dirty or the bumpy part of the track? Is that a concern for you guys?
That's part of the fun. That's why we do endurance racing, man.
Well, I mean, especially here when we're talking about you've got some surface conditions to deal with,
Yeah, no. So the tricky bit is just you have to know, obviously. Yeah. So traffic management is the name of the game, and that's in addition to having guys who on our team all can drive fast. The biggest thing is you have a lot of experience on the team, and so that helps us know when giving up a second or a half second going into a corner and stay, but then being able to go in slower to the corner but online might be the way to go, as opposed to over driving the entry, going wide, all trying to fight GTO traffic off. So yeah, the cool thing about GP2 is that we get the best of it. We are faster than some of the cars in class, but we also got to manage our mirrors, and that does make it a class that distinguishes drivers who can stay out of trouble while driving laps. That ultimate fastest lap isn't it all. So yeah, you definitely have to keep your eyes out.
Pick and choose your battles here, I suppose.
Yeah,
Can I get a question in there, Ryan?
Yeah, of course, Tim. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
This is Tim Meyer from Hammer Motorsports.
Fantastic. Oh, hey, buddy.
Hey, how are you? So what tires are you guys running then for this racetrack?
Yeah, we are on the RS4s. So.
You're on the RS4s. So, yeah. So, wow, it's even more fast. I've been talking a lot about tires during this race, so it's even more fascinating that some of the Hankook RS4s, which are arguably the most durable tire in this series, even those struggling to have some trouble at this racetrack. It's fascinating.
Yeah, we've managed to I think get the most out of the tire at this point, but they're a darn good tire. Hankook makes a fantastic tire that is almost as fast as the fastest, maybe softer compound tires, but with a lot higher durability. And
yeah, same. We ran Hankooks on our Audi TCR cars for the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, I got to thank you guys too, because the Sentinel system that we ran for the first time this weekend, that was thanks to your tech kind of pointing me in that direction. I was banging my head against a live stream that was a pain in the butt, and as a team owner, the last thing you want to do is be trying to struggle with a live stream while you're trying to win a race. So.
Yeah, I'm so glad to be done with that. I mean, it's amazing. Trying to get the stream going for 3 cars, in the 30 minutes before the race starts was a complete nightmare. I wanted to hang myself every race, but
you got to get Jake over. Jake's been helping me out a little bit too, sorting out a couple of teething issues.
Well, no, ever since I got the Sentinel system, I don't have to do anything. The cars start rolling, they start streaming, done.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
And so it's fantastic. Yeah, so it is interesting to hear about the Hankooks having trouble. I don't know whether your car was just on pit lane now. Do you know if that's a right side tire or left side? That it seemed to me it looked like it was a right side tire, which might be a little more indicative of a puncture, not necessarily a wear issue, but.
Yeah, that is news to me. I guess it's the commentator's curse. I head up to the box, and my team's got to do some work. So
I think we're confusing a different car. I think we're thinking of Big Mission.
So Big Mission. Yeah, so Big Mission. By the way, they're awesome guys, and this is one of the best things about WRL is the paddock, up and down. Yourselves at Hammer, everyone on this pit lane. They're people that are willing to help and that you enjoy hanging out with before and during and after the races. But yeah, no, our team. North Loop is the orange and blue EV.
Oh yeah, I love yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out. I love that car. That car is really attractive looking. I caught my eye on that earlier.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, earlier in the race.
I'd be happy to hear that all that time I spent with her colored pencils sketching that out.
Yeah, I made a comment about that earlier on somebody else's in-car, and I said, wow, that's a really good looking car.
We hope to keep it that way. But thanks, man.
Well, what's the meeting here behind the skull and crossbones bunny rabbit ears thing?
Oh God, see that's a rather embarrassing story that I'm happy to share to the whole world. After all, half people know it at this point anyway. But I joined this team. North Loop ran with Chump Car in the early days, and was one of the first teams to join WRL, running mostly E30s and E36s years ago, like when the Joey first started the series under different times. And I rented a seat 6 years ago, and the then owner had me out and said, hey, we're going to do this first COTA race. We'd love to use your car. At that point, I had an E36 track car, and he said, it'd make a great race car. I'm dumb enough that I said, sure. and Or Autosport and Eden Prairie was real kind to me and helping me both understand that maybe my track car wasn't as close to being a race car as it should be, and then they helped me get it to run. So we went down for February, ran down there, and I didn't know the first thing as being an owner, and so I went on a fuel run by myself with these 16-gallon jugs, and you're thrashing just to drive from Minnesota to Austin in the first place. It's a simple drive; you just go straight down 35, but it's brutal. And so I go to the gas station and filling two cars worth of jugs, and I threw my back out bad.
Oh,
I was literally just moving a jug around. And so all night I'm just laying on my back, eating the best barbecue on the planet, but miserable because I think, man, this isn't going anywhere. The next morning I get up and, just 5 a.m. getting ready to go to the racetrack, and I couldn't even bend over to tie my shoes. And a buddy of mine looked over at me and said, what's the problem? You don't know the bunny ears? And then my wife, who was just sleeping, I thought she was dead to the world for all I knew, comes out of nowhere and says that's all she knows. She outed me that I never learned how to properly tie my shoelaces yet.
Wow.
So all weekend, I know it's stupid. This is just like racetrack silliness. But so all weekend the guys were calling me buns, bunny ears, rabbit, and I just embraced the damn thing. I just said, you know what, fine, I'll be your bunny. And then we ended up getting on the podium for the second race that weekend, and my back sorted itself out. So I said, well, I guess the nickname is Bunny, and I might as well be a badass rabbit. So
perfect. So how many races did you guys run last year, and then what are your plans for this year?
Yeah, we ran 4 events last year. So we ran Barber, Road America. That was in our E36. So we built this E46 chassis mid-year and did 2 development races with it. So we went to High Plains, and then we also went to Virginia. And had a blast, by the way. Just amazing schedule. But those 4 races, those 2 events and 4 races put us in place where the car was ready to run this series. And we're going to run the majority of the races we can this year. Tentative schedules run the next 4 races, and then sweet.
Nice.
Hopefully running more than half the season. But yeah, we're definitely running the next 4 for sure, and then we'll see whether we're getting out to the East Coast or whether we're going to do High Plains and then stay in the Midwest. It's we're going to run a lot.
So are you we started to talk about this a little bit earlier, the GP2 class.
Yeah.
I meant to say this to the broadcast team here. that GP2 class is probably all really happy to see that Chill Out has left the GP2 class. Is that?
Man, you ain't kidding.
Yeah.
That cheaty Miata, you can have him in GTO, man. Come on.
Wow. Yeah.
Like,
so,
listen, it is a beautiful build, but a sequential gearbox in a GP2 car is kind of a bit much.
yeah.
But no, hey,
But
this
I figured teams were. I figured teams were happy to see that car move out of GP2.
we were happy to see that beautiful build move on to greener pastures. But listen,
They
we
still,
love going against.
be
the
careful though. They still have that car, so be careful now.
I wonder how much they want for it. I'll park it.
An arm and a leg, probably. But.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, they ran a great series last year. They ran the table in the back half, but they also had issues with the car in terms of reliability early on. Endurance racing, no matter how pretty the car, no matter how fast the car, it's still susceptible to any of the little stuff. A driver, a big mistake, a little mistake, or a mechanical. So, but man, props to them. We are now rooting it on as the David versus Goliath. We're kind of like cheaty Goliath versus other Goliath. In the GTO class. It's given us something fun to watch, isn't it, guys?
Absolutely, and it looks like it's been a handful for them to drive it right now, especially they were having tire issues earlier, like we were talking about.
Yeah.
But as Brendan said earlier, it looks like it'd be really fun for about 20 minutes.
Did you see it come screaming in the pits? And they've been doing this each time, where they actually are able to get it just, it's so easy to rotate it, just kind of flip it so that it's pointed 45 degrees to get out shit box. So yeah, the rear end comes right basically to the fueler, who then just pops over to the wall and doesn't even have to walk because the car is perfectly zifted in there. I'm sure it's very well in control, and so I'm not reporting anything. I just think it's just they definitely, not only is it a beautiful build, they got some drivers.
So Chris Davis will be the reason that next race there's going to be a bulletin about you can't have any tire spin at all in the pit lane. It'll be like Le Mans, where it's like a huge deal and you can't do it.
That's annoying as a team owner, by the way, for drivers that do that. The screeching holiday and the burnout leave, but
yeah, no.
And Chris, are you guys a rental program? Friends that got together, or what's?
Yeah, so we're basically a family with the occasional extended family added to the crew. So
nice, that's great.
We run out of my shop attached to my house in Maple Plain, Minnesota, on about 50 acres in the woods, and our driveway is lovingly known as the test track. My neighbors don't love that, but then again, I ain't got many neighbors out there, so you're right. But no, yeah, every weekend it's fueled by tacos, beer, and/or bourbon, depending on how bad the job is. But we throw the car up on the lift and we do it all ourselves. So
you guys make sure to come by and see us. We've got a new sponsor for this year that you'll find interesting. Then, so make sure you come find us at Barber.
Well, I absolutely will. That makes me excited. Yeah. We're happy to do that. Yeah, so no, we're an admiration of all the cool teams that come here. It's really it's been something to see the big teams with big budgets and a lot of skill, and us being able to fight on equal ground is just, this is the best racing in America right now.
So Chris, I've got a question for you real quick, just out of pure curiosity. I look at your car and it's an E46. I presume it's an M3, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not. Okay,
330.
330.
And it is an M54 motor.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So my follow-up question was going to be, if you had an S54, and I mean, I'll still ask it anyway.
Go ahead.
How far are you from, hey, you know what? If we just tweak these one or two things, we could be in GP1. And is that something you're interested in? I would assume no, since you're not doing it. But I'm curious, because just driving by, a layperson's going to see that and be like, oh, those are the same car as like the Big Mission, for example.
Yeah, except ours is in first. So it's actually something, whenever you're sitting around drinking beers, looking at the race car, you're always thinking about what could you shove in there. And the S54 certainly is part of the discussion. And so, listen, if the racing's better and we see a reason to go to GP1, we could. Okay. It's within discussion point, but right now the M54 platform is a really darn good motor. It's torquey. It doesn't give you the top end like the S54, but it works great here for the class. So yeah, no, if we were to do an S54, we'd have to move up to GP1, and to do that, you have to restrict it back, and you have to put a tune on it to make best of that. So you have to have a restrictor plate and so on. I know Big Mission does that, and they love their S54s, and they do a darn good job running those things. But for us, the M54 has been the way to go so far.
So you can't quite get an M54 competitively into GP1.
You'd have to be so light. Okay. And honestly, you can't get the car much lighter than we have it, and that's, at that point, there's no point.
Gotcha.
You're better off. You wouldn't be as competitive. In fact, Ronnie Phelps Motorsports had a S52, so as well as an M52. So the two
those are the E36 motors.
The E36 motors, they had those in the E46, trying to make that work for a GP1 class just by running it super light.
Right.
The problem is you don't have the torque. So you're getting beat by those GP1. If you have an S54 that's got 100 pounds more torque, pound-feet more torque, you're gonna have a little hard time with drivability, raceability.
Right.
You can get a lap together, but maybe you have a little harder time. But I mean, so I think in GP2 that can work.
Right.
But in GP1, the M54 just wouldn't have enough power to get out of corners.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the class structure in WRL that you can still get an older car to work. We were down there talking with Choice Racing yesterday, and Will Choice's son had nothing but great things to say about their E46.
Yeah.
And that they could run a lap time. I think they do have an S54 in that car.
Yeah.
But they can run a lap time pretty much right there with the M4. But in traffic, the spots where you need the torque, etc., it doesn't quite have the legs. And so I see that as kind of a similar issue, but I think it speaks volumes about the chassis. That old BMW frame that that's getting on for 20 years now for that chassis.
And it wasn't probably very kind 20 years before it was a race car either. So,
and unfortunately, it's folks like you that I can't find a clean one that's a manual anymore.
I'll tell you this right now. You don't want to touch one of those as a street car. If it wasn't a race car or born or built was one already, you don't want to touch it. Those trusty buckets are no fun. But yeah, it's a great platform. Again, it's just fun to go out and racing. Whatever you're in, I mean, the Yamas are awesome. The Porsche platform is a great platform. Whatever you find and it works for you, it can race competitively in a class here.
Perfect.
Well, I have to apologize, gents. I'm going in the car in a little bit. I probably should make my adieus known, but thank you so much for inviting me up and of course a couple words.
Yeah, not a problem, Chris. Thanks for coming up. We appreciate people coming up. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Chris Davis for the iconic number 21 for North Loop. Iconic.
Yes.
Anyway, Auburn's gonna win the football game.
No flags!
Joseph, a point about your graphic. When we've got the 696 and the 606 in contention for the win, it's really difficult to work out which way up we're supposed to read the bars.
Well, maybe they should pick different names. Or different numbers.
609 it actually doesn't matter, but the 696 becomes the 969. Oh god. It's totally screwing with my brain.
This is actually very funny. I hadn't noticed that, but
my brain is a pretzel.
Is that a Smashing Pumpkins song?
It's our new bump music.
Anyway,
it looks like from the timing, it looks like our race for GTO is shaping up really nicely, and Joseph's prediction model backs that up.
As a 3-horse race, not just.
That's what I was referring. Yeah, the 3.
Yeah, 696 and 609, and the 14 from Horseman, a 3-horseman race, if you will,
or not. But yeah, it's interesting. I think we've seen earlier in the race that JTR had enormous amounts of pace that has somewhat melted away, whereas Horseman has had some slow stints that don't seem to be relevant anymore. So all three of those cars have kind of come together on pace, and also because of all the various penalties and long pit stops, they've also come together on track. So yeah, really great looking race for the last few hours for the GTO win.
Real quick. I'm sorry. We were talking about tires a whole lot, so I just want to mention this real fast. We're now pretty overcast on the turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3 side of the track.
Ryan, did you bring your temperature gun?
It's at
pointed at the cloud.
It's at the hotel
TSA lodge.
Okay,
unfortunately,
that's what tomorrow's
I'll
for.
bring it tomorrow. Yeah, but it's the sky conditions have changed significantly in the last 40 minutes, so I just wanted to mention that real quick.
I did find that quite funny that you were saying that as I was watching the 609s on board, which was facing the opposite end of the track and could see literally nothing but blue sky. But yeah, I understand that you're talking about the turn one end of the track, which we now see on the 609 camera and is very, as you say, very overcast. From this camera angle, or at least this camera sort of contrast, it actually looks quite rain threatening.
I was going to say, you'd be forgiven for thinking there was weather on the way.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's supposed to be weather on the way, but I love nothing more than to speculate on the weather. So I'm going to take a break real quick, and I'm going to come back and do that.
We should collectively take a break so that we can throw some ads at the people.
Let's do that. Additionally, while we're doing that, dear Facebook viewer, of which there are a legion, you will follow the Cooper ad to the end of part 1, and then as soon as the ad is over, Facebook will transition over to part 2 on both the WRL page and the DriversEye Live page. So because we can't run 8 hours consecutively there on Facebook, part 2 will kick off here just as soon as we get to the other side of Uncle Cooper in a couple of minutes' time from NOLA Motorsports Park.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back into the last 2.5 hours here at NOLA for the opening race for the World Racing League in 2022. 8 hours at NOLA will be followed up by 8 hours tomorrow. Expecting a very different race. I think a lot of teams have learned a lot about their tires around this racetrack and the surface and so many things. I think it's going to be a different character to this race, which is already shaping up to be a pretty interesting one.
Yeah, and as part of that, I've just noticed that second place overall, second place in GTO has changed. Horseman Motorsports passed round 3 racing. Round 3 racing had a 2-minute 2-lap time a couple of laps ago, and I'm going to rewind their onboard to try and figure out what happened there. But that was where the position changed. That's very uncharacteristic. They've been running 55s pretty consistent, 54s and 55s pretty consistently all stint. And they're now 2.2 seconds behind Horseman, so that's probably a good onboard to follow as well.
Probably equally
another second and a half back.
Probably equally impressive. That's a great catch by you. Only 15.7 back from the leader JTR there. So Horseman's coming on pretty strong here. We talked about that just a little bit ago. They've run a really good last couple hours of stretch here. So 15.7 back from the leader.
Yeah, on board the 609 now, and you can see that weather in the distance. It looks like it's pretty high cloud, so I don't think it's actually going to threaten us. But yeah, it is thick cloud too at the same time.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it will. It will. You would imagine change the character of this racetrack a little bit. Obviously, the sun's going down at the same time. We are 2.5 hours past noon. Which is the most convoluted way anyone's ever said 2:30 p.m. But yeah, the sun's going to be down a little bit. I don't know if the track's going to be losing temperature just yet, but it certainly shouldn't be quite as hot as it was, especially with these clouds out. So, I mean, you've got 5.5 hours worth of data, visual data on these tires. You know how your laptop's going to fall off. Do you play it as though you're still in the heat of the day, or do you chance it on, okay, well, maybe the track temp is a little lower, maybe we can put a little more energy into these tires? Do you gamble with that at all?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to try to win or podium here, I think you have to.
Okay.
That's certainly is what we would do.
Sorry, I found the issue for the 609 where they lost the place to Hitman. They ran wide into the grass at the same place that Chill Out did. It looked like, I think they were trying to go around the outside possibly of a lapped car, but it's difficult to tell because they've been already passing that car for a corner. Either way, they missed the line into turn 5 by a car width and a half and ended up in the marbles, which just ran them straight out into the grass.
I am shocked at how bad the marbles were for cars that ended up even a little bit offline earlier. Now, with the tire wear we've seen, I guess it's less surprising, but I couldn't believe, I think it was turn 4, somebody ended up a little out in the weeds, and it just, the car had no grip at all.
Yeah, this is going to be, we don't usually see this in WRL.
No.
We don't usually get extreme tyre wear, but I think that's going to be what this is. And turn 5 is obviously that long kind of I think it's all turn 5, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's that long triple apex right-hander. I don't know if
It's
that's
5, 6, and 7. They're numbered
Right.
separately. Yeah.
In which case he probably went off on turn 6 then, maybe turn 7. So it was one of those 3. But yeah, that's obviously going to be an area where the tyres are going to shed as much of their dead rubber as anywhere else on the track. So that's probably going to be the worst case of marbles. But yeah, the driver of this car clearly, it says James Candelara on the...
It is James Candelara.
It is, okay. So James was car width and a half offline and just, was on sheet ice, essentially, straight into the grass. Gathered it up nicely, didn't have to go through the gravel, only stuck to the grass verge, but did lose that place to the Horseman number 14.
And that is the car that's just out the front, the windshield of the 609 you're riding on board with at the moment, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like they've got...
no, it's not Shalom, never mind.
Looks like they've got more pace than Horseman. Yeah, it's interesting because this part of the track, there doesn't, as this part of the track we're about to see on the broadcast, there doesn't seem to be a horrendous amount of marbles.
No.
Possibly because a lot of cars are running offline around here, because of exactly what we're seeing now. But yeah, it's something we don't usually see in WRL, just because the tires don't tend to shred themselves quite as badly as they are here.
Yeah, I think a lot of, and obviously there hasn't been an opportunity to sweep because we haven't had any full course yellows. But I think your instinct is right, is in that we've got so many teams and cars that are basically using up the entire track. You see some of these GP1, GP2, and GP3 cars taking very wide lines to give the faster cars a decent berth at the apex. So I wonder, I think maybe the field is just sweeping up any marbles that they get thrown off by these softer compound tires.
We had a message from the Big Mission pit lane stating that they need an alternator for an S54 engine.
Jeez.
So if there's anybody on site that can assist with that, an alternator for an S54, please go find Big Mission and let them know. Interesting, by the way, as well, in talking about the temperature change, the track temperature change, and the weather to come. The high today down there in Avondale is about 67. Tomorrow it's 54. So we're going to lose a good 13 degrees there of ambient temperature. Supposed to be sunny, which, it's been for most of the day today as well. So the track temperature should come up a little bit with that, but I do wonder how much of a difference 13 degrees of ambient temperature is likely to make.
It already feels cooler than it was outside, Brendan. I just went downstairs real quick to get some fresh air. All the research I can do on the weather here is telling me that it probably won't rain. If it was going to maybe moisture a little bit, I think it would happen later tonight.
The potential for a little shower overnight, but that's about it.
Yeah, we're looking at this main storm is currently over kind of the Austin area and, further south over the ocean still. Just starting to get into Louisiana. So even if that is going to bring moisture, I think it'll be well after the race. But this cloud cover is not going to blow out. So I think people who are having issues with tires right now are going to be very, very thankful that this is going to start to bring the ambient temperature as well as the surface temperature, especially so, down significantly.
Here's a little fun fact about the M4 GT4, the paddle shifter on it, where it's mounted, there's actually a place that you can hit the paddle where it won't shift, like it doesn't rock. We had a driver at COTA who said, I got some kind of problem in the car won't shift. And he came in and we did a driver change and put somebody else in the car and sent them back out. And they said the shifting is fine. So we watched back on the video and the guy was hitting the thing in a perfect spot where it wouldn't shift the car.
Uh-huh.
James looks nice and comfy there. That car looks like it's well set up too.
He does, yeah. Apart from the off that Scott mentioned.
Yeah.
There, turn 6.
As long as he's online, he's.
But he's not. He's not the only one to have done that for sure.
You can tell a lot from these drivers' hands about how well the car is behaving.
Oh, sure.
You know, particularly if they're on pace. Anyway,
we're all conditioned to watching the 404 at this point, so everyone looks like their car is absolutely glued to the road in comparison.
yeah.
This GP1 battle kind of looks at the moment like it's. Joseph, you had mentioned you thought the 147 was going to need some help. That's exactly what's happened. For as close as they were earlier on, this is now just. It's gone out pretty substantially.
This is for position, by the way, that we're watching here. That's Horseman.
It's been this way for some time.
Yeah, that's Horseman. It's down to 7/10, though. That he closed the gap on that.
All right, I'll go back.
Yeah, it's ebbing and flowing in traffic, but as I don't actually think I ever got to the point. Before James Candelaria had his little excursion, he did seem to be a few tenths a lap quicker than Horseman, so I'm not surprised that he's then managed to, having lost the place through the grass, he's managed to close back up again. Whether there's going to be enough of a pace differential for an overtake without the help of traffic, well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, Doc Hugate ran a double stint here before James. I suspect James will double here, but Doc Hugate, really solid double stint there. He normally drives with Hammer Motorsports, so he did a fantastic job. That was good to watch.
Any insight on the where each of these two different types of cars make pace, Tim?
No, I think you will likely see that the Porsche will be slightly better in the twisty stuff. But I think you're going to see they're just really. It's hard to tell in this traffic, but once they get clear of this, I think you'll be able to see that the Porsche will be slightly better. I think in that S section as an example, maybe that drive off onto the front straight, but likely the BMW has a little better top end at the very end of the straightaway. You should see the torque. The torque on these BMWs is stupid good, and so you'll tend to see mid corner off, and then at the very end of straightaways where that torque really comes into play. It's kind of funny he fell off this pace a little bit. Can't tell where these cars are in front of Horseman, but they look like out-of-class cars to me.
No, that's the GTO Aston. That's the Pro Sport car to the left.
I was about that car. They must just be logging laps at this point.
And I think it's the choice BMW in front of that. It is.
Yeah, but Choice is still competitive. The Choice is running 7th in class right now.
Yeah, so I was going to mention this. If I could wave my magic wand, when you've got a car that's well down the order, be a little kinder to the leaders coming through in these classes, whether it's your class or another class. I'm always kind of surprised how hard some of these teams race somebody when they're down, a lot of laps.
Well, as Joseph says, this Choice car is not. It's only down 1 lap. Oh,
no, but I mean, but the Aston Martin was racing that car side by side for quite some time.
Right.
So
James,
just a little finger point to say.
Yeah, James kind of misjudged the braking. Oh, Joseph's stream has dropped a long way behind mine, but he's misjudged the braking into the corner. It was really nice to see him go to the outside. I've noticed the tendency amongst amateur drivers can tend to be to try and chuck it down the inside at the last second there, even though you got no chance of making the apex. So nice of him to throw his own car onto the marbles after making a mistake.
This is actually a really nice view too, because, excuse me, the other thing that comes into play here is the gearing differences between these cars. So some of these cars are having to make 2 shifts where the Porsche maybe makes 1 shift, the Porsche may be making 2 shifts where the BMW makes 1, an upshift, downshift scenario. So this is a good view to watch because that's another M4 GT4 directly in front of this Porsche. So you're not just seeing the ebb and flow out of the 609 here, you're also seeing the Porsche ebb and flow with the car directly in front of them.
Is it a homologated gear stack on the GT4s?
The 609 seems to miss the apex of turn 6 every lap. It's almost intentional how regularly it's happening. But,
I think that Miata is about to fly off the road there in the middle of the S's.
But no, turn 6 is a bit further back. Where's the patch there? Because I wonder if they're intentionally missing a patch.
Oh, is that the corner we were discussing?
Yeah, somewhere. I thought that was in the S's. You said 10 to 11 or something.
No, the repave work was at turn 6 on Thursday night.
I will say that I don't have a track map in front of me, so I'm calling turn 6 the middle of the 3 right-handers.
It is.
Yes,
that is
correct.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So that's the one where they had a different apex for the IndyCar race.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
The Porsche is definitely getting off this last corner here onto the front straight a little better. It also worth noting, even though this is a 3-way battle, that Horseman, the lead between JTR and Horseman is now down to only 11.5 seconds.
Yeah, it was a longer lap from the JTR car, 158.2. I assume a good portion of that is traffic, because they've been in the 56s with regularity recently, but it's still quite a bit slower than the 14 and the 609 had been running.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to be overcritical about this because this happens to everybody, but here now you've got a 4th car in this GTO race. It's down a few laps. I'm not saying to apply this to Hitman, but just situationally, it is interesting. Like for some of the cars that race in this multi-class racing in WRL, it's not a secret when somebody catches you. If all of a sudden there's nobody behind you, and then all of a sudden there's a car that's caught you.
Yeah, this complex in particular it's almost like it's a miscommunication.
Yeah, I don't ever understand this. It's like the guy behind you is clearly faster. Why not tuck in behind him and try to tail him and try to make yourself go faster? Why slow down both of you?
It's easier said than done, but look how far now this has let the 2 cars in front get away here.
Yeah.
And so it's not just that you're holding them up. You're not gaining on the 2 cars in front of you. And so, real good situation awareness from driver. Your first clue is, oh my gosh, these guys all just caught me. Your second clue should be, oh my gosh, those guys are in a race and they're running for 2nd and 3rd.
He'll lose easily 4 seconds, 3 to 4 seconds on this lap.
Yeah, that's my guess too. Yeah, Hitman ran a 2:01 on the last lap, and Candelaria ran, a 155 something on the last lap. This gets really frustrating as a driver and a team owner. So, now he's caught a out-of-class car, which is fine. He, safely sets up a pass, and now he's got to get back to this car that he's had better pace than.
4.1 seconds was the difference that time.
Yeah, Horseman down to 10.7 on the leader. So Choice is not holding up Horseman, that's for sure. 56.2 from Horseman, and 55.9 from Choice. So Choice is not holding up Horseman. So they're kind of off the hook in my book.
Chill Out, by the way, just did a 153.1.
Yeah,
which is just over a second slower than its fastest lap of the race, and was over 7 seconds quicker than the Candelaria car. More representative of the rest of the GTO field, it's still 3 seconds quicker than Horseman.
Oh, you guys are about to see it. The Aston has woken up and has gone back past. It's gone back past.
Interesting.
I think that feels a little bit to me like James has been kind of hypnotized by the GTO, by the Hitman car. Basically, he's let his pace slow down to the point where the Aston's caught them both back up.
Yeah, this gets really touchy here.
That Hitman car just really hasn't had the pace today. So where normally I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody sitting behind that number 34 for a while, it has been noticeable by its lack of pace this afternoon, especially. And I think you're right. You just maybe without even realizing it, he's probably losing a good 2 to 3 seconds, just stuck in behind the M240.
Yeah, you can hear when they're off throttle. You can actually hear a little bit of the kind of gravel that's been picked up on the track. That's getting up in the frame and everything.
Yeah, they're picking up a lot of clag offline here.
I think we got an AOA car spewing a little smoke out the back. Coming down into turn 1. I want to make sure that's what it actually is. It's definitely an NC Miata, and it's definitely white. That's what would lead me to believe it was the AOA car.
So Hitman picked up their pace a little here, 58.3, but Horseman and Choice, still running about 2 seconds faster right now. So the 6 and 9 is really getting hurt here. This stretch of race here we've been watching, really getting hurt by this. This could be the game changer for them, actually. Wow, that was pretty ugly right there.
Yeah, it's easy to say that there's still a long way to go, but 2 hours we're getting to the point where this is a sprint race, and you wouldn't want to start a sprint race 10 seconds behind your opponent.
Right.
Especially when there's not really. I don't think we're going to see I don't think we're going to see a full course yellow. Period.
Seems unlikely. Yeah.
I think in college basketball especially, they always say, it's a game of runs, right? Where a team will get hot and go on a run, they score 20, and they hold the other team to 2 for 5 points or something like that. And the game is sort of defined by those runs. I think every now and then you see this race, or WRL racing in general, become a race of trends, right? Where you isolate a couple of stints and you say, okay, this car was picking up, just by driver mismatch, was picking up 4 seconds on this car, and they'll run down a margin that's a minute and a half, upwards of a lap over the course of a couple of hours. And we've had that a couple of times already today, influenced by other things like penalties for sure, but we're getting now to the time, like Scott said, where you're going to run out of a trend to go your way, right? And you want to have all of the cards in your hand that you can have as you set up for the last fuel run or 2 at the end of the race. And any time that you lose now is time you're going to have to make up in the future. That kind of goes without saying, but that is one thing you don't want to have going against you at this stage of the race. Even if you have time to make it up, everything you lose now is going to come back to bite you here in the last 2 hours if that's the way the race starts to go. So
yeah, if there's no caution, it's a 1-to-1 relationship between the time you lose now and the time you lose at the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Good patience there from James Candelari. He finally got past the Hitman car.
Did you see though? It was kind of strange. It was like the car slowed down a little bit at the end of the back straightaway. It's kind of weird, and that was strange to watch. And the Aston Martin clearly was losing his patience with the Hitman car. If you didn't notice that, but
I think that 143 actually has some decent pace now.
Yeah, there's a driver that drives with them that drove with us before too, Dwayne Moses. Really talented guy. Super nice guy, actually.
Our driver of the Chill Out Systems car seems to have developed a habit of wanting to rest his hand on the A-frame going down the straights, which is surprising. Usually, I think I'd be keeping both hands on the wheel, specifically for that car.
The soundboard is brutal.
Yeah, I don't know what happened here.
I wonder if his hand
fine.
hurts from having to grab onto the wheel and do all that, and if that's just a nice spot to stretch.
It's especially bizarre because it's only out the window that it's doing that. The cockpit and the rearview mirror are all permanently in the same place.
I noticed the same thing with the 111. I don't know if they're using the same system. But they've got a very similar glitch with their onboard as well.
Hey,
Yeah,
look
so
who we're behind.
I'll poke fun at Charles. He couldn't just get a Sentinel system that worked. He had to do this, wicked V-Box multi-camera, multi-HDMI wild camera system.
It did work for Thunder Bunny.
609 with a deep braking move on the Aston into turn 1. Good move, pulled it off. So that car's good. That car has, as in James Candelaria's car, has clear road ahead of him now for a little while.
Yeah, James has cleared him for sure.
Pit stop for the 421, and I think this will give the spot to the number 9 from Team ACP.
Unfortunately, James got a massive swapper on the very next corner and lost the place into the
Yeah, they're still side by side right here. The Aston Martin just pitted. So see, that's another thing too. I mean, again, it's easy. I'm armchair quarterbacking, right? I'm remote here today, but same thing. Aston Martin, you're down 20 some laps and you're racing a guy really hard, that's running for overall, but also when you're 1 or 2 laps from pitting, I don't know. Owners don't forget these things. Let me just say that.
It looks like he tried it on down the inside of the first right-hander in the S's too. He tried it on, then backed out. But it was like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, and so I don't want to speak for James, but there'll be some day that James will get caught by that Aston Martin and probably will remember about the unkindness that happened here. But
turn him.
Yeah. Put him in the gravel.
Yeah, I don't know that he would do that, but anyway, he'll remember. He'll remember things weren't so kind, before. It is good. I mean, look at this. Once James gets freed up, right, he's making his way right back to Horseman here. That's not Horseman. Is Horseman at the front of this train right here, though? Right in front of Choice?
Horseman is... Oh, actually, he is only 3 seconds ahead, so they haven't...
Yeah, so
the 99 is at the very head of this, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Horseman and then Choice, and then there's a white BMW and then this Porsche. And so look, James this gap just in very short order once he cleared the Aston Martin here.
Yeah, Horseman had a 159 last lap, so they obviously traffic
taketh and giveth away.
Right? Yeah, I want to avoid the that's always annoyed me. But the
the 609 very swiftly returned to a 56.8 lap. So
yeah,
he's definitely being held up there for a lot of laps.
Yeah, and James managed to get through that traffic much easier than the Horseman car did, just because of the exact moment that he caught it. So yeah, it's swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting when he gets to the Choice car here, because now you're talking about two identical cars. That is going to be a particular hard car to pass here.
You know, I was initially completely repulsed by the light on the roof of the Stratos cars, and now looking at it, it doesn't look that bad.
Well, thank you for this. What personal development from Ryan West, live from New Orleans?
I don't know what it is, but it just went by, and I was like, oh, it looks nice. I don't know.
It's called Stockholm syndrome.
Yes, yesterday I was like, what the hell is that? Like, that looks terrible. And like now it's like, well, whatever.
There's a height limit on those GTU cars too, if you guys didn't know that.
A maximum height?
A maximum?
Yeah, no, a minimum height. I think it's 42 inches or something. Which I wondered if that snorkel light may play into getting that car to 42 inches. Although I suspect that car probably at the roof line is really close to, or the air scoop on the roof anyway, probably really close to the limit. But
I was very confused for a second because I thought you were talking about driver height, and I was like, that's pretty short.
So you couldn't run a reproduction GT40
without the snorkel, no.
Without the snorkel. Okay, all right.
Yeah, perhaps about something on the roof.
I think I remember Billy mentioning this to me, and I think Tim's right that thing is literally there to pass the 42 inch, which you mentioned earlier on in the race. Those lights are super useful because those cars are really not that easy to spot. So that's obviously the reason why the rule is there. And as long as they do something that allows the GT cars to see them, then the rule is doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, you know, with a light that's that intense, like right here, if that car was, you know, a couple cars behind you, you might not see it. But when you make your left-right turns here, if you're checking your mirror, you would get a flash of bright light.
Look at that sail into turn 3.
Yeah, but it put him basically right up to the back of the 14.
Yeah, it was a move he needed to make, but it's
a slide job.
Yeah, but he needed the other guy to see him and see that was happening, because that could have gone pretty poorly.
Yeah.
Well, he cleared Choice. Did he clear Choice pretty easily there?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Choice kind of let it happen. I don't think he was particularly keen on fighting it.
Yeah.
But James kind of sent it in on the brakes, and
he definitely forced the decision.
Choice car. Yeah. But if he can get past this MX-5 on the way into the S's here, this will put the 609 right up onto the back of the 14 all the way through this sequence without any traffic.
They are going to potentially hit traffic into the, 13-14 complex.
Yeah, yep. Actually, if James can set this up right, he may have... Nah, I think he's just a little too slow here out of 11 and 12.
Yeah, the gap to the leader here. Actually, JTR's in pit lane, I assume?
Hadn't noticed... Yeah, you'd have to assume so.
Yeah, it looks like they probably are. So this is the...
you know what? I think they may have been docked a lap.
Wow.
There's no long lap there. I think they've just been moved from second to fourth.
They look like they're due, though, to me. If you just look at the amount of time... JTR, they were last in on lap 142, so that's 38 laps ago.
It would be it would be in 3 laps for me.
Okay. So I wonder if they...
Pit stops, I think they might have a box that's before the start-finish line, so we won't see the time go long until they leave.
Yeah, so this is effectively the battle for the lead here that you're looking at.
Yeah, although the 609 will be doing
JTR
a handful of laps here, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And Horseman on lap 144 and round 3 on lap 144 also. So these two cars are on, effectively the same strategy anyway.
Yeah. So round 3's pit stops are the same sort of length as Horseman, whereas JTR's I think are usually quite a lot shorter. Certainly that last one that they've just done, it was a lot shorter. So I'm going to expect JTR to jump away by 30 odd seconds in this round of pit stops, and they were already 12 seconds ahead. So they might be getting towards a minute lead after this round of pit stops if everything goes as it has been.
And so what is the stint length here on the M4 then? It's roughly an hour and 8, hour 9, maybe? I'd have to calculate it. So they're basically one stop from the finish?
I think all three of them are going to be pitting soon, and one more pit stop afterwards.
Who are we talking about? What's the selection?
609 and 14. Yeah, 696, 14, and 609.
So I don't think there's much.
Here's round 3 on the pit lane.
Yeah, the 14 will be in the lane in about 5 laps, give or take.
Wow, so this is a pretty short run then for the 609, because they were on the same, basically the matching laps on pit stops.
It's a good onboard, but this car not really in contention for too much. Just getting seat time really. It'll be Gordon Scully into the 982 for W2W in the car until the end.
That's a good racing name.
Yeah.
We have lost the chill out systems on board, unfortunately.
Oh, bummer.
We sure have.
Well, it looks like it's been going for some time.
Who's driving this 701 car here? Is this Gilbert with a new helmet, maybe? Or Gilbert usually has the Haggerty. Is this Lonnie Unser, maybe? I don't know who this is.
The driver is unknown. That's a GP1 just dragging a GTU NPO1.
Yeah, this is James' new overlay system, and the driver ID system is not quite working right on it. No, he's really good about publishing bug stuff and making updates and everything, but this is actually a really nice concept, though. You see the Cooper, the Round 3 Racing, and the Haggerty, and then the Sentinel logo up here at the top, and then the different bubbles over here on the right. This allows teams to customize their overlay for their Sentinel camera system. So this is a custom overlay for just this car. And then it allows to do some other things too. The driver ID system can rotate the driver logo, as you guys saw with the 609 when Doc Hugate was driving, had our Hammer Motorsports logo on it. But this is a really cool idea that he came up with to yet improve the Sentinel system even more.
So 609 out of the pits now, according to Race Hero, and still no resolution on this. Oh no, we did get a resolution on the 696. They're back out of the pits in 324.6. So that's been taken care of.
JTR too.
Worth noting though that their outlap was a 324. Round 3 was a 358.
Yeah, JTR's had good stops today. They've been on the ball today.
So now the only other real player here is going to be the Horseman car, and this will be penultimate stops for all of these cars. Should be this and then one more to the end of the race. Now under 2 hours to go.
I would think so. Yeah. This is behind the 77 TLM monoflow. Looks like it should still be, and according to the driver ID, still James in the car. So no driver change. I assume that means James is going to take it to the checkered flag.
I think James will get out here and Cole Lofsgaard will probably finish the race, would be my guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so they'll have Cole bookended, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of which, 2 hours to go, gentlemen.
Yeah, 3/4 of the way through race 1 of the 2022 World Racing League season on DriversEye Live. Thanks everybody for joining us throughout the day today. It's been a pretty fun one, all things considered, I think. Certainly lots to talk about, even if racing hasn't been wheel to wheel on track. It's been lots of closing and expanding gaps at various points during the day. We had some drama with tires over the midpoint of the race as the heat of the day kind of played its part in proceedings here. And now with just under 2 hours to go, things are pretty well set up, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a battle of attrition on a few different levels. Some of them are mechanical, some of them are procedural, but it's really that kind of stuff that's made the difference so far in the race, more so than any sort of hand-to-hand combat.
Well, it's made the difference down to whittling it down to 3 cars now, but these 3 cars are pretty evenly matched. So, it's all we've done so far is we've kind of gone through the March Madness style tournament, and we've ended up with 3. Now it's down to them for the last couple of hours to sprint race it out, I think. Although JTR definitely has a pit stop advantage, so they are for sure the favourites.
Well, they have a pit time advantage.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of racing. I mean, you could say they're evenly matched on track, which is great, but if you can gain 30 seconds in the pits on the guys you're racing with, that's...
So by my guesstimate here, how this is really going to play out is JTR at some point is going to have to slow their lap time to make it to the finish on one more stop. In their last stint, they're going to have to stretch it.
Interesting.
How are they going to...
Any idea how many laps what they are?
No, I'd have to calculate it out, but I'm playing some potato math here. Or they're going to have to take a short splash and go. So it'll be interesting to see how this kind of unfolds. So if you just look at the clock here, we're at 1:55. They pitted 3 laps ago. Call it 2-minute laps, 6 minutes. They'll be really close on whether they can make it on one stop and stretch it to the end. The other thing, too, because they've had good pit stops, they could take some extra time. If this were my crew, I'd say, hey, we got to make sure that we get it all the way full on this stop. We've had good enough stops, we could take the extra, 5 or 10 seconds and make sure we've got it all the way full on this last stop. Because if you short fill these cars get a lot of heat build in them and a lot of boiling fuel even, and it's really easy to get pushback on the fuel cell when you're filling cars and not get them all the way full. You guys have joked about us running out of gas before. That's been the culprit for us running out of gas, where we thought we got the car all the way full of fuel, and then we were 2 laps from coming in and ran out of gas, and we're like, how'd that happen? Well, that happened because we didn't get the full amount of fuel in the car. So it's very easy to do, especially late in these races when you've had all these green flag laps, to not be able to get the car all the way packed full of gas. So if it were my team, I'd be telling my crew, let's make sure on the stop that we make really sure that we get the car all the way full of fuel.
I just got a text from Daniel down at Big Mission. He's saying that the lower track temps are starting to... He thinks that they'll be favorable for teams and wear, especially. But there's teams in the paddock that are mentioning that they're starting to get a greasy feel on the tires.
Interesting.
So perhaps the temperature change is now going too quickly, and that's going to become a problem?
I mean,
I wonder how much of that is teams that are on the same set of tires they started the race with, too. Yeah. So you have to kind of take with a grain of salt when you hear that. There may be teams that are, 6 hours into a race on the same set of tires.
54.3 from the round 3 car that time.
Yeah, it's pretty
which is, well, it's pretty much in line with what they've been doing. It's more of a slow lap from JTR at 57.8. They did have almost 50 seconds of a lead over round 3. That's up from 12 seconds before the pit stop. They're pulling out over 30 seconds each pit stop, so they should end up with more than a minute to play with, which might be enough if they do need to make a splash right at the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised your 2 Horsemen is not running really fast laps right now, and they are effectively out of gas. They're 150 pounds light at the moment.
Right. Yeah. That was going to be my next point. Is I've got them coming in about a lap or 2, so keep an eye out for them. That's mostly a no for Ryan.
9 pounds. They're carrying 9 pounds of fuel, whereas round 3's carrying 140 pounds of fuel. So
yeah, I've been watching the round 3 onboard, and they've had no traffic the last couple of laps, so that's going to help. Horsemen I can't talk for Horsemen, but that 58 looks like a traffic affected lap time.
Did you have the driver names for Horsemen for this weekend?
I do.
Who are they?
Yeah, we're getting there. It is Brad Horseman, Connor Horseman, and James Gouet.
Oh, well, there you go, James Gouet. There's a stud.
All right, so there's your silver, your bronze, and your bronze.
James Gouet, quite the accomplished racer. Yeah, that's a pretty good driver lineup there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
don't
had seen
remember.
James Gouet on the entry list, but I couldn't remember where he was.
Yeah, again, right? Says a lot about the series. James Gouet is coming and running a WRL race. It's fascinating when you see those kinds of drivers coming. Or Andy Lally or Spencer Pumpelly. Drivers that are making a living racing. Are coming and running. A real living are coming and running WRL races. That's awesome to see.
Did you know Spencer Pumpelly killed a guy?
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
Nobody. Well, let's hope that people get that one.
This is the market for that.
Yeah, no. If anybody's gonna get it, it's this audience. So that's fair. Annoying, but fair.
I don't get it, but okay. There's the second 158 in a row for Horseman Motorsports, so they are kind of throwing away their chance at the win here if they can't pick it up from that.
Yeah, what I hope they're not looking at this going, oh, well, we've got all this lead, we're going to be in great shape, we can back the pace off, and not taking into full account what's happening on pit stops and pit stop.
Are we talking about Horseman specifically here?
Yeah.
If they think that, then they don't deserve to win, because it's very obvious that that's not the case. But
no, I can't imagine that is the situation, but they've also done 40 laps on this tank.
Oh, I didn't realize they could go that long. That's pretty impressive.
I guess they did it last time too.
Every stint they do about 40.
The 609 here is really pushing the pedal on the right here. Really good laps here, a couple in a row.
Yeah, this is second 54 in a row.
Yeah, that's taking advantage of this clear track for sure.
I think they've got to.
Yeah.
I think you're at a point now where you've got to really try and.
Well, yeah, this is where you have to make your move. This is where you have to make your move. You also know that you're one stop from the finish if you're in that car. So.
Yeah, and about to give up 30 seconds again before the end of the race based on your pit time.
Yeah, I'm interested to see whether their tires hold up here for the last hour 50. Because that could come into play on that 609, that they may need to put a tire or two tires on the car for the last stint. If they continue this pace, they probably won't. But if this pace falls off by the end of the stint, they may consider doing that to make the charge.
Look at the marbles on just the drivers right there between 8 and 9.
Yeah. You can see them now at this angle.
This is one of the parts of the track where we identified that the cars didn't seem to have much of an issue running offline. So that's actually, presumably, not the worst of the marbles around the track.
No, indeed. Well, and remember, nobody's going to be fully grip limited too wide through there.
Horseman down to a 55 that last lap, by the way, so presumably the last two were traffic affected. And a 56 for round 3, so they lost 2 seconds to traffic.
Yeah, the camera shot onto the front straight too. If you get a chance to click back to that, one thing that I noticed during this race, you see the rubbering that's happened farther and farther out here. It's actually pretty amazing how much that has changed during this race.
So, in your experience, do you note that over the course of the race that the track rubbers in and you see that the track surface darken up a little bit, or is that kind of unique to the situation we've had here today?
I think so here's the first truth. The first truth is I'm usually watching the in-car video and I can't see this.
Sure.
And so I do see our cars' lines change over the stretch of the race. See how wide this car is onto the front straightaway? So I've just noticed how all day, again, this kind of plays into the tires here. You're seeing a wider and wider. There's a 143 coming off pit lane again.
Yeah.
You're seeing the widening of this line in the front, which is probably, again, indicative of 6 hours in, greasy tires or struggling on tires that have been run for a long time. But I don't normally watch the broadcast. We have the broadcast on in our pit box. We have 10 monitors on our pit box, so we usually have the broadcast on. But I usually don't pay too much attention to it versus watching our data and our own in-car stuff. But certainly the racetrack changes over the day. Road Atlanta Turn 1 is a prime example of that. That Turn 1 really gets rubbered. So does Turn 12. They get really rubbered in during a race. And so you can find a little more grip, late in a race once these tracks rubber in really well, slightly offline. It also helps you take chances passing cars where you would have had more trouble passing them earlier in the race. And so, pulling offline to pass the car early in the race when the track's not rubbered in, is certainly more difficult than when it does rubber in.
So that'll be offset by the marbles, though, surely.
Yeah, certainly so, yeah. But the marbles get tossed wider and wider and wider. But we had an in-car here probably 40 minutes ago, or maybe an hour ago or something, where someone was behind an ACP car and you watched them both pull offline in the front straight, and it was like they drove through the desert dust storm.
I think there might be a little
Ryan,
fluid trailing off the back of the 143 there, by the way.
We have a couple.
Just keep an eye on that at the right rear.
We have a couple. Ryan, who's the NPO 1 under your nose? You've actually got a couple takers under there.
Yeah, so the 50, the other Stratos car, not the 58, came in for the pit lane, the 59. They had the strobe light on, too, as they were coming in, so I thought that was kind of weird.
What if that's a pit limiter?
Maybe connected to the pit limiter, yeah.
Well, it was doing that, like, in the S's, not just on pit road. So
Weird place to swim.
I'm gonna go with no on that. Otherwise, I can't really see the pit lane from my vantage point. It looks like the 99 is coming back out. Big Mission is in the pit lane.
Horseman is in the pit lane.
Yeah, Horseman.
Okay, yep.
I believe that.
That's your GTO.
Big Mission's actually going back into the paddock. They just turned it off.
The 14? No,
Yeah.
Big Mission, you said.
Big Mission, yeah.
Yeah,
Shell
okay.
Systems car is in.
So that'll be the
They're
alternator.
back
Finally,
out.
maybe they've got to replace the battery or something.
Yeah, I would think so.
So this is for Horseman. This is kind of the bell ringing here of having a really good pit stop. You know, you're one stop here. You're gonna have to make
one
more stop after this.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a long stop. It's because they've obviously gone 15 minutes into
Listen
this
to
hour.
that.
So they've
Listen
only
to
got
that. That's the
145 to go.
diffuser. I think that's the diffuser on the 55. That's
It
a
is, yeah.
Yeah, it was a note in race control that they're dragging their rear diffuser. And they were just in the pits about 10 minutes ago. So I wonder
Stratos
if
car
they're
back out. So I'm wondering if they had to fix a setting to turn that strobe light off. Because they just came back out. They really weren't in the pits that long.
That should have shown up in race control if they'd been called in for it. So I don't think that's the case. They might be back timing on the basis of we just haven't had any yellow running.
Gotcha.
Well, I wouldn't. Well,
I'll buy that for $1.
Tim, what's your view on? I don't really like the idea of back timing these races because they can go yellow.
Back timing. Explain to me what you mean.
Knowing that you can make 80 minutes on a tank of gas and then working out. Okay, 5 o'clock minus 80 minutes, minus 80 minutes, minus 80 minutes.
Yeah, nobody does that.
Okay.
You can't really do that. We actually had a crew chief work for us, and he's a data guy, similar to me by trade, and he came to the race and he brought this big elaborate spreadsheet with him and said, here's how many stops we're going to have to make, and here's the time and the estimated lap we'll stop, and I said, you can throw that in the trash. And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, that assumes the race is green the whole time. That assumes way too many assumptions that'll never happen in this race. I said, I'll give you $1 million if it happens. And 54 minutes into the race or something, he just shut the spreadsheet off. So
the Americas was safe.
Yeah, so you can't really back into it much like that. What you can figure out is what the minimum number of stops you're going to make are, and so it helps you figure out things like how much fuel are we going to consume during this race. You know, how many times we need to run to the gas pumps, those kinds of things. But yeah, not really helpful to back. Yeah, not really helpful to back into.
Ryan, were you saying that the Stratos car wasn't in the pits for very long?
They were not.
It was actually a slightly long pit stop for them relative to normal.
But apparently I have no concept of time.
Yeah, it appears
3:35.
Yeah, they did a 3:17 before that, and they've done 3:27.
You see this? Horseman blew it. Their pit stop.
Yeah, 4:42.
4:42. So James Goulet, there's no chance you'll listen to this thing, but you need to bring some better crew there.
Their stops have been really inconsistent.
Yeah, they really have.
None of them have been fast, but some of them, I mean, they've had slower than that. They've had a 5:05 in there.
Well, I shouldn't say better crew, right? There's a lot of things that come into play here. Driver change, checking tires, putting the car on air jacks to look everything over. But when you're in the thick of the race here, I would have expected to see a faster stop out of them there. They may have taken some extra time here too. The thing I was saying, to make sure that they got that car all the way full of fuel, because that's going to make a difference here at the end.
That's the next thing I was going to bring up, is that car is going longer than basically anyone else in the race. So I don't know why that would be the case. They presumably have the same fuel tank.
That's a huge pit stop. So I finally got the time loss estimate. That's nearly 3 minutes they've lost. That's double what you would expect. They basically lost 2 pit stops worth.
So here's the question.
That's more than a lap and a half. Yeah.
Why would you pack the car full of fuel like that if you know you're going to need another stop anyway?
Because when you do your time stop at the end there, you'll take less fuel. So this is a stop you want to. Yeah, this is a stop you want to make sure you get it full. So, said another way, you want to be able to stop and take 5 gallons of gas at the end, not 6.5.
So are you just hedging against the full course yellow then?
I was going to say, the only reason you would do that is if you're thinking there might be a full course yellow.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you just split it evenly. But
yeah, but at this point in the race, you're not expecting a full course yellow, but you want.
No, that's exactly my point. Why would you spend?
Because
yeah, you're missing.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
The only time you know exactly how much fuel's in the car is if you filled it all the way up or you've completely exhausted it, right? So
At the start of the race is the only if you're allowed 21 gallons of fuel, the start of the race is the only time during this race that you know you have 21 gallons of fuel in the car. Mm-hmm. It's the only time that you know for sure. And so you don't know until the car pulls away and then your guy turns to you and says 20 gallons, and you say, "Oh crap, we didn't get 20. Either we didn't get the full 21 in, or we didn't really burn 21." And so there's always this ongoing mystery.
I understand.
During the race. And so,
there's no filling it halfway because you don't know what halfway is.
Right. And so the only way to do a time stop at the end is to look at your. Well, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe other teams should figure that out.
This refueling was left as an exercise for the reader.
Yeah, everybody else can figure that out. But it does make sense to me to make sure that you get it full of gas on this stop, because you know you're going to have to take a splash here. And so what
got horribly held up, by the way, in turn 6. Oh, he's even worse at the next corner by a very slow-moving Mazda. He's going to lose 5 or 6 seconds.
Well, somebody had an off in turn 6 through there.
I think it was the Mazda.
Okay.
They just ran a 55 flat too, so this is going to hurt them.
I think this is going to be way over 2 minutes. This has been a horrible lap.
So 29 back out.
But in theory,
is back in, by the way.
In theory, what you're hoping to do here is pull on the pit lane. If you can imagine pulling on the pit lane the same as another car at exactly the same time, you want to stop in your box for 10 seconds while they have to stop in their box for 20. And so to get to that place where you think you can figure out exactly how much fuel you need to get to the end, this stop was the one you would want to make sure you got a full of fuel.
So, do you guys remember at 2:30 when Big Mission asked for an alternator?
I do.
Yeah.
So that's why they went back to the paddock. They're changing the battery right now.
Yeah,
so they're doing the old GT3 Audi trick.
Nicely done, Joseph.
I retain my king. My crown is king of pointless trivia.
Is that a king cake crown?
I have a king cake available.
I bet you do.
So you guys know that's an SCCA Mazda Miata trick, to put 3 batteries in the trunk of a Miata in the ST Light or STU class and chain them together and run no alternator.
Yep.
Huh. Yeah. That's hilarious.
That car needs weight. In your region, JT?
What's that?
They don't do that in your region, JT? In SFR, they do that. Like, that's a thing.
I'm not aware of that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they do it more so for weight. Those cars need to put weight in the car, and so they'll run 3 batteries and no alternator. So
yeah, a little bit in the back's not too bad.
And people throwing wrenches in when they're weighing after the race and stuff like that. You know,
water bottles.
So we had a request for a recap earlier on Facebook, and admittedly, it is really hard to recap 6.5 out of an 8-hour race, especially when most of your notes are kept by an automated script because we don't have spotters, etc. But as an overall sort of view of where things are at here, is my video decides to. Oh no, it's the onboard.
Yeah, the onboard is cooked for a second.
But what you see at the top is pretty much what we've had all day. That Stratos number 59 overall has been just dominant. And obviously then in GTU as well, which is, of course, the debut race for that car. GTO has been pretty fascinating for the better part of the last, I don't know, what would you say, guys, 3 hours or so?
Yeah, the whole race.
Sure, but I mean, this sort of phase of the race has been, since we moved out of the tire delamination phase and into the, head-to-head.
Yeah, I mean, I would say two of these 3 cars have been in a 6-horse race the whole way.
Yeah, I'd agree with
JTR and Round 3 Racing, those 2 have been in the mix here all day.
I think the story as a whole was, in the heat of the day, was tires and an abrasive track surface combining with some decent direct sunlight for most of the afternoon, and along with a little bit of extra knowledge on our end, just sort of peeling open a can of worms as to who could make tires last, who couldn't. A number of teams made very obvious tire changes midway through the race because the tires were just shot. The left sides especially, the left rear, really taking a pounding around here. And so that was a story for a good portion of the middle of the race. Outside of that, really not much has happened. It's been completely green. We've had no full course yellows. Really only one or two incidents of note where we've had to go recover cars, and anything else has been just, let the race play itself out.
Yeah, very little contact.
We just had an interesting thing happen here in the booth. The black flag was being brandished while Brendan was talking about the recap, and then the owner of the 141 was going to come up and do a quick interview with us after he stopped in briefly this morning. The black flag came out, the number board was finally visible, and it said 141 on it. He was like, "Oh my!" and sprinted out of the stand. So the 141's got a black flag. That's the car that was here just on a test basis, and they got convinced that they should run. So now they're having bigger issues, it sounds like.
Well, there's nothing in the race control log about that car, so that's interesting.
That's Matt Curry. They also ran with another series, and he also is a rookie in the MX-5 Cup Series this year, which was really interesting. So he's going to do that series as well with Hickson. I think it's with Hickson.
Guys.
Oh, no, with Copeland Motorsports.
An incident under review in the race control log for contact between the 111 car from Thunder Bunny and the 14 of Horseman.
Yeah, mate. Are you sure that car number wasn't supposed to be 14 rather than 141?
He had the board turned around, and it said 141 on it when he went to put it down. Now, it could have caught the wind, and maybe the 1 came up, but it looked pretty clear to me.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, and that's still under investigation, so they probably wouldn't have... I don't see any reports of anybody dragging anything, really, other than what we've already mentioned. So, yeah, that is unusual.
Just to cap off the race recap, I guess we can sort of list off the cars that were in contention earlier and have gone away.
Yeah, please.
Early on was GTR, please add to me, my memory is not great, but I remember very early in the race, we obviously had our pulses to the GTR 99, which I think basically ended up dropping away because it got a 1-lap penalty and sort of never recovered.
It accumulated penalties.
Did it have multiple?
Yeah.
Oh, they got another one just recently. Did you see that?
I don't remember that.
Warning for fueling infraction.
The 1-lap penalty actually goes to the 66, which is running. That's an NRG car that's running in second in GP3. That is still relevant. I had meant to mention it and then never did.
Speeding on pit lane. That's a 2-time offender on speeding.
So another of our contenders that dropped away early was Screaming Goat. Were looking really good, but they sort of mysteriously disappeared. It just went into the garage. Is that right?
Yeah, they came in for what should have been a regularly, well, at least was on schedule. And they
kind of never came out, right?
Yeah, they put the left sides up, and I don't know if maybe there was a hub failure or what, but they never came back out. Actually, that's a lie. They did come back out briefly. They might actually still be circulating, but they lost so much time.
Another car that was contending for the win earlier was the 404 Chill Out Systems, which is one of our favorite cars just for how interesting it is. The V8 LS3 MX-5, which just basically shredded its tires at the worst part of the day. Still running fifth, but that trip through the gravel on delaminated tires and then the tire change has really dropped it away. Its pace is still really good, but it's actually not that far behind because of how long
40 seconds behind Horseman.
Yeah, because of how long their pit stop was. But we're expecting Horseman to have a really short final stop, so we'll have to track whether Chill Out managed to catch them.
But let's put that in perspective, Scott. A really short final stop, even if you just scale down the length of their pit stop, I mean, they're still running pit stops a minute longer than anybody else, or most of the other cars. So even if you're only taking a third of a tank or a half a tank or whatever, that's still substantially longer than most.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to, we'll have to track it. There's definitely a chance for Chill Out to get up to fourth.
Additionally, they picked up 4.5 seconds last time. Almost 5.
Yeah.
The 404 did.
Ryan is reporting that the 141 black flag is by request because their radio isn't working.
Oh, interesting.
Good to finish that one off. That's why there's nothing in... Oh, no, there actually is something in the... 141 has also just received a completely separate fueling infraction.
Well, so the pit stop that was requested has been completed.
And completed and infracted. Just quickly trying to run through the remainder of our recap. We had the number 2, which had a very similar thing to the ACP car, which had a very similar thing to Screaming Goat, where it came in the pits and never came back out again, despite everything seeming routine. And it was running really well in the laps coming up to the pit stop. And I think that might be all the cars that we've had drop out of contention.
We had Kai come talk to us, and that car never, he left the booth and never made another lap, it looks like. The 170.
Yeah,
the W2W car, yeah.
Yeah.
He said their goal was trying to get everybody to get 2 stints, and it sounds like that's not going to happen.
I wanted to give a shout out to the 421 Thunder Bunny car, too, that's running in 5th in GTO. That's Matt Kehoe and Mark Smith. I mentioned those guys drove with us at Hammer at the Coda race in the Audi. That car's just been hanging around all day, and much like they did in the Audi, I don't know if you guys noticed at Coda, but the Audi was about 3 seconds off the pace that we normally run, and we had 4 new drivers never driven at Coda in the Audi, and all day long they kept clicking off laps, and I think we ran in the top 8 or 9 both days or something, for most of the day. And so hats off to those 2 guys. It's a 2-driver car, and they've just been staying out of trouble and running laps all day, and there they are, 5th overall in GTO.
Turning their fastest laps of the race in this current stanza, 154.7 on lap 185 just a couple laps ago. So
yeah, that's terrific, and very likely both those guys' first time in that car. I'm almost positive.
Well, that car didn't exist in Thunder Bunny stables until Thursday.
Well, even that aside, though, I think that one of these 2 drivers that I talked to had never driven a Cayman. So
gotcha. Yep.
So that's kind of interesting. Same thing with Choice, right? Hanging around all day, new car. TLM, has fallen to 10th. They've had some problems here today too, and some penalty stuff. Yeah, it's been really interesting. And that GP1 battle, the PC Racing and Moorhead, right? That's been an interesting battle all day long, but they're slightly off a pit sequence. So every time PC pits, then Moorhead takes over the lead, then Moorhead pits, and PC takes over the lead. But PC has had the pace. So when they're both on the racetrack here at the same time, PC is able to gap them. Right now it's a 18-second gap, it looks like. But PC's just had better pace. So PC will be due in, or actually Moorhead will be due in before PC here.
Yeah, Moorhead's about due in right now, and then PC's got another 10 laps or so.
Yeah, so PC
the difference maker there, though, is pit stop length. Right, Moorhead's last stop on lap 149 was 6:48. PC Racing's last stop on 166 was 5 minutes 4.
Yeah, and what's interesting, Moorhead had a stop before that was 3:41 and 3:58.
Yeah, that may have been a one-off. Maybe a tire change.
Maybe a tire change too.
Yeah.
So it might be interesting to hear from those guys. PC Racing 2 stops ago, 5:59. So just in 4:03 before that. So generally speaking, I'd say Moorhead's been winning the pit battle with PC, but this last stop is going to be imperative to see what happens here with this 18-second gap. Either one of these teams could win it on pit lane here.
I don't think this is done yet, and I'm also not convinced that if Moorhead comes in now, they're going to be able to make it on one more stop.
Yeah, it'd be a stretch.
Right, they were in at 149, and before that 115. So how does that math work? 34 laps.
Yeah, 2 minutes a lap.
They've already gone a lot further than that.
Yeah, 68 minutes, so hour and 8. Even if you slowed it down, you couldn't pick up 20 minutes here.
Their longest, I think, was 43. So even if you stretch that all the way out, they'd get to 192, which would leave them about an hour 20. Yeah, that'd be really close.
Really close. So we may see that happen. We may see Moorhead here try to avoid a stop. At a minute and at a minute and 30 on top of the lap time, if you avoid a stop, you can slow down. But these are too many tips for team owners. You can slow down a few seconds here and avoid that last pit stop.
Well, so here's the thing. If you're engaged and you're sitting there calling strategy, you have a pretty good situational awareness of what's going on around you, and you're actively tracking what you expect to happen, right?
Absolutely,
there's a stint timer on the screen that says an hour 23. So you are constantly aware of your car and probably your closest competitor as well. For us, we're plugging in and out of these battles here, wondering, okay, can this work? Can this not work? We also don't know who's in the car, what their fuel consumption is like relative to pace. Are they, better at running to a number or whatever? And this quick math up here isn't really a representation of whether or not this car can do it. I would say that if you have a good strategist down there, though, they're probably aware of how much they need or how far they need to go to get to the end without an extra stop. And I can't imagine they'd put themselves in that position of needing a splash if they can help it, especially if the margin on track 15 seconds, 20 seconds.
Depends how far you take this, but a really good strategist will even figure out how long it takes you to traverse pit lane at the pit speed, and let's just call that 40 seconds. If that's 40 seconds at this racetrack and you're gonna spend 15 seconds in your pit box taking a splash to go, now you're talking about 55 seconds plus a couple of seconds to get out of your box. You're 57 seconds. If you weigh that against whether you can afford to slow down, pick a number, 3 or 4 seconds a lap and avoid that time, this is how you arrive on whether you should try to stretch it.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, a second a lap would be over 40 laps is still 40 seconds. And
That's right.
On for basically that stop.
That's exactly right. And so, again, the stop that they make too, we may see that this might not be as fast a stop as we hope, because this again is where you're going to want to make sure you get the car all the way packed full of fuel. This is really imperative for this Moorhead team.
Well, this is the time stop. If this is going to be their final stop as they head for the pit lane at this time.
Yeah, but this is the time. If you can carry 17 gallons of fuel, you got to make sure you get 17 gallons in it.
Yep.
Or all bets are off. So if you try to over hustle it here, if you're looking at this thing and say we got to go as fast as we can, it's really easy to make a mistake here on fueling and not get the car all the way full of fuel. It's worth taking the extra 5 or 10 seconds to make sure that it's full all the way. The other thing too is, we've not had any full course cautions. You could catch a 2-lap full course or 3-lap full course caution here, and now you don't have to stop, and now you're in really good shape. And so, a lot of things come into play here. You can't count on it, but if it happens, it's another data point that you're keeping track of. So you can see their fuelers hustling here if you look at that rear view. So all these things, as a team owner or a crew chief, you get your crew together to say, guys, we got to have it on this stop.
And let's not forget that stint timer we have on the data logger in the middle of the screen, the virtual data logger, it said an hour and 24 minutes when he came into the pits. You look in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, we're at an hour and 25.
Right.
So when he leaves this pit box, we're going to be right at that hour 24 mark. So I think there would be reason to believe that this car is capable of doing it.
The other thing to remember
it's going to be on a razor's edge.
The other thing to remember for these guys, and also for that matter for GTO, is they're not overall leaders. They don't have full control over when they take the white or the checkered flag.
Sure.
True too. Yeah, if this car has to take one extra lap, it could kill him. Certainly their fuel guy was hustling, but to your point, Brendan, that you're making there, this is why you're on the cusp. You got to make sure you got it all the way full.
Yeah.
Dare I say, even at the expense of splashing extra, splashing some fuel and taking
this is going to hurt him too. We've got a stopped car.
Oh boy,
that's the big mission car getting jumped or push started.
Okay, so they're.
Yep, I just saw that happen. So they go around him.
They did hurt him though.
They did hurt him. Driver meeting that if people were going slow, that the marshals would point people by in the pit lane.
Yeah, but if you notice, when he pulled out to go around the car, he was going 19 miles an hour, so he couldn't drive the pit speed limit when he was leaving there.
Yep.
That's just an extra bit of lift and coast. That's fine.
That helped his gas. That helped his fuel.
So the other side of this GP1 discussion is PC Racing, who will probably be in, let's say, in the next 33, probably 6 laps, as I do the math in my head. And that will pretty firmly get them, I think, to the end. With 33 laps. Well,
they have shorter stints though, by the looks of it.
Yeah, 33 laps is what I've got for PC Racing.
Did we notice whether the Moorhead car did a driver change? I think they did not, right?
I don't believe so.
That's another thing. If you do a driver change, it's going to take longer on the pit stop too. There's a good picture of that snorkel on that Stratos. That's really helpful. See, you can still see it even though you couldn't see the car in that view. That is really helpful that they put that on there. Really helpful. The other thing too that's getting quite annoying to me, this 55 car that's dragging this diffuser, they should black flag that car and take that thing off. That thing flops off, it'll smash somebody's windshield, and that could cause the only caution in an otherwise green flag race. I'm surprised they haven't really surprised they haven't black flagged that car and told them to repair that.
Diffusers rarely come off in parts.
Right.
Either the whole thing flops and then detaches itself and flies away.
Right. If that detaches and costs somebody the race here,
yeah.
7.5 hours into a race or 7 hours into a race, particularly with a race that's gone green the whole way, that would be really unfortunate. I'm really surprised that they've gotten away with driving around. I mean, for it to be bad enough that we can hear it on the audio, no, that
it's interesting too. That car's had 3 pit stops in the last 26 laps. In a 26 lap range, so 160, 177, and 186, and they were all pretty long. So they've fallen.
They should have told that team you have to fix that.
I kind of wonder if they're like quote unquote fixing it with duct tape basically, and it's coming undone like immediately because that's how diffusers work.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been workers. I mean, the epitome of a descriptor of a meatball flag applies to what's going on with this diffuser.
Not to mention the fact that car has nothing to drive for right now. It's 5 laps off the car in front of it, and it's 16 laps ahead of the car behind it. Just pull it in, grab that thing off.
Yeah, I hope I'm not being too harsh about that, but geez, I really. But if that thing would come off and ruins the race here, if that thing,
car right here. Watch James's car right here. Might have already happened. He got way sideways in one of these S's.
Yeah, we're just on the way in now.
Yeah, it's just coming up.
Oh, there's the bump. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, next
that
right
looked way more dramatic from up here.
Next, it's this one. Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you got a little crossed up there for sure.
I do want to take
You guys are a handful of seconds behind me, just so you know.
Yeah.
I do want to take a 15,000 foot view look at the race here real quick, if that's okay. And I'm also going to invoke what is Scott Michaels' hobby horse, which is we've had a green flag race 100% of the time. We've had no full course yellows, and we still have interesting things to talk about. I think that's really cool.
Well, what are the chances?
Like,
picking up where 2021 left off, clearly.
There's other race series out there, and there's one event that we used to cover in particular that had, I would say, Brendan, would you say that Thunder Hill had competition cautions, or at very least that they were somewhat planned?
Well, they were planned because they changed workers, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that, I don't think that made it any more interesting, really. Like, I've noticed today that, like, we still have stuff to talk about. You know?
I will always say that sort of thing, it doesn't matter how close the race ends up, it still makes it less interesting because it means that for most of the race you're just waiting for the last caution.
Right.
By the way, while we're roughly tangentially on the subject, do you guys remember when Horseman and JTR were within about 10 seconds of each other?
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now.
Well, since the last pit stop, they're running around together, but they're a lap apart now, and it's entirely because of how much longer Horseman's last pit stop was.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
decent stop from Moorhead, by the way, 3 minutes and 52 seconds. So that was a pretty good stop for them.
One of their best, yeah.
Yeah, certainly could have been worse. And again, I just want to highlight this Thunder Bunny car again in P6, right? Brand new car. That's 2 Renault drivers. Never driven that car. Likely never been to NOLA would be my guess, unless Mark Smith has been to NOLA before. But and clearly in my mind, the 111, the 111 Thunder Bunny car, arguably has the faster drivers and is the better prepared car. Again, it just goes to show you in an endurance race, you just keep making laps to keep a car out of trouble, and there you are hanging around. I mean, that's a terrific job by those guys.
The other element of that Horseman comment about them now having lost lap to the 696 is they're only 15 seconds ahead of the Chill Out car.
Yeah, that got closed up.
It was
40. It was 40 only a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, I was going to say it was 40 after Horseman's pit
stop.
stops. They obviously haven't had pace either, at least relative to Chill Out.
Yeah, I have to tell you guys too, if I'm just really honest, I like Charles Klein a lot and Porter a lot, but I actually thought they might get their mouth kicked in when they came to GTO. But hats off to them. Now there's been some attrition and some other things, but that's a good showing by that car even to be running in 4th here today. Maybe it's a cocky GTO comment, but you're coming where the big boys are now. Let's see how you guys do. I told him that to his face, but he gets the last laugh here. So cheers to Chill Out for a pretty good showing in their first outing here.
I think they're
you can tell
going to end up
with
I think they're going to end up with a podium as well because it's not going to be long before they've caught the Horseman car.
I agree with you. They did do a lot of testing in that car, which was that was a good idea. Whoever convinced Charles to do the testing. I don't think Charles was even at the test, if I'm not mistaken. And so they did some testing just recently at Road Atlanta, and so all that was a good idea. It again goes to show you what it takes to compete at this high level in WRL. It's all the little things that you do that add up. I mean, we did a tire test recently for my Hammer Motorsports team, and I flew 5 drivers into town for that test, and that was a zero cost test for the drivers that I flew in. I did that on my own nickel, the whole test. Private racetrack rental, only our 2 cars on the racetrack all day. You have to do those kinds of things to. You didn't. I would tell you, I don't think you had to do this 2 years ago in WRL to be competitive, but you have to do it now.
Well, and look too at, you know, we know this is the first run for that car, and clearly they made a calculation on tires that ended up not panning out. Now, some of that is specific to NOLA. Some of that is probably just the conditions of the day that, you know, they didn't really have a handle on, and certainly the track surface is one you can't fully understand until you run it. But they could have easily just as easily said, well, we have the non-kinks now, I guess we're stuck with them. But we already know they're planning to look at an alternative tire for tomorrow.
Right,
and come back and make
a
an
different
improvement.
compound.
Well, exactly, right? So they're not going to just sit and say, well, this is what we got, we just got to make the best of it. They're going to go and try and make their solution better for tomorrow's race. And even if, okay, the tires aren't going to last a full race, maybe they do, but even if they don't, at least then they've now gained all the time they lost running around on a nearly shredded left rear tire.
Yeah, I'll mention
that might be worth a minute or a minute and a half tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. There's 2 other things I think that come into play. I do want to mention this too. I'm going to use the words bad blood, but that's not really what I mean. There's a little bit of friendly bad blood between them and W2W about that car coming out. And so it looks like Chill Out might get the best of W2W, at least for today. But it's not bad blood like fighting with each other, but just tongue-in-cheek stuff with each other. But the other thing too, it's really good that Chill Out has this kind of car that's coming to NOLA and then Barber and Mid-Ohio as the first 3 races, because those are 3 racetracks that very much will suit this car. And so they can learn a lot of things about that car. You know, I'll be interested to see how well that car does at Road America as an example. I don't think it will do as good as it will at these first 3 tracks. So to have that car pretty well sorted already with these 3 tracks that are going to open the season is going to be really good for them.
So I've got some predictions.
If I had $1.
So place your bets on GP1.
Man, look, I really want it to be kind of a battle here to the end. Moorhead's quick stop kind of tips it. Ooh, there's a car off at turn 10 there, and I'm not convinced he didn't make it to the tires.
Well, that's hit, man.
It is hit, man.
They came back out. They're good.
Whoa.
They
Holy
came
cow,
out
was
right
that
ahead
close,
of the Stratos car.
Wow, look at him skimming the wall there. Wow, that was close. That was a big save there, whoever saved that.
He went off at big speed there. Sorry, that was turn 9, the transition from 8 to 9, but he went off.
That could have gotten ugly in a hurry. Whoa.
Yeah. I'm gonna say
Moorhead. Moorhead. You got to pull for Moorhead. They're the underdog here.
I'm not gonna pick a favorite, but I'm gonna guess PC.
Yeah, PC's had the pace here. I mean, even right now they're running 56.2, which is on par with GTO, and Moorhead's running 2 minutes flat. And that's, you can't run 4 seconds off the pace here for an hour and 14 and expect to win.
Yep.
Well, they've run 4 seconds off the pace for 7 hours. And they're
true.
Running, so
yeah, true.
statistically, it's going to be pretty close.
It is the tortoise and hare thing, though. I mean, that is really the right way to describe it.
Also, their last couple laps were in the 57, so it's not like they can only, they're stuck in the 2s.
That PC car, too, just to note, it has been wounded, since the first lap of the race, and that has not hurt that car either.
The door on lap 1. Joseph, do you have an answer?
It is ballpark 90% in favor of PC racing.
Yeah, okay.
Is that basically down to your predictor thinking that Moorhead has to do a second pit stop?
I think it's on the fringes of that they... It's partially on the fringes of that they might.
If they don't, I don't think your predictor has a way of spitting this out, but if they don't, are they 100% certain to win? It's just that they've only got a 10% chance that that's what they're going to be able to do? Is that where we are?
I can't imagine that it, because we don't think PC Racing's got to stop, right?
I think we do, don't we?
Well, we think they should be in at the end of this lap. I was projecting 199.
There you go.
And then 33 laps to the end. You know, how far? That's 66 minutes. You know, they're going to be an hour. It's going to be 68, 70 minutes here on the clock when they come in.
So we think both cars, after PC Racing make the next stop, both cars are going to be very, right on the edge of making it to the finish. But Moorhead will be ahead.
I don't think that stop was as fast as you guys were calling it out to be perfectly honest. I had them as losing a minute 50. And the upper end that I've seen, maybe GP1 stops are just a little longer, and maybe that explains the difference. But
it's 3:52 out lap, which is not slow.
No, it's not bad. For that car, they've been in anywhere from 3:42 to 4:07. And they will, as Tim had mentioned, well, those I think were tire change stops.
Right.
But the fuel only stops that we know were fuel only, like Tim mentioned,
When are you
we'll
expecting
get it
PC?
packed full of fuel that time.
When are you expecting PC? Next few laps, right?
I had 199. Yeah.
Next couple. I'm gonna take a real quick break to come back and see how that goes. I'll be away for 1 second.
Sure. Yeah, I have pit expected this lap for the 44, so keep an eye out on pit in.
All of that's happening in GP1, by the way. A full 10 laps ahead of Ginger Racing, the number 47, who sits in third.
But by the way,
number 46 is in fourth.
This is one of those moments where you tell your crew, you rebrief them on every single regulation that they could possibly breach.
6:09 in the pits, by the way.
Okay.
Seems early.
Feels very early.
Yeah, it's only been...
They're 10 laps early. That
Yeah,
smells like bad
make
timing,
the
but again, I don't know why
either.
you do that.
They're doing a driver change. I don't think they can do an hour and 10 minutes, can they?
Let's see. Their longest stint was 34 laps, so it'd be close.
It's right on the edge, yeah. They are doing, as I said, they are doing a driver change, which makes me think it's scheduled. So yeah, I guess it's back timing.
The margin, by the way, from Horseman back to Chill Out is pretty much stabilized at around 10 seconds. Either side there. It's that's the PC car. It was a little crossed up on the way into turn 9. But it's now at 11.4, so I don't know if that's tires or traffic or what, but all those gains that the Chill Out car had been making on the Horseman Porsche Cayman have basically ceased.
And you guys, do you already see that 609 just played their hand here?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And so they, I suspect, decided they can make it from the end, so they're pitting now.
Yeah, I think that has to be the explanation, is they actually are back timing for whatever reason.
I mean,
just
could
on the
you be...
so there's a yellow.
Could it be...
Yeah,
well,
maybe hoping for yellow. Could be.
Or they know that driver A is this much faster than driver B.
Yeah, so you want them in for us. This is the Scott Michaels Joseph Mudrak approach, isn't it?
Yeah, so they definitely put Cole Offsgaard in the car.
White helmet.
Yeah, white helmet. Had a little better pace, but these guys, the three guys driving this car, their pace has been pretty tight.
James's pace was I mean, he was in the car for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, Doc Hige too. Doc Hige was turning 54s, which is a good, it's a good solid pace too.
Yeah.
So maybe doesn't look like they did tires.
No, and that's the other side of it, is maybe Cole is a little better off at handling tires as they start to go away a little bit, and James is just getting a little uncomfortable in the car.
As he gets massively sideways.
Turn 3, turn 4, car spun. Okay, they're back going.
It's amazing how few of them we've had to call.
Yeah, absolutely. And they tend to be Boxsters. which is I don't think surprising. Having been a Boxster before, that's pretty hard to catch once it lets go, I would say, especially if you've got tires that are less than optimal. I am also getting a report now that Cooper tires, the trailer, they are out of 18-inch tires. Of 18-inch tires.
Wow.
So there is one team in particular which is having to borrow a set of 17-inch wheels from another team in order to be able to be in the race tomorrow.
Wow, that's good. That's a good report.
Is that a plug and play? Just changing the size of your tire?
Not so much.
Yeah. What else do you have to?
Well, the offset on wheels is affected by the brake calipers clearing, so that team's gonna be looking for wheel spacers next, I believe. But you have to get the spacers right, and then 5 lug versus 6 lug.
Well, this is a BMW, presumably borrowing other BMW rims.
Yeah.
So.
Wow, that's really interesting. So I wonder who used up all the tires then. So that would be a good. I mean,
somebody bought them all.
Somebody with an LS3.
Yeah, do your maybe do your job there, Ryan. Figure out where'd all the tires go.
I mean,
they're bringing any overnight.
Yeah,
I would almost wonder if it's not any one particular team that used all the tires, but just everybody went over and were like, "Shoot, dude, I don't know if we're gonna make it till tomorrow."
Yeah, I believe that's probably the case.
I prefer the idea of somebody doing the classic fantasy football trick of realizing what everyone needs and just buying
taking them all.
So that person can't.
We
get
thought
them
about that before. Well, I mean, we carry 40 to 50 tires to every race, so. But Cooper, you have to pre-order the tires, and then Cooper brings extras, and so we probably either underestimated the number of extras to bring, or basically underestimated surely by the fact that people have chewed up tires today. So not really their fault on an estimate there, as much as teams that have just abused tires today. Cooper has a good handle on how many extra they need to bring to every race, but.
Is the 404's onboard still a mess, or can we use it? Because that gap is now closing quite rapidly again.
Oh, I don't even think it's up anymore. Not 100%
no,
on that.
actually, I called. Yeah, no, I called that it died a little while
did you see the 609, the Sentinel camera round 3 racing car just ran a 52.7?
Yeah, and that was in traffic as well. I'm on board with that guy. He's had to get through quite a few.
Yeah, so I'm buying into your concept here that they put in who they thought could run to the finish here, maybe on the fastest pace, but. Yeah, it's definitely cold.
Have you guys noticed who we haven't seen in the pits yet?
Is it PC?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they'll definitely be able to. If they can go this long, they'll definitely make it through to the end.
GP2 leader North Loop into the pits.
That's less in question than whether Moorhead can, and it's more critical if whether Moorhead can, I think.
Well, but it wasn't 10 minutes ago.
Right.
Right. We weren't sure 10 minutes ago. Now the question is, can Moorhead make it through to the end? My guess is yes. We saw them do an hour 24, and when they were in, the clock read an hour 24. So it's going to be close, but I think they can. Now the only question left to answer is PC's pit stop time, which round 3 fires it up the inside of, I think, an MX-5.
Tim, I've got a question for you. Do you have any warning when, other than a fuel light, do you have any warning when you know that you're about to run out of gas? Or, can you plot fuel pressure and know this is the number?
Yeah, so I have to tell you, I'll tell you about the TCR car. In the TCR car, when you get a fuel bobble, you're out. You can't even make it back to pit lane. You're done. Unless you catch that, turn 15, 16, 19, just before pit lane. In the M4, you get a little bit of warning in the M4, but I would say if you get a fuel bobble here, you've got to be in that lap too. It'll be really close. Like, you got to come off the gas and coast a lot.
PC Racing in pits now, by the way.
Yeah. By design, these cars are made to drink the homologated cars they're designed to drink every drop of gas. The downside of that is when you're out, and so there is no low fuel light or anything like that. It basically is like, it might as well say you're screwed on the screen.
The pressure's 0. Bye.
Yeah, you don't get something that says you're 2 laps from being out of gas or something like that.
Important clarification was just had. they were out of 18 inches in the size that specific team needed. They still have plenty of tires, supposedly.
Well, that's great to hear.
But the team is running a BMW. I don't know specifically, but that would seem like a common tire size amongst BMW E46 teams.
What size was it? Did they tell you? 285?
They didn't tell me what size it was.
Yeah, so the 295 would be on the M4s. A 285 would be on the M3s and the 240s and Caymans, perhaps.
405 lap from PC Racing. That car's back out. The lead margin in GP1 stands at 23.7 seconds, and that will be fought out on track here in the last 62 minutes.
So do we know for sure that PC Racing can make it the rest of the way?
They went far enough on this. They went 4 laps longer than I think we thought they would.
I'm assuming there that gap is while PC Racing was still on the pit lane on the exit.
Well, based on what we saw, Ryan, I'm fairly sure that the pit lane loop is at the start of gantry, which is at the end of pit lane.
Correct.
Oh, okay. So they're leading. They've left the pits with the 22 seconds.
Yeah, you'll probably give up another 4 to 5 seconds accelerating, but that's about it.
Okay, so that race is probably...
This game is over then.
Yeah. Probably, yeah. I don't know that Moorhead's going to have the pace there. But, if BC did a driver change, then let's give it 3 or 4 laps to shake itself out. But I would guess that this is pretty heavily cantered in PC Racing's favor.
Give them a bit of credit, though. The last 10 laps or so, Moorhead have matched PC Racing's pace.
Yep.
The gap isn't as big as the pace gap isn't as big as we may have been implying earlier.
Well, and
that was just a bad lap when we said it was 4 seconds. At the time it was, but they've really been consistently in the 57s.
Yeah, it looks like it's less than a second. Is kind of
52.8 from the 609.
Yeah,
the Candelaria cars. They're putting down laps here.
Running the chill out car down. I think a little bit of the magic has come out of that chill out set of tires, even with the sun behind the clouds and the track being mostly now in cloud cover.
Well, and you see the chill out car is only 5.9 back from Horseman. So
chill out is a pit stop though, as does Horseman. Whereas round 3 we think can make it.
That is
kind
true.
of irrelevant. What round 3 is actually chasing the 696 for the win. That's
the moral of the story. That's similar to what I was just going to say here. They're going to be able to leapfrog them, even if they didn't have to make a stop. But the round 3's got the pace to catch the Horseman car, but the fact they have to pit, the race is really on them and JTR here for sure.
Which I still don't. I mean, they're going now it's 2 seconds a lap based on JTR just updating the lap.
But they're one lap. They're 1 lap back though. So
I don't think
this will be really close to see what happens here between these 2 cars too.
Chillout's just done a 52.9. Now, obviously, that's not enough to make a difference, owing the field of pit stop. But
JTR's had good pit stops all day too. So I wouldn't.
They were a good 30 seconds ahead anyway, and they're going to have a 30-second faster pit stop. So I'm not convinced they've got much chance. But we'll see what happens when everything shakes out.
Yeah, we've got the 696 as favorites to win GTO, but with the 609 and the 404, interestingly, for me anyway, and with a shout, the 14. I think that's partly because the 404 has such a wide range of possible lap times. The way that the tires have been falling off in that car, so I don't honestly expect them to be in contention for the win, but it's almost a what could have been.
I don't think they're even in contention for second because they're only 20 seconds ahead and they've got a pit stop.
They just ran a 52.9 though. They are answering the bell here.
Yeah, but they've got a pit stop to make. And they're still slower. Well, actually, on that specific lap, round 3 had a bad one. But,
I've got Chill Out due in 10 laps, Horstman due in 17. That'd be the last stop for both, but they do still need to make it.
And round 3 doesn't need, obviously.
They'll probably have at least a lap buffer. I've got them as expected in 30 laps, which should get them clear of an hour.
Where do you show? Yeah, barely. Where do you show JTR at expected to come in?
I've got them in 6.
6. Yeah, one of you guys should read this off. JT just made a point there in the chat there.
JT should read it.
Yeah.
I'll keep in mind we did have a note from Race Control earlier, about 40 minutes ago, that there was contact between Thunder Bunny 111 and the 14 Horseman car. So that's still under investigation. So that's something we need to keep an eye out for, especially since the 14 is, while not necessarily battling for the overall lead with the highest chance of success, it's still in contention.
Yeah, it's racing for third with Chill Out, I think. I think that's a genuine battle. It's now 2.7 seconds of a gap between those two cars. Shame the Chill Out onboard's gone. That would have been great to watch at this point.
Yeah.
The sun is just starting to peek back out here. I don't think it's going to make a difference at this point, but it's
it should be
starting to clear
low
up
enough in the sky that it shouldn't heat us up too bad.
Yeah.
That view off the last corner is actually quite
nice.
Yeah, once the sun goes down, this is a pretty good looking track. But
yeah.
Well, when you can't see it.
when you make conditions optimal.
Ryan took a bunch of marketing shots for the Toyota Tacoma.
I did. Oh, one of those was yours, the good one.
That's true. Thanks.
I'm absolutely going to get that from you and then rep it as mine to all my Toyota buddies.
That's fine. We have crested into the final hour, gentlemen.
Woohoo.
57 minutes to go in the first race of the 2022 World Racing League season on DriversEye Live. Thanks everybody for joining us throughout the course of the day. It's been a full commentator's suite today. Ryan West, of course, the only one on site at NOLA Motorsports Park today, but myself, Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudrak, JT Tammy, Scott Michaels, and Tim Myers, our guest commentator from Hammer Motorsports, is with us today as well. And yeah, not for nothing, this has been it's been an intriguing race, but there's been enough to talk about and enough intrigue that we haven't really seen in the WRL before, haven't been made aware of in the WRL before, that I think this is one of the better overall productions we've had from a WRL race, even with the trackside camera challenges that we've had. So I mean, certainly been a joy to cover to this point anyway.
I mean, just the fact that, let's establish that the commentator's curse isn't real. But we've gone 7 straight hours, and I think we haven't even had a hot pole in what feels like an hour, let alone a yellow flag condition.
Longer than that.
So
we're going to get 25 code 35s at Barber per day.
only if the track catches fire. Yeah.
Tim, is there a way to plan that race at Barber where you assume that the entire race is going to go code 35 and then figure out, okay, well, if there does end up being an hour's worth of running,
you bound the fuel by upper and lower bounds?
Right. Is there a bracket where you can make that kind of... obviously I was joking about the code 35, but when you have a race that you know is going to throw up more cautions than another, or at least you think, is there a way that you can plan ahead for that, or are you just taking it all as it comes?
You can't really plan for it. The one thing that you look at is what it's going to do on your tire wear. So if you've got a tire that'll last 4 hours and you're going to Barber, you know you're going to be fine because that tire is going to effectively last 4.5 to 5 hours by the time you get all the cautions, all the code 35s in. I personally I don't like the code 35s. That's a really interesting blend line, by the way, on the exit of pit lane. But I just now noticed that. But no, you can't really plan for it.
It's been hit, so.
The other thing that really messes with as a team owner is the drive time. When you have rental seats, you're trying to equalize the drive time between the drivers. So if the easiest math to do is 4 drivers gets 4 hours during the race. So effectively 2 hours Saturday, 2 hours Sunday, 2 stints Saturday, 2 stints on Sunday. That code 35 plate, the stuff really messes with that drive time. Which, funny enough, the other series, not to be named, they were looking for doing stint length limitations, and I wrote them a nice note and said, here's what I think you should do for stint length that helps the rental program, and that's what they adopted. I got a note back from him saying, well, never thought of that, and that's a perfect reason to pick that stint length. But that's the one thing that's pretty hard to plan around. But other than that, all bets are off when you're going to a code 35 track. The one of the reasons why I don't like the code 35 track, and this can happen anywhere, but this killed us at VIR. We were looking for a code 35, and we caught a code 35 on the front straightaway, and GTR and another team caught the code 35, at turn 16. So they immediately were able to come onto pit lane and fuel under code 35.
Right.
We had to do a complete entire 5-minute, 4-minute excruciating lap under code 35 to get back to pit lane, and that cost us the race.
So, Tim,
it's all luck of the dice, but that's the one thing I don't like. The code 35 can artificially change the outcome of the race more so than a local yellow.
how would you feel if RJ came out tomorrow and said, if there's a full course yellow or code 35, we're going to shut the pits down for 3 laps?
Interesting concept.
Kind of like IMSA, basically.
Yeah, interesting. And by the way, when I called a race recently at IMSA, I didn't think I would like that, but I actually did like that. So I think that's okay. I think the danger of that is you could get some teams that would have to make an emergency stop, and so you'd have to come up with a rule that says if a team's on pit lane for emergency stop, they can take 5 gallons of gas, 1 can or something of fuel, with some sort of penalty or something like that. So it would introduce some other things that you would have to consider. One other thing that I do like too, I really like the concept, and I don't know whether WRL's ever thought about it, but there's 2 things that I've always thought would be interesting to make this endurance race a little more interesting. I happen to think if there's a full course caution that they should do wave arounds, and which would elongate. These big fields would actually elongate the full course cautions, but I actually wish they would do that to group the fields back up. I think it would be really interesting to do it. IMSA does it so quickly between TCR and GS. It's not really, it doesn't really put you out. But it certainly makes for more interesting racing. And then the other thing that I wish WRL would do, just to get really creative, is if a team has gotten down a lap, I wish that there was the equivalent of a NASCAR lucky dog to let that car get back onto the lead lap.
Why is that?
Hold on, guys. Before we get too deep into this, we need to talk about... okay, great. We need to talk about the top 3 in GTO, because second and third have swapped places, and our leader is in the pits.
Both leaders are in the GTU and GTO leaders are both in the pits.
Yeah, just went back out.
Yes. So it was a 328.4. That'll be that car's final stop. And if the battle was on between 609 and 696, we're going to get a sense of what the gap is here. And I think it's still going to be quite a lot. We just saw the 14 come through our camera shot here in the final corner.
Oh, JTR just crushed their pit stop, too. They did terrific. Yeah.
So waiting on the 690. There's the 696 off the final corner in this camera shot here. And down at start finish, 10.9. So let's do some math.
609 still running 52s, by the way.
35 seconds. 35 seconds from round 3 up to JTR.
Yeah, we have a race on our hands.
We do, and that round 3 car, Cole Offsgaard's still clicking off laps in the 152s. So
yeah, I think you're going to see that probably Jared Thomas was put in the 696 here at the end, and he'll be clicking them off too. So this is going to be a good battle.
And just think, if that Stratos car weren't completely dominating the field overall at the front, this would be the race for the overall lead as well.
Yeah, true. But just to wrap that point up, though, I personally wish they would do a wave around for the GP1, GP2, GP3 leaders to let them get back on the tail end of the lap, even if it made them pit. Even if that rule said that they had to pit under green, under the first lap back to green or something.
So basically get the GTO, GTU cars up ahead of the production cars.
Right. Because if you just look at the number of incidents that happen on these restarts through the field with this mixed class racing, it's very difficult, and it's one of the few series that doesn't do something to and I'm not being critical of WRL, but I think it would make a difference. And the other thing too, I think if they were to do that, they should do it only for cars that have not lost a lap due to a penalty. And so I think it'd be interesting if somehow the race log showed cars that are in green that are eligible to get a wave around lap. And so that's what I mean about doing a wave around. I'd like to see them do that more so for the car that's a lap down. It's so difficult to get a lap back in this. It is endurance racing. I think it would be just a really interesting thing. It also would create a race within a race to put yourself into the first car that is 1 lap down in all the classes. That would be an easy, coveted position to be in.
It would be easy to assign wave arounds as well, because assuming they keep the flagger system going, you can just send it directly to that individual car.
That's right.
Wave around, please.
Yeah, that's right. So IMSA makes you pull to the left, and all wave arounds happen on the right. It's a very easy system to do, but anyway, I just think that would make it slightly more interesting to do the wave around for the first car that's down one lap in each one of the classes, and let people race for that position. Let there be a strategy within a strategy of the race to try to be in that position if you're not racing for something else. I think that would be kind of a cool thing to do. And again, to be different.
I'm a purist.
Yeah, I figured.
Well, see, I think it's something we'd like to see, but I think WRL is just trying to keep things as simple as possible.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
For everybody, right? Because it's harder for participants to get their heads around the more wrinkles you throw into things. It's harder for staff to make sure that they're getting everything right. Yeah, I understand why.
Race control,
yeah.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned the wave around, though, you would effectively be calling to 5 cars on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
You say this is race control. The following 5 cars are getting a wave around. And that would be the end of it.
Right.
But anyway, it's just an interesting concept.
Yeah, I take your point about that.
I like the idea of just racing for that position. If it would change some of the dynamics of the race. It's a long race, right? If you fall down a lap early in this race, it's really hard to get that lap back, and so it would be something else to race for. But anyway,
I find the what you're talking about with the classes being all jumbled up and that causing a lot of contact. I think that's actually that would be more convincing for me as a point, because the number of cautions that we've seen that have been on the heels of basically that, where you've got people who are barnstorming the lower classes. 9 times out of 10 people are good and respectful, and there's no issue. But that 10th time, it can be dangerous, can be expensive, can bring out another caution. So yeah, I think it's worth considering at least something that gets that out of the way.
Yeah, I'll tell you, as a team owner, maybe shameful to admit, but the lowest percentage moves that our drivers make are on the restarts of these races.
Of course.
And then they have to be. And and it has a lot to do with 2 GP2 cars side by side, through 4 corners together. You gotta take that spot from both those guys when you can. So maybe, again, shameful to admit perhaps, but certainly the lowest percentage moves, and we're not alone. They happen on these restarts when you've got this whole entire 60, 70, 80 car field bunched up. And it takes a lot of laps for that thing to spread back out. So anything that could help that, I think, would be useful. But
yeah, no, I take that point completely.
Rough margin from the 696 back to the 609. Now that things have shaken out on the 696 out lap, it's about 31 seconds, and Kolovsgaard has had 2 laps in the 156s. The last 2 laps are in the 56s. So on some of that's traffic, he's gonna get. You can't go around the outside there, Cole. So it's not.
He's gonna try. He's gonna try. See, this is the stuff I mean. You have 2 equal cars here, pretty equal cars here, side by side.
Heads up from the 147 there. That was classy.
Was that an old round 3 car that's been sold to somebody?
That's what it looked like.
It did look like it, didn't it?
Looked like the old Sentinel car.
Yeah.
Like the 605 maybe? The old 605?
Yeah. 601? 5? I don't remember which one the Sentinel car was. For what it's worth, the GP1 margin is now 39 seconds, and that keeps going out. Last time it was 2.5 seconds. And that'll have been part of the lap where he pulled out of the way of the number 609 round 3 car. So I wonder if they're just looking at it going, hey, it's not worth risking the car to try and hunt the number 44 down, given that car's pace advantage over most of the day.
Yeah, I agree. That one's over. Yeah.
Talking about the 14 for Horsemen, there was a note in race control that they had gone 4 off at turn 3. So that may have been the reason why they dropped so far behind the 404. The gap was 2 seconds, then ballooned way out to 7.
Yeah, all these GTO cars have basically condensed, at least in the last lap, into the 54-55 lap time bracket, and that kind of just seems like the ultimate pace right now. Occasionally get the 52 from Cole or from Chill Out, but
God, that's a gigantic bump there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really unsettling.
It's the same place the Hitman car went off drivers right, and I think the same place the Big Mission car also got a swapper on.
The Hitman car, I think, went off just before that. That would have been at turn 9, which is the first of the left-handers. That one's in, I think, the second right, where it just massively unsettles the car. But I haven't seen that from every onboard. It just seems kind of particular to...
This is Horseman 2 cars ahead of the in-car view here, by the way. Now 1 car ahead.
Yeah, 3.4 seconds is the margin on track. And, yeah, like you said, actually, they're kind of matching each other. Oh, no, Horseman had a terrible lap last time.
Yeah.
59.2, holy cow.
It's got the white trim on it when it comes into view here. So he's got another car between NRG, it looks like, between them.
Yeah. Energy not doing any favors.
It's it's a decent place to catch him here. Little on and off the gas. Why did he slow down so much? What's going on here? Yellow flag, maybe?
No, I don't think so. Everything sounds... Oh, just kidding. Driver's left. One of the ACP cars, maybe?
It is, yep.
Yeah, that's Horseman directly in front of him there.
That wasn't stopped. That was just a slow car, right? So no passing under yellow or anything like that. The car was
Probably
still
not.
when we came up to it, yeah.
I mean, it'd be close to violating the white flag rules still. Although, is there a white flag rule for slow competitors, or is it just for...
Yeah, no, they do it for competitors too.
Okay.
Not as common as emergency vehicles, but... No, well, it's more common when somebody's got a flat tire and they're trying to wobble all the way around for a lap, more so than just somebody being off like that. White flag indicative of a car on the racing surface that's slow.
See, if you are right, I was just watching through that, I guess it's turn 11 there, that long right-hander, or turn 10. If you're right up against the curb, or have 2 wheels on the curb, the bump doesn't really affect the car at all. I mean, the car was pretty stable all the way through the corner. But if you are out any wider than, you know, having your right side wheels on the painted curb, then it's just, it'll massively unsettle the car.
That's not the move for second, is it?
Well, no, Horseman pulled on the pit lane.
Okay.
Did they?
Yeah.
No, they're still behind him. 3.8 seconds, it says the margin that time.
Well, that's interesting. It looked to me like Horseman pulled off on the pit lane.
Yeah, I thought so too.
It's tough in this lighting, but
unless that wasn't Horseman.
Yeah, my guess is that wasn't the Horseman car. That ACP car was the number 9, by the way. They're now Salmon on Race Hero.
Okay.
I think are they still there?
Emergency vehicle coming out of the pit.
They sure are.
So speaking of Salmon, our GP1 leader.
Wow.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Well, we know we weren't expecting them for another stop.
Oh, they were in the pits?
They're in the pits, yeah.
Yeah, okay. They just came out of the pits, another minute behind Moorhead. There they go, on camera.
Wow.
So I guess they found maybe a splash, or I don't know.
That's a long splash. 338?
Could not have been a splash. Had to have been something else.
Yeah.
Tire, maybe?
Tire, likely. I mean, they pitted less than 10 laps ago?
Yep.
About 10 laps ago? 11 laps ago? Yeah.
Everybody's got to be really careful here in this yellow flag zone.
Had to have been a tire.
You just know somebody on the wall was saying, well, let's just change the right front or whichever. Like, no, we've only got an hour to go. Let's chance it.
WTW hanging around all day up to P7. 982 car.
404 has just pitted. Did we expect that?
They needed to make a stop. So, yeah,
Okay.
we were.
Yep. Yeah, I see that too. All right. So that's
313 good stop. Yeah. So that was fuel only. That's a short stop, 313.
Ouch, Team GTR penalty 1 lap for visor up.
Wow.
That's 13 separate incidents where there's either been a warning or a penalty for having the visor up during fueling.
Well, and you know, shame on me for talking about them so kindly, but the 99 doesn't make these errors, and they've had quite a few of them. 1, 2, 3 entries.
Do you think there's anything to the idea of, and I would have said no before today, but do you think there's anything to the idea of like first race, new season? I mean, are people making changes to personnel in the off season?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. It could also be a factor if it might be a bit warm in the car. So a lot of drivers, like the onboard we have here, are driving with their visor up, and when they come down pit lane, they just don't close it.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, you know, I hesitate to blame it on first race jitters when we've only had 2 months since the last race. You know what I'm saying?
Just look at this entry going in right now, guys.
Well, I think we've identified why the 9 was stopped and why the 44 was in pit lane.
Oh.
Incident under investigation at turn 3. And that we will not have an answer to until the end of the race, when everyone is in Park for May and they can have video cards, memory cards looked at, evidence presented. So, results provisional for the number 44. We don't really have an indication yet as to whether the 44 was the victim or the aggressor there. But certainly there was.
Moorhead has picked up their pace here the last 3 laps since 44 was on pit lane.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, so when 44 came out of pit lane earlier, they came out about 18 seconds ahead, and they were able to expand that gap by quite a bit. I thought last I saw it was like a 36-second gap. So they're a bit back now, but they might still be able to claw that back.
That's going to be... Well, for quite a while we were saying, okay, Moorhead's going to need some help in order to overtake the 44, and now I think the 44 is going to need a little bit of help.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so looking at the last laps, Moorhead's been pretty consistent running from the 57s to 201.
Look at the pace that the 44 can hit, though. They can get into the high 54s. So it's going to be...
These 2 laps out, though, 201 in 2 minutes, that car might be hurt.
I was just gonna say, yeah. If there's contact there, who knows what kind of shape that car is in.
That car's not been running 2-minute lap. I mean, look at this. Look at the race here.
There's also yellow out, so keep in mind.
Yeah, but it's been 50 laps since they've run a 201 lap, or 40 laps or something.
It's possible. You see where the number 9's been pulled to, so it's possible that they've been hamstrung a little bit.
Possible.
Looking at the 609 on board, doesn't look like they're slowing a lot for that.
Well, JTR just had a slow lap there, 57.9 versus round 3, 609, 153.4.
Yeah.
That's 22-second gap.
Very much in play here, but it's coming in chunks. It's not like that 609 is consistently quicker, than the 696. They're pretty evenly matched.
Well, we effectively have, 15, 16, 17 laps left in this race, roughly?
I would say about 17, maybe 18, depending on where the leader is.
18.
Yeah, I'd call it 18, 19.
Yeah, so you need, a little over a second a lap here.
I haven't mentioned him, by the way, but the overall leader is still Stratos Racing in the number 59. All kinds of things going on at GTO, but that is happening for a second overall.
Yeah, moral of the story.
Good point. They've run a really solid race. We shouldn't downplay that. They've run a terrific race.
Well, it's just easy to filter it out because there's not anything to process there. You just see them at the top of the order, and okay, there they are. That's great. You move on.
And, hats off to those guys, too. Would they have 5 cars starting GTU?
Yep.
And I just want to loop back on this question that got asked, too. First race of the year, is that, why there's been some of these problems? I think it's very likely, crew in particular, you tend to sign at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
And so it'll be a case that some of these teams have new crew that they're going to roll with for this year, and this is their first race. It's the first time they had to sit them all down and go over the rules. It's very possible. You tend to do those things, against the race and calendar year. And so there's probably more new crew at this race than probably 5 times the amount of new crew at this race versus the Dakota race, as an example. Would just be my guess, but Also, it's a new season 2, new drivers. So some of these visor up penalties, we're assuming that this is visor up for the driver. It could be visor up for a fuel guy. It could be a visor up for someone doing the driver change. It could be a visor up for the driver getting in the car. So it doesn't really specify who the visor is. So you have a lot of new drivers at this race also. And this race is a little bit of a one-off at NOLA, right? It's not one of the more popular races. Wow, that car was big over the divot.
Yeah.
It's not one of the more popular races, and so there could be different drivers at this race that we might not see at Barber and vice versa. So,
yeah, okay.
Another 1.8 seconds taken out of the lead in GTO by the 609 car.
Yeah, this is a good little race going on. Only 11.9 seconds between Horseman and Chill out there, too, so the race for third is not over yet either.
I think they've both made their last stops now, right?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, and Chill Out had a good pit stop too, 3:13 on their stop. So Horseman definitely hurt 3:18 on Horseman's last pit stop. So sans this last pit stop, Horseman's been outside of the box on pit stops all day today.
Worth watching P6 and GTO as well. W2W versus the new choice M4 GT4. Last time the gap came down by about 5.5 seconds. And it's only 34 on track. So if W2W can't find a little bit of pace here now that they've made their final stop, this margin could actually come down pretty quickly, and you could have a change for P6 as well within the last half an hour of racing.
That could have gone badly. You'll see that in a second.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good awareness, right? Of both Cole to back out of it, and the Miata to see that in his mirror and give him the extra lane.
Yeah. There we go. W2W has found a little bit of lap time now. 1:57.6. So it's going to take something pretty special from that choice car, and now choice car has caught traffic, and it's at 2:01.2. So. Probably just catching traffic, the roll of the dice, and now it's kind of even itself back out.
I posted a picture here in chat just so we can compare this to how things shake out at the end. A screenshot of.
That's very clever.
Yeah. I think we're going to see quite a few changes here in the last.
Ooh, nice.
30
nice
minutes
move by Cole there.
Car bogs down really bad right here. It's interesting.
So I've been looking at this, and I wonder where the Verizon cell tower is relative to the either of the two buildings, and if that has something to do with it. I guess it could be the trees too, as far as like where the cameras are dropping.
What have you learned? What's your...
Not a whole lot. I'm
okay,
trying to... I haven't been able to, like, specify where or what it would be, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. So, yeah, that's all I got.
Okay.
Whoa. Out of the
Man. He keeps doing it.
Hey, he doesn't have much of a choice, right?
Sure.
18.1 back here. Yeah, I mean, he's running out of time here, but...
Yeah.
I think he's going to get to him. Whether he can do anything with him is another story. And
I don't know. I mean, if
really
JTR
close.
can match him in the 55s and 54s, even if it's just...
Oh, good. We don't have to listen to Brendan anymore.
That's a fair point, Brendan. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm the one that has ubiquity internet at my house. I don't have real internet at my house.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah, very true.
Sorry, folks. Brendan unfortunately had some very foul words to say. We had to mute him.
Wow.
The latency's been pretty good for... Yeah, I would have expected that to be way worse, but...
Yeah, I have an antenna. I have an antenna on my house that points to a neighbor's that has an antenna that points to another house with an antenna that points to a house that has fiber that we all share.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Well, no, you can't because your internet won't let you.
No. You're gonna find this hilarious. I can hear you guys the whole time.
Well, it's a good thing we're telling you.
I don't understand how or why, but the entire time my internet just briefly drops off, and I have no video, and I can't speak or say anything. I can hear you the whole time.
Thank goodness.
It's so bizarre. That's why I should just be at the track, you know.
Yeah, note to round 3, you guys should clean your windshield sometime during the race.
Yeah, come on in right now and do that.
Yeah. By the way, Horseman, Ferrari Challenge Racer, one of the Horsemen, I don't know which one, but one of them raced in Ferrari Challenge. That's been a pretty popular series too for drivers to come race in WRL.
I've done some last minute predictions.
Last 27-minute prediction.
Irresponsibly?
I mean, it's all varying levels of responsible.
15.7 is the gap right now.
Yeah, he did a 53.3 in all that traffic.
Yeah, sorry,
Which
Joseph.
is really impressive.
So
yeah, sorry, Joseph.
So odds are it's basically 3-1 to the 696. So the 609 can get there, maybe. But it's gonna be close. They're gonna need some help from traffic, and also, you know, it's gonna.
This Aston Martin holding up this 609.
Yeah.
They need about a second a lap, right? If they're going to catch.
Yep. Little more than that.
You see the driver put his visor down here too. I suspect the sun is becoming an issue.
Oh yeah, you can see it here. It's right in your face.
It makes picking these moves, especially into corners like that, especially hard.
Yeah, I'm kind of pulling for the 609 here. Brand new car. Doc Hugate driving with these guys. He's a very good friend of ours. James Candelaria, a very good friend of ours too. I don't know much about Cole, but he's been driving with round 3 for a while.
We've had Cole in the booth at least once.
Yeah. I've heard nothing but good things about him. And he's a very good driver.
Yeah,
I've got a question for Tim. At this point in the race, considering that earlier on in the race you were definitely saying you were looking at the Aston Martin, I remember, and seeing all the track limits, jumping over the curbs, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
At this point, if you've got this gap to close and you need a second a lap, do you allow your driver to go 100%, or do you think about tomorrow?
Last 2 hours, all bets are off. Yeah.
Yeah, but is it though? Because we've got an 8-hour race tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you fix the car tonight.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you treat these as truly independent. Basically, just don't write the car off, but otherwise do what you have to do.
Yeah, the last 2 hours, you got to turn them loose. I will say this is something else too that I'm always kind of amazed. I don't know how late you guys stay at the racetrack, but we're always one of the last teams out of the paddock and getting our cars ready for Sunday. And always this Saturday to Sunday attrition is horrendous. There's always a lot of cars that break on Sunday, but I'm always surprised. Even at we've been there till 12, 1 in the morning getting our cars ready. And I'm always surprised that even at 9 o'clock, it's hard to see many teams that are still there working on their cars. There's a fair number of teams that, a very fair number of teams that do very little besides put tires and brake pads on a car for the next day. Although I have seen that improve vastly different now than it was just a couple of years ago. So a couple of years ago, we were the last team out every single night we were at the track. But now there'll usually be somebody who's still there working also.
You say that you do more than just change the brake pads and tires. What is it typical?
We completely reset the cars up again. We go through all the suspension. We nut and bolt the whole entire car. We change the fluids. We make 3 different crew members check the hubs and shocks and tie rod ends on the car. And so we make multiple people check it just to check behind each other. And everything we do has to be checked by at least one additional person. So even if you loosen a bolt and it tighten back up, somebody else has to do it behind you. And so we go through them. We go through them quite a bit. Every inch of the car basically gets gone over. And we replaced a lot of parts on Saturday night that didn't fail on us on Saturday. And we've done motor changes too. At Barber. Last year we won a race. We broke a gearbox on Friday. Then we did an engine change we did an engine change the one night and then won the race the next day. You guys probably didn't even know that, but we had an engine that was a bit soft and we did an engine change and we won the race the next day. We lost a gearbox the night before a race. We didn't lose the gearbox. felt like the gearbox was not acting appropriately. And so we went ahead and changed it, and then we won the race the next day. And then once we got the gearbox back and got it apart, it was never going to make the race. These are all tough choices to make, by the way. They're expensive choices to make.
You'll say you're paying crew a lot more if you're expecting them to stay out until midnight versus...
Yeah, we let our crew drink. My crew said, "Are we going to be able to drink?" And I said, "Yes." And then they said, "Or who's paying for the booze?" And I said, "I'll pay for the booze." Little did I know these guys drink me out of house and home every single race. I don't mind poking fun at them. The Hammer Motor, in case another team can beat this. So at the Sebring bar, their record there with my card sitting under tabs there was $1,879 one night at the bar, which was quite extensive. But anyhow, they like to order the expensive shots while they're there.
Yeah, the DriversEye tab was a close second there.
Yeah. As a non-beer drinker and a spirit drinker instead, I can definitely see how that can happen.
Yeah, well, that particular one, I actually went to bed, and then the next day I said, "What was the damages?" And I got handed a receipt, and I said, "Holy cow!"
Speaking of crews that work hard, Stan's Racing 2, that number 98, they did end up. I guess did they replace it, repair the transmission? I don't know what they did, but they're back out after about a 4-hour time loss.
Transmission exchange is the word that was used.
This gap now is 12.5 seconds with 22 minutes left.
Yeah, JTR knows the pressure's on here. It's 53.3 for both of them, with just the tiniest advantage to the 696.
Yeah, this is where I wish we had everybody on Speed Hive where we could see how many cars were between these two cars, but like what kind of traffic would come into play here.
Right.
Ryan is clearing his throat for a reason.
Yeah, he sure is.
Yeah, because my throat doesn't feel good. It felt like it needed clearing.
Oh no.
Yep, it's over. It's all over. Well, state of Louisiana, not a whole lot of mask usage here, so I wouldn't be shocked.
Go Tigers.
Oh boy.
Are we going to ads or?
Yeah, no.
Just the test screen. We'll be right back. Yeah, so what's we're looking at 12 seconds.
Are we not doing this?
I was being quiet because I thought you were going to ads.
I thought I thought that was a bit.
No, we've been at
play
for
ads?
40 minutes now trying to get you to play an ad.
When? There's a race on. I got to follow that, right?
Sure.
You're the producer. You don't need to follow the race.
Reluctantly.
All right, I'll get you the ads.
We'll be right back.
Crossing that blend line. I keep looking at that thing. That's interesting.
As the 609 runs through the grass trying to make a pass.
Wow.
Do you guys want advertisements?
Please, just get it over with.
After a word from these sponsors.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. They're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at NOLA Motorsports Park for the final 20 minutes of the first race of the 2022 World Racing League season on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody with us as always. We've got a race on our hands, gentlemen, for first in GTO, which would normally be your overall leading position, but such is the case in 2022. We have GTU to play with as well. So Stratos Racing, number 59, Sepico NP01, leads overall with just under 2 laps in hand over the number 696 JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW, the GTO leader. Round 3 racing, the number 609 is the chaser, as it were, at the moment. 8.8 seconds, and on that lap, Cole Lofsgaard did his best lap of the race.
Yeah, 152.143. Yeah, nearly a full 3/10 faster than his previous best. So, if the question is, are they trying to win the race? The answer is a hearty yes.
Yeah, I think Ryan kind of blew his load on this an hour ago, but we're now...
Whoa!
We're nearly 8 hours of actual green flag racing. No condensing of the field into this race, and we have a less than 10-second gap for the GTO win that is closing. So yeah, who needs safety cars? 55.4, I think, or oh no, I don't think that has quite updated yet. But
no, it's not.
It's slated lap. But yeah, I mean, JTR has shown no ability to get into the 52s and very little ability to get into the 53s since their last pit stop. So if round 3 is able to, and I think they've had a relatively clear lap this time, if round 3 is able to keep this up, then we could get that second lap average closing rate that they need.
Back in GP1, by the way, PC Racing's last lap was a 155.9, so they did get some pace back in the car after their incident a little earlier. The Moorhead car last time around 2 minutes 0.4, so 4.5 seconds last time around. Now I don't know exactly what the gap is on track, so we'll have to kind of wait and see when that 44 comes back around. And in any case, if they've not passed start finish now, then I don't think there's enough time left. But that 44 hasn't given up here by any stretch of imagination. Yeah, 48 seconds. So it has come down to now 59.4 that time. So not quite an active battle there in GP1, but that one went well into the last hour as well.
Yeah, so this is looking like what, maybe 3 laps until these guys are on top of each other.
There's so much variability in what we've seen today in terms of lap time, where you could have 2 guys do 52s, 53s, 54s right together, and then the next lap they're separated by 3 seconds, and the consistency, whether that's been traffic or what, I don't know, but the consistency just hasn't really been there. So it's tough to get a handle on how many laps this is actually going to take. But either way, I think it's going to be inside of 10 minutes before we see the leaders nose to tail.
Yeah, we'll get the last 7 or 8 minutes, I think, at this rate, all else being equal, etc., with them nose to tail. And it's not going to be long before we can see the 696 from the 609s on board.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where tire problems may have paid off for the 609 too. We know they put some tires on the car at some point, maybe more than once during the race. I would venture to say they have better tires on the car here at the end of the race too. But
well, and I wanted to make this point earlier, but didn't want to, get too amped about James Candelaria. But you put new tires on the car and then spend 2.5 hours in it with fresh tires on. It would be really easy to just thrash the car with all your fresh grip and just take all the life out of the tires instead of saving it for when you're going to need it at the end here. And it seems like James did a really nice job conserving the new set and giving Cole a car that he could go out and compete against the JTR engineering BMW with.
5 seconds is the gap now.
Yeah.
So it's on like Donkey Kong here with the 609 and the 696 for sure. The only thing that could just be a real stinger here would be to get a full course caution this late in the race, but
which might just end it.
Yeah, it might end it or might create a 1 or 2.
That would be a tragic way to end a race. That was.
It sure would.
And not the first time that's happened at NOLA either.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have enough Frenchmen in this field to truly reenact that, but
we do not. I don't think. Primo's not here.
Worth noting, they still have not settled this car-to-car contact between the number 9 GTO and the 44 GP1 car. Still not yet settled on a penalty there.
Oh, sure, in that it's possible the 44 might be deemed at fault for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a nine lap lead over P3, so they're not going to move from P2. But
if something happens, the 147, yeah,
right.
And if it's within a lap, then it's still, you're right, it's still relevant.
696 is a white car, right?
That's a camo car, isn't it?
It's a white camo car.
Yeah, I think it's very much visible then from the 606.
3.5 seconds now.
Yeah, it's coming down second and a half a lap.
Yeah, we can see an MPO1, and then the next car up the road is the 696 BMW.
He's got pretty clear track here too, worth noting. Yeah, there you go.
Anyway.
Okay.
we're all trying not to step on each other, so there ends up being silence. It's like, oh, let somebody else talk.
Well, we're
there
waiting
is
for the
also
feed
the
to
fact
come
that this
back.
isn't.
Yeah.
This also isn't changing second by second. So once we've kind of summed up what's going on right now, we kind of have to wait for the next development.
Sun's back behind the cover again, which is nice for me in my little fishbowl here.
Not great for visibility.
Have you been roasting during the day today, Ryan?
I think I've gotten up enough. Like the cloud cover really helped a bunch.
Yeah.
And then I've been opening the door periodically when I'm not talking to kind of air it out a little bit.
So we think the next car up the road is the number 696. I think that would make sense. Man, Cole, he's just been so consistent. He's at every apex. He's getting back to the throttle, when he needs to be on the throttle. He's not pushing the car wide on entry or anything like that. It's so clean.
Horseman, the 14 car has received their 2-lap penalty, by the way, from an earlier incident. So Chill Out Systems here is going to be our third place finisher, which is a fantastic showing for them for this race.
Yeah, on board the GP1 leader.
Yeah, unfortunate for Horseman. It was a good battle too. 52.129, fastest lap. 609 car on that lap. 2.5 seconds back.
This car is definitely not at full throttle, and you can also tell he's aggressively short shifting.
It's a bit surprising because we thought maybe they had to save 1 lap based on when they pitted.
Well, I think it's that, and now they've got the lead, so why risk it even at all, remotely?
Right.
Just...
Yeah, it's 33, 34 seconds.
Yeah, with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, so 3 laps ago, that was a 48-second gap.
Sure, it's coming down, but I'm sure that Moorhead knows that there's... Yeah. If we do 201s from here on out and drive the car like this with no throttle input, then the gap's not going to come down enough, and we're going to save more than enough fuel to make it home, even if they do have to go the extra lap.
GTO leaders are now more or less nose to tail.
I was watching the stream here, and out of Moorhead, and it thought
There
for a
they go.
second that Chill Out was going around them.
No, but JTR did go around the
there's
Moorhead.
JTR. JTR just cleared the Moorhead car.
They're all going to get caught in traffic here, and I think by the time they get to the front straightaway, this will basically be nose to tail.
Yeah, the Moorhead cars got in between them, so that is helping. And JTR's going down 3 wide down the inside into the final complex. Gets 2 Porsches between himself and the second place car.
Cole gets stuck on the outside, looking at the outside of the Moorhead car, and then dives up the inside, but now he'll be stuck behind those 2 Porsches, the 197 and the 77.
Yeah, this is a game changer here a bit.
Yeah.
Right here.
Still got time. I mean, there's 8, when they cross the line, it'll be, well, the video's behind, so take that into account, but
1.1 seconds at the stripe.
Yeah, also the race timer is a little bit off from what we've got in the upper left. Obviously, we guesstimate from the race start, but I'm showing 7:53:10 now on racehero.io.
Yeah, we finish just on the hour, right? It doesn't matter when the race starts.
No, it's 8 minutes on the clock, I think, but it's tough to tell. Ryan's going to have to call the white flag for us.
Yeah, look at him going back to gas there. That little chute of gas. He's staying after it here.
Yeah, and you wonder here how hard that 696 is going to defend, right? You're not going to put anybody in harm's way. At the same time, you want to make that car as wide as possible. Now, missing the apex here isn't going to help.
I don't wonder at all. He's not going to make this easy. Not a bit. Although, if you're the team owner here, you've got to say, listen, this guy's tracked you down for 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds a lap.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah, don't throw it in the trash here.
You do that at the end of the Rolex 24, right? Not at the end of Saturday at NOLA. Traffic again here for the 696. Is that the chill out car?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, just up ahead of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the 696 here, you're doing everything you can to get a car between you and Cole here.
It's chill out, and then it's Hitman, who we've seen.
Yeah, these are not going to be. Not going to be.
Hitman
Two GTO cars is brutal.
Yeah, and Hitman in particular has not been particularly helpful earlier in the race. Yeah, this 606 takes a look into the last corner and out of the last corner.
You're a little bit ahead of us, Scott, here on the replay, but I don't.
Okay, well, watch that feed, Scott.
Well, you've
complained that I've been
behind at that time.
Is he using the chill out car as a pick, or is he going to let him? I think the move is done. It is.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, down the front straightaway, not even into a braking zone here. Cole's going to take it almost 3 wide on the brakes into 1 and put something like 3 cars in between him and the JTR car.
And let him go.
Yeah,
it was done by the stripe.
Yep, Cole had set that up basically where the chill-out car was going to be the pick, and the JTR car was going to have to back out of it coming up to the start-finish line, and that's exactly how it panned out.
Really, the fundamental thing was just he had so much more drive off the corner.
Yeah.
There wasn't an awful lot that the 696 could do about it, to be honest.
That 6 could send it here. Don't count it out just yet, but
that's going to help. The 66 getting in the way.
Yep.
He did get hung up. He got hung up here a little bit.
I think I just heard that it's going to be 2 to go this time by.
I would buy that. It's 4 minutes left on the Race Hero clock.
Might help Moorhead because that gap has come down to 25 seconds in GP1 between first and second. Obviously, that's still way too big. Even the extra lap, an extra lap wouldn't make a huge difference. It has been coming down by like 6-second chunks.
We are going to
and remember,
for
the leaders just went by them about 5-6 minutes ago. We saw him get by the Moorhead car, so there shouldn't be an extra lap. You would think that whatever the situation is now, there's not enough pace differential for it to make that big of a difference here.
Yeah, 1.8 seconds at the start finish there, so that was a couple of second swing there.
So it would appear then, with just a couple of minutes left from Saturday at New Orleans, or at NOLA Motorsports Park, that the job is done and the GTO lead has changed hands for the last time. Also, I need to remind myself that it's not the 609 that's going to take the white flag, it's the 59 that's going to take the white flag. So it's about where the Moorhead car is, not where the 609 is.
Yeah, if Ryan could tell me where
catch myself there. Yeah.
Yep, we're getting close here. We're getting close.
Pick out
the 59 is just now coming through the S's, and the 59 is going to get the white flag this time by. Just coming into turn 14 here.
Yeah, there it is.
We should see him popping up on the screen here shortly.
I think it'll be that last one there, Joseph.
Yep, just passing through where... Yep, there we go. I think we'll probably have just missed him. Yep, he's right there, so switch back to the next one.
Mr. Director.
Looks like
Mr. Director.
He has the strobe light going, it look like, kind of.
Oh, there it
I
is.
can't
right
tell
there.
if that's an LED issue. Like it's just the way the camera's picking up the LED. Or if it's
And
actually
white
on
flag.
strobe. Yeah.
White flag. One to go right now.
Yep, so on to the final lap of Saturday at NOLA, the opening race of the 2022 World Racing League season. And by all accounts, it is set to go to Stratos Racing, the number 59 NP01, in the debut race.
I'm sorry, Brendan.
For the GTU class.
609, I'm sorry, Brendan. The 609 just went by. I don't know how you could possibly miss a shift, but it sounded like it was banging off the limiter.
I heard it. I heard it.
Smoke out of the back, too, there.
Yeah. Let's hop on board with that 609, Joseph, because I don't know that all is well with that car.
It's the last lap of the motor race. I'm not doing both of those.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm not convinced that the 609 is in appropriate shape to make it home. It looked like something was bouncing behind the car there as he came
he's
into
looking
the
around
braking zone for turn
He's
1.
looking around in the cockpit here a lot. But
Yeah, he's not on the racing line going down to turn 3.
yeah.
Is he up to pace?
No,
He's wide. No,
Wide.
he's slow. He's lost the lead.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, last lap changed the lead.
Brendan, you had to say we'd had the last lead change.
Unbelievable. That is genuinely unbelievable. We've spent all day pretending the commentator's curse.
There goes the leader right there. Two
Yep.
cars in front. Yeah.
We've spent all day pretending the commentator's curse isn't real.
It isn't real, but
But and now here we are.
You had to fuel those who think it is.
Yeah. So anyway, as the clock reaches 8 hours and we get to just before 5 o'clock,
he's coming to a stop. Almost.
I don't know. I think he's under. some
he's going
power.
to stop. He has stopped. Almost stopped. He's going 5 miles an hour.
Leader's coming through to take the checkered flag in about.
yeah, I'm going to jump out in
5
front of
seconds.
this here because we've got the leader onto the front straightaway for the 240th and final time at NOLA Motorsports Park, and Stratos Racing, the number 59, thoroughly dominates Saturday at NOLA. And the GTU class takes overall victory in its overall debut. And just a thorough domination from that 59 car in Stratos Racing. JTR Motorsports, whereas 5 minutes ago looked like they were not going to take home a class victory, now stand ready to claim GTO honors in maybe one of the most wild roller coaster finishes we've seen to a WRL event. As an MX-5 gets a little sideways off of turn 16. But JTR Motorsports Engineering is going to win GTO after the round 3 racing number 609 failed on literally the final lap. The front straightaway, starting the final lap, some mechanical failure of that car, meant to go 7 hours, 59 and a half minutes, clearly. My condolences, Tim.
I mean, really, think about
that car is
really,
going to come home.
Genuinely, 2 more minutes, and they would have had that class. I mean, it's really no exaggeration.
Do we think there's any chance that it ran out of fuel?
No, I think
so,
something broke in that car.
This is a rear axle, would be my guess. If it was a diff, he could drive it back. I think
It was banging the limiter all the way up from basically the flag stand.
And he's not trying to refire the car either. So if it wasn't that kind of problem.
I think.
So back to the question you asked me about whether you push really hard at the end. No, you don't.
Okay, well, here's another point to make real quick. Would that have happened if we had had one single full course yellow session at the beginning?
Never. Not likely. Yeah, very unlikely.
By the way, your lead margin in GP1 as we get the other class winners home, we jump on board the Moorhead Speedworks BMW. It ended up being 10.4 seconds. So 5 seconds a lap there for the last stint of the race was not quite enough for PC Racing to make up the deficit from the number 9. And I think if it turns out the number 9 has incident responsibility for the contact that took the number 9 out of the race and knocked the number 44 out of the class lead, that's going to be a pretty bitter pill to swallow. We don't have a resolution on that yet, but it's still pretty unfortunate for the PC Racing car that, it was never really locked up, but I didn't expect it to go that way. and still they very, very nearly had the chance to bring home the GP1 victory. In any case, it goes to Moorhead Speedworks, PC Racing in second, and the number 47 from Ginger Racing finishes third in GP1. GP2, North Loop Motorsport, the number 21, with a 5-lap margin over the 198 from Stans Racing. A really nice finish for that car, ahead of the Craftsman Auto Care number 407. The 141 from Craftsman is also there in P4 as well, so a nice finish for both of those Craftsman cars. Then in GP3, it's Overnight Motorsports with a fairly quiet run to victory in the GP3 class. NRG Racing, the number 66 in second, and Roberts Motorsports Industries, which I don't recall seeing before this weekend, finishes on the GP3 podium in race number 1 this weekend. So well done there to the GP3 podium as well. Last but not least, GTU. We mentioned the Stratos Racing car finishes in the overall class lead. The team car will come home in third for Stratos. That's the blue tinted car, 19 laps off of the class leader, and slotted in between them there in second is MLT Motorsports number 55. That rear diffuser never really became an issue for them. They've managed to get away with that one with the damage to that car, and they'll finish right in between the Stratos cars there in GTU. All in all, not a bad debut for that class, I think.
No, but it was interesting. If you look at the spread in terms of overall positioning, you're looking at, the headline here is Stratos taking honors in both the overall and in class. But if you go down to second in GTU, you're looking at 13th overall, and then third is 23rd overall. So, it is these lightweight cars running into problems and kind of dispersing themselves down the order. That has not changed despite the change in regulations.
Yeah.
I think there was really only one car that had the pace to beat the GTO cars today. It wasn't Fragility necessarily. And then by the end, the fact that only one car beat the GP1 cars, that probably is down to Fragility. But I think short fuel runs and just not that much pace on GTO for most of the GTU field.
We have
you guys see my comment there? Yeah, you see my comment there in the chat?
We have an answer as to whether or not the 609 was good on fuel.
So I was right.
Wow.
With my random guess. I did see him wiggle the car slightly, and I wondered if it was a fuel thing, but he only did it once.
So he tried to run 36 laps on the last stint there. Almost 37.
That we remember with about half an hour to go, we said, or maybe it was a full hour to go, we said, well, they've got an hour in there. Barely.
Yeah, they may have to back off the pace to make it.
Well, yeah, and remember, he had been hustling that car in the 52s and 53s for...
Yeah, I mean, he kind of ended up having about a 5-second lead before he ran out of fuel, so maybe you could accuse him of overdoing it slightly. There was room to save some fuel, but maybe not a full lap.
But surely you must have realized that there was some balance there as you come up to the white flag, the checkered flag, etc., that, hey, we're actually going to be really marginal here, and you're going to have to start backing off.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what I mentioned to you guys, too. Once you get a bobble on that car, it's game over. He probably knew he was dead meat there for a while, I would guess, but...
They do end up finishing second.
Yeah, they're really lucky. They're really lucky they froze the field there. Chill Out could have. I mean, Chill Out. If there were one more lap in the race, Chill Out would have finished second. If there were 2 laps left, Horseman would have finished third. But
I think if there was one more lap in the race, Cole would have brought the car into the pits.
Yeah, I would imagine. I don't know. Maybe
he had. I mean, he had enough of a margin to come in the pits and get a splash.
But this is what a race with no full course cautions gives you. Right, I mean, it forces you into those decisions, and they're not artificial. They're not brought out by bunching up the field, and now you have this break at whatever it is, an hour 40 to go, where you can make that decision and kind of split the race up. You had to be thinking about this, or you had to be well positioned about this from the drop of the green flag about 8 hours ago.
So to quote my Rain Man and part-time driver and crew guy, Alex Bolanos, he said, "This is why it's called racing and not called winning."
Yeah,
what a heartbreaker. I am glad that car didn't have a technical problem, though.
I bet you are.
Well, I'm glad because they're going to be back for tomorrow. So they ran out of gas, and so they don't have to chase down a transmission or a diff or be up until midnight tonight. So I'm happy about that. They didn't have some kind of complicated issue or massive failure or something. But that's a great showing by that car for the first time out.
It's a lot of good debuts, really.
Really.
Absolutely.
Well, and for the 2022 season as a whole, I mean, single out the individual teams for sure, but as far as getting a season started and not really knowing what this track was going to produce in terms of being able to do hot poles, in terms of the surface, we had obviously the issue at turn 6 on Thursday with needing to patch the track up, patch a hole in the track. We didn't really know what we were going to get, and instead what we got was 8 hours of pure endurance racing, no full course yellows, everything was a hot pole. No major damage to any car from an on-track incident or anything like that. No major controversy, and a race that had a ton of depth in terms of, cars up against each other. It had tire drama and intrigue halfway through that we were actually able to follow and to digest. And I don't know. I think for a first race of the season, this threw everything at us that we could have asked for.
Some good recoveries there in the top 10, right? Hitman Racing, a penalty early on. W2W finishes 8th and 8th overall, 7th in GTO. Choice Racing, that's a good debut for them too, and 6th overall in GTO. Thunder Bunny, that car that kept making laps, that didn't have quite the same pace. There's some really good storylines in there for sure.
So as they send the blowers out on track and the sweeper, they may have a little bit of work to do tonight, actually, with all the marbles and everything that are putting on the edge of the track.
About that. Yeah, they, I mean, it's not like they had any opportunities to do it today. So this is the first time the track's actually going to be, the surface is going to be cleaned up. I mean, you even see marbles collecting by the boundary there on the left-hand side of the front straightaway.
They just look like rocks.
Yeah,
like giant rocks.
Did you guys already know what the difference was here in GP1 between these two cars? I might have missed it.
It was 10 seconds, 10 and a half seconds.
Yeah, 10 and a half seconds. That's.
I will say, I did kind of get the feeling that Moorhead was kind of managing that gap.
100%.
So, yeah. So, it looks close at the end, but I think as soon as the 44 had their issues with the 9
well,
down
we knew that Moorhead was right on the button in terms of what they could do for fuel there, too.
True, yeah.
Yeah. So, not looking necessarily for any major analysis here, but as we come to the conclusion of race number 1 on the season, the first of dozens here on DriversEye Live. Does anybody have any closing thoughts here on race 1 for the weekend?
My only thought is I have no idea what to expect for tomorrow. Like, genuinely nothing. I think people are going to learn so much from today, and I think things are going to be pretty different by, what is it, going to be 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
The information that I got was going to be that there's going to be some people saving tires tomorrow, because people blew through more tires today than I think they expected to. People had to dip into their reserve for tires they were going to start on tomorrow. So I think, with the help of some observations from the pit lane, I do believe that we'll see a slower race tomorrow, I think, overall, and we'll see a little bit more management of pace and tires. Just making sure we can get to the end. Now, granted, if we get another overcast day, that might not be as bad. But if it ends up being sunny, I don't think it's going to be a good scene tomorrow. I think we'll have a lot of tactics to play out with people trying to go a little bit slower just so they don't burn through their tires.
A couple of thoughts I would add there, too. I think the cooler weather tomorrow is going to help that, but I think you should expect to see GTR, TLM, Pro Sport. I think you should expect to see these cars be a little more on their game tomorrow than they were today. The same with Thunder Bunny, the 111.
Yeah, I think a lot of cars are going to have gathered some surprising data that they can make some really informed decisions on, and we should actually... I think we'll see a less messy race tomorrow in terms of tyres, just because we've learned so much today. Assuming teams have the means to buy enough stock of the type of tyre that they want for tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of suspension stock isn't available. People only brought so many on their trailer.
I think you'll see a lot of suspension changes tonight, too, for tomorrow's race after learning what they learned today.
To be nicer on the tires, you mean?
Yeah, to be nicer on the tires, yeah.
So, though that said, we conclude Race 1 from NOLA Motorsports Park and the World Racing League's 2022 season. Thanks everybody so much for joining us throughout the course of your Saturdays. We'll be back at it again tomorrow. Sunday kicks off at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Central Time. A little earlier start tomorrow for Race 2. But we'll be back with all 8 hours here on DriverSeye Live with the regular cast of characters. JT's very upset about the earlier start time. But we'll be back here to do it all again tomorrow for, like Joseph said, a pretty unpredictable 8 hours to come. For Joseph Mudrak, JT Tammy, Ryan West, Scott Michaels, guest commentator Tim Myers from Hammer Motorsports on loan to us this weekend, I'm Brendan Kazmarek. Thanks everybody so much for joining us today. Won't you do it again tomorrow?